All right, Lions play Washington on Sunday. Michigan and Michigan State with the weekend off. Other interesting games. It's going to be a fascinating college football weekend. In my opinion, I think it's going to be a really good one. But with that said, Lions are on the marquee today. And, Scott, I want to ask the people, like, what's this game or who is this game about? Like, we're talking about a team that I think some people view right now that they're in crisis mode. That this is a team that is in crisis mode. And I think others just want to see them right the ship and aren't, like, panicked about it. But wherever you are and whoever, whatever you believe, who or what do you think this game is about? So it could be about one person that you think needs to step up. It could be about one thing you want to see. It could be about one position group. But who or what do you think this game is really about? 248-539-9797. And Gator, I don't think that typically you and I are prone to wild emotional swings. And I think we try not to overreact to what our eyes saw last. Nobody thinks they're overreacting. I think most people think they are reacting appropriately, and there's nothing wrong with, having authentic and genuine feelings. But I will tell you, I got a feeling that this is a very important game for John Morton, the offensive coordinator. As I've taken in the feedback from out of Allen Park as this week has gone on, and look back at the game, listen to what the players have said, listen to what the offensive coordinator has said, as I take all this information in, and yesterday the coordinators met with the media, I walked away thinking that this is a big game for John Morton. I walked away thinking, and I'm not saying he can't get the job done. I think it's important for John Morton that they go out and they run the football and they put up 30-plus points. Wouldn't be a bad weekend to put up a 50-burger either. I think everybody needs it. I think John Morton really needs it. And do I think he can get it done? Yeah, I think he can get it done. I think he could have the answers. But in the feedback that has come out of Allen Park, and then the conversations I've had off the air, I think it's an important game for John Morton.
I understand that, and see, I think the problems they're having are it's more specific to the offensive line. I might say it's more on Hank Fraley than it is on John Morton, but I understand what you're saying. But if the offensive line can't get it together, that's a massive problem. And yet I also want to give him a break because I understand. You don't have Frank Ragnow at center, and now you don't have Christian Mahogany at left guard, and you may or may not have Taylor Decker at left tackle. And it's been a struggle this season because Decker has missed a couple of games. So I understand, and it's going to take a little bit of time here, but, I mean, we're running out of time. We're starting the approach into the second half of the season, and we might see some new faces on the offensive line. We're definitely going to see a new one at left guard in Awasika, but he has played left guard before. But, I would say it's, if you have a problem specifically with an offensive line, then I think it's more an offensive line coach issue. And I'm not blaming Hank Fraley.
Right.
I think Hank Fraley's great, but I think this is where he's really got to coach these guys up and make sure that they're on the same page. I don't know if that's the coordinator's job or if that's the line coach's job.
I mean, I think when you show up on Sundays, you have a game plan, and sometimes your game plan doesn't work. And, more often than not, it better, or you won't be doing that job for very long. And I'm comfortable in thinking that I think the Lions maybe got out-schemed a little bit this past Sunday. But what now has been shown on film, what Minnesota did, others will try and duplicate. And, I usually think it's, and I subscribe to the rule that it's more about the Jimmies and Joes and the X's and O's, but that doesn't mean X's and O's aren't important. And Dan Campbell said this week that it's, we can fix this. And others have said it. But if you are shorthanded or deficient in an area, you have to find a way to work around that. You have to find a way to either help out that, like, help out if it's a position group, if it's an area like that. When I say area, I mean, if there's a problem with the interior of the offensive line, you need to find a way to address that. And, there's a lot of comparisons. I don't expect, well, let me put it to you like this. I think if Ben Johnson were the offensive coordinator right now, I think he would have some challenges that he didn't have last year because Ragnow is gone. There are injuries up there. There's inexperience up there. And so I'm not holding up John Morton, the new offensive coordinator, to the Ben Johnson 2024 Lions standard. I don't think that's fair. But I do think it's an important game for the offensive coordinator and the offensive staff, but the coordinator's in charge of that, to show that they can respond to whatever Minnesota did that Washington would be wise to try and mimic, right?
Yeah, I think another reason I'll throw it more at the feet of Hank Fraley. Hank Fraley is also in his job description. It's not only offensive line coach, it's also run game coordinator. And the running game has not been as good for the Lions this season on a whole. Now, they've had a couple of, it was against Tampa Bay. That's when Jahmyr Gibbs went off and had the big game. Mm-hmm. Montgomery had 150 yards, I think, rushing in one game. But beyond that, it's been a little bit of a struggle. They're averaging 4.4 yards per carry, which feels like it's not enough. They have 1,000 yards rushing on the season in 8 games, which is, I think, well below the 150 yards per game that they were averaging previously. So that's another area of the game that's got to get better, and that's everything up front. That's blocking up front.
Now, it's important to point out this is not a crisis. The Lions are second in the NFL in points per game, and they have no defensive touchdowns this year.
You were asking about specific to this game on Sunday.
Yep.
About who's this an important game for, and that's why I'm not being hypercritical of these guys. I think this is an area. I think it's
important for them to have good days. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Who is this game, or what is this game about to you? 248-539-9797. Jim in Lake Orion. Hi, Jim.
Hey, gentlemen. Yeah, to me, this game is about what I said at the beginning of the season, and nobody was ready to hear it. Losing Ragnow, especially on the eve of training camp, was going to prove to be very problematic, if not devastating, especially if there's injuries. That's where we're at now. And in fairness to a coaching staff that has shown it can handle success and build something great, I think all evaluations on them are frozen right now. Because what made that offense great was the offensive line. They could hit you a million different ways. The linebacker, you were getting to the second level. David Montgomery looks like a much different back. That's all gone. It's been gone minus one game against the Bears for the whole season. Now with at least 4 or 5 guys significantly injured plus depth, it's going to be rough. They may get by this week here, but it's going to be rough. And what happened against Minnesota reminds me of what Jeff Fisher did to the Lions in '95. He slowed them down. He still lost the game, but he gave the template for the Eagles to decimate them in the playoffs. And a team with the talent is going to be able to do what Minnesota did to the Lions for the rest of the year.
Well, sorry, go ahead, Gator.
I'm not sure if that's fair. The Eagles, when they dismantled the Lions in the playoffs, the Lions scored, I think, 40 points and still got outscored by 20 or something. It was a crazy game. The Eagles' offense was ridiculous against the Lions' defense. I don't know if it was so much of a Lions' lack of offense.
It was a bunch of turnovers, though. It was a bunch of turnovers because of pressure.
Well, Jim, as much as you deserve your due, you weren't the only one worried about Frank Ragnow. And yeah, they. I don't know if everything's frozen. Like I think it's fair to judge them, but I'm not. I don't think it's fair to hold them up to the standard last year because the Jimmies and Joes aren't as good. The roster offensively isn't as good without Frank Ragnow. There are still other ways to find to move the football and win, and they still have the second highest scoring offense in the NFL. Not a crisis, but important. I think that they go out and have a good game against a depleted defense and a defense that hasn't been that good. Greg in Westland. Hi, Greg.
Hello.
Hey, Greg, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, my main thing is like the coordinators, like some of the, you know what's different too? All the teams are doing trick plays. All the teams are going for fourth down. We haven't done any of those things. And I know that there is a new coordinators, but I think they need to know how to adjust. I think that's one of the problems with our coordinators. They do not adjust to the situation. It stays the same because our offense is so dry. You know, it used to be run and, you know, we didn't have any issues. And they need to come up with something different. I know they're new and everything, but you got some of the greatest players.
What do you mean the offense is dry?
It's dry because the running game is dead. The running game does not seem to be what it used to be. Whether it's the blocking, I don't know what you want to call it, but
they have a top 10 rushing attack in the NFL. It's not as good as it was a year ago.
It's not dead,
far
but
from
it's not.
dead.
But it's nowhere
the previous
near
caller
what
said
it was.
the previous caller said it's completely gone, and you just said it was dead. It's still a top 10 rushing attack in the NFL.
Well, I understand what you're saying. I mean, the numbers say something, but the play doesn't help. It doesn't help the way we're playing sometimes because they have the fastest guy probably in football, Jahmyr Gibbs. He stands there and waits for the ball to be handed to him. In the meantime, the defense watches the ball being handed off. So they're not setting up things. I was expecting them to fool people. You got to make people think you're doing this, but you do that. They're not doing that
Greg,
anymore.
I would say this. I tend to agree with you with the running game. I don't think it's dead, but it's not as effective as it has been. And yes, they've had a couple of games. They put up some big totals, but by and large, it doesn't look like I don't have anywhere near as much confidence as I used to. If it's 3rd and 2, that they can hand it off and get the first down. It's been different. They had a lot of tackles for loss this year.
It's not as good as it was.
No.
As far as Jahmyr Gibbs standing there and waiting for Jahmyr, I'm not trying to be a running back coach, but it's worked for him in the past, and it can work again. But I think it's an important game. Here's the other. I don't know the answers. Not a coach. Never coached football. Look at the results and tell you it doesn't look the same. It's not as good. Now, can they still win in a big way? Yeah, I think the defense is better. And they still have a ton of playmakers. And we're bitching about the second highest scoring offense in the NFL that hasn't, and to be fair, it hasn't looked as good in recent weeks against some better opponents. This is not a better opponent. This doesn't prove anything other than, hey, they can still do it against a bad team, which would be a good sign. It doesn't mean they're ready to roll necessarily. I'll feel that way if they have a good offensive game against Philly the next week. It's Carson Anderson. What's this game about, in your opinion? Who is it about? Who needs to step up? What needs to be better? What are you looking for Sunday? Hey, FanDuel Friday is turning it up with an NBA happy hour every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern. FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. These are boosts. These are bonuses. These are surprises, all designated to bring you that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo. It's your weekly pregame. NBA happy hour every Friday from 6 to 7:30 Eastern, only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. I almost only bet with Profit Boost anymore. It just gives you a better return. You can take some favorites on the money line and get a decent return. And tonight's the night to do it in the NBA from 6 to 7:30, although the Pistons are such a heavy favorite that it might not even be worth it for them, but I'll look at something else. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to grab your reward before the clock expires, 6 to 7:30. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Don't forget to do that. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirement, and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 1 point, very hot name. People wanted him here. There's some news on him. I wonder what it means. We'll get to that today at 11:02. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Great to be with you on a Friday. Phone calls, feedback. We're asking people on this Friday before what feels like an important game for everybody's, wants the reassurance that this team hasn't completely gone in the tank and everything's going to be fine. I think the Sunday to Tuesday news rattled much of the Lions fan base, a higher percentage than I expected. We did the Twitter poll earlier in the week about, the Lions are still Super Bowl contender, the Lions Super Bowl chances of taking a big hit, or the Lions are done. It was nearly 40% of people saying they were done. Now, is that skewed towards our audience? Is that data? Can we debate whether or not it's really 40% of Metro Detroit thinks the Lions are done? I think we can debate it. I don't really believe it's that high a percentage. But with that said, feels like this is suddenly kind of an important game. Did you hear music?
I did.
Where's that coming from? Is that your phone? Is that my phone?
It's not my phone, no.
Anyone, can you hear music?
I hear it.
Yeah. All right. Maybe it's not that important. Anyway, sorry, distracted. It's usually you.
I know, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Why am I apologizing? I didn't distract you.
No, it was totally me.
I was rolling with the distraction.
You kind of were, and I was the one that brought it up. Anyway, who or what is this game about? 248-539-9797.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think I don't think it's really 40% of the people that give up say there's no chance. I think that's the sting of what happened and the sting of not adding to this team at the trade deadline. I think we all really felt strongly that something was going to happen, and they didn't.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. What is this game about in your view?
Can I pitch a non-player as what this game's about for me? I'm going to go Hank Fraley. So I just think that, listen, I think we all know he's a good coach, and we all know the offensive line has been good before. But I think when John Morton comes out and says the scheme is there, we just have to block better, or the players are saying we just have to block better, the scheme's not there. I don't know, there's miscommunication. It seems to me that, guess who's your coach, your position coach? It's Hank Fraley. Yeah. And I know he can do it, but he's got to get it done. I think it's a 50% battle here. One is knowing your assignments, and the other is executing it, right? So is the problem fixable? I do think it's fixable, but that's only half of the solution. The other half is now you got to fix it, because the worst part would be if it's not fixable. But I think we all agree it's fixable. Now go do it. And I think that's on Hank Fraley.
Yeah, I mean, we asked a question of Jared Goff about the offensive line play. Was it simply communication like it was? Everybody said it was after the first game against the Packers, or is it something that's way more complicated? And he's like, it's way more complicated than that. This is not the same situation. So, okay. I mean, guys not only have to be on the same page, but he kept hammering home, I think, 3 different times, 3 different questions about execution, and even apologized for it. I hate to sound like a broken record, but that's what it is. And I think that's what every player is going to say and every coach is going to say. It's about execution. Like, they think all the plays are supposed to work if they're executed. Some are supposed to work for maybe touchdowns. Others are supposed to work for, we need 3 yards. This is going to get us to 3 yards. But they didn't get it done on Sunday enough. And they had some really costly mistakes. But that offensive line play on Sunday is really, it's scarring to see that happen to them, to see Goff under that kind of pressure, because you know that if you don't have a running game going and the teams pin their ears back and get after the quarterback, if they can do it, doing the cross dog or whatever the hell it was, that's a real problem, because you don't want some team to find the kryptonite halfway through the season.
Yeah, and teams are going to do to the Lions what Minnesota did. They're going to try to.
They're going to try to, yeah. And same thing with what the Packers did.
Let's go to Lamont. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, man?
Hey, fellas, good show.
Thank you.
Listen, I believe the Lions it's going to be a cakewalk on Sunday. I mean, the quarterback for Washington, he's have a serious injury. He's not going to be playing. Washington have a lot of injured people on their team. I think the Lions going to knock off the rust and take care of business Sunday and get ready for the following Sunday.
Yeah, they're a banged up team. They haven't been good defensively. Now their quarterback's out. They got 2 receivers, one that's out for sure because he was placed on the injured list. McCaffrey. Terry McLaurin hasn't practiced all week. So, yeah, this feels like it's there for the Lions to roll. And these always scare me a little bit because I feel like it's here's why. Here's why. Because if you don't win by 21 points, people are going to bitch. And I guess it doesn't really scare me. But it won't feel like a satisfying win unless they roll them.
Well, 31. Going to get 31. Okay, they're going. I consider that a roll them. 31.
They're going to win by 31, or they're going to score 31.
They're going to score 31 and win by 31.
Oh, you think they're winning 31-0?
Well, we got the advantage coming this Sunday, and the Dan Campbell, the guy's going to kick up all their runs, so they're going to do well Sunday. Get ready for who is the next Sunday? Who we playing?
Philly.
All righty then. So this is a tune-up for that.
Well, better be. I mean, look, there are games on the schedule. If they lose this game to Washington, and it's the NFL, right? You can lose to anyone on any given Sunday. And if this turns into an any given Sunday, and I don't expect it to, but if it does, Lions are really, really going to be up against it. Going to Philly for Sunday Night Football at 5-4.
Yeah, no, this kind of feels like a must win, but it's really, this is for, I think, a giant relief on everybody on this team that they need to get out there, get out to a good start, not have this game being threatened. They're a 9.5-point favorite for a reason. Keep telling myself that.
Is it 9.5 now?
It was. I know it was a 9.5.
Wow. It opened at 3.5, but then Jaden Daniels got hurt.
Yes, which creates a big problem. It's down to now. It's at 7.5.
Okay.
I just looked it up, so it's gone from 9.5 to 7.5 in the last couple of days. But I think this is one of these let's get right games. Just go out there and get right. And I think starting with the offensive line, get a good drive to start the game, 75-yard touchdown drive. Run the ball effectively.
Which is what they did against Minnesota.
Jared Goff finding 5 different receivers to throw to on that first drive and just keep picking up and doing that. We talked the other day about which player do you think is going to step up. I really think this is going to be a game where Amon-Ra St. Brown says, I got this. Throw it to me. I'll take care of business. And Goff is going to say, yeah, I'm throwing to you. This is when we're in trouble as an offense, what do? We go back to the basics. And the basics is throwing to 14. He's always open. He's going to make the play, and at some point, he's going to bust one for a long game.
But a weird thing about where we're at right now is that 14 hasn't caught everything. Like that speaks to us being in a really strange place. Because you're right, 14. You can always count on 14, and I still would. If my life depended on it, which line would I want the ball thrown to? It'd be 14. And that's true today. It was true at the beginning of this season, in spite of the drops. There have been a couple there that have been surprising. And, this is the stuff that needs to get buttoned up.
That's part of the reason why I think the fan base is so rattled, Doug, is like a lot of their fears are coming true, and then you throw into the fact that St. Brown hasn't been as reliable as he always is. I mean, I'm still throwing to him all day, every day, but he has dropped a couple of pretty big third downs when this team's having a hard time converting third downs right now. And then, you talk about getting off to a good start. Like you mentioned, they literally did that against the Vikings, went down the field with Laporta and scored a touchdown. And then it was silence after that. I think this fan base is so rattled. They don't just have to win this weekend. They kind of got to win comfortably, and the offense has got to look good.
Who or what is this game about? Gator and Kang both said Hank Fraley. I said it's a John Morton game. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Red Wings are in action tonight, their first home game in 2 weeks at 7 o'clock against the Rangers from Little Caesars Arena. Jeff Rieger hosts the pregame show at 6:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The NBA Cup group play starts tonight, and Group B East begins with the Pistons at the Brooklyn Nets in the Big Apple. That game is available over on WWJ at 7 o'clock as well. And, of course, looking forward to the weekend in football. Both Michigan and Michigan State are off. We've got the Lions on Sunday taking on the Commanders at 4:25. That's a kickoff from the nation's capital. They can be heard right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Detroit trying to avoid a second straight loss for the first time in over 3 years. This after losing to the Vikings, in which Lions offensive coordinator John Morton attributed the O-line struggles to about one or two different guys.
No, it's a little bit big. It's like, what size is yours?
Mine's 7.5. It's a little too big.
Mine, can I try yours?
Do you want it?
Yes.
Because I'll get a different size. I'll go 7 3/8.
And as MLB free agency is underway, Japanese third baseman Munetaka Murakami gets posted today, which means starting tomorrow, teams can communicate with him for 45 days and try to sign him. The highly anticipated 25-year-old hit 246 career home runs with a 951 OPS in the Nippon League. That's the same league that birthed the stardom of Shohei Ohtani, Yu Darvish, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, Seiya Suzuki, and others. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
He's just showing off now. I mean, what started off when Two Cuts was getting into it with the La Cosa Nostra, and can't wait to say that. Now you're just showing off.
What am I showing off?
The Japanese pronunciations of these names.
No, so, okay,
these aren't easy names.
Who was the first one?
Munetaka Murakami.
Oh, I thought it was Drew Murakami.
Did I?
No. Earlier in the show, I called Bo Nix Drew Nix. And for some reason, I'm going to call everybody Drew. Yeah.
It doesn't get much easier than Bo Nix. I have to say that.
And I screwed that up. This kid comes in here. I mean, just blasted away.
Okay, Munetaka Murakami.
You screwed up the easiest name in football. It's 5 letters.
Murakami, anybody that's played MLB The Show has heard that name over and over. So that's, I'm cheating a little bit with that one. But
you rattle off like 3 or 4 names in a row there. That were all very impressive.
In full transparency, I screwed up Darvish. I didn't get the H sound at the end of that one. If people, Odyssey.com/rewind.
Report to the corner office.
Yeah. But, I mean, these are all names we've heard. Seiya Suzuki, Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, that's true. Now the Morakaki we hadn't heard. Drew Morakaki.
I won't correct you this time.
Thank you, Two Cuts.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Carson Anderson, 97 A Ticket. All right, Gator. Look,
56 home runs in 2022.
I've always wondered, and we'll have some baseball stuff before the day is done. I've always wondered, I talked about how sometimes when everybody zigs, I like to zag.
Yeah.
And I think that you can find examples of teams that did. When you fail, everybody says you tried to be the smartest guy in the room. But when you succeed, you end up with Curt Cignetti as your head coach. There was a minute there that Luke Fickell looked like he was going to Michigan State.
Yeah, more than a minute.
Yeah. And I thought he was going to get fired. And apparently Chris McIntosh, the AD, has recommitted to him.
By Wisconsin.
Yes, by Wisconsin. And if Michigan State does decide to move on from Jonathan Smith, I was really interested in whether or not, wash away what happened at Wisconsin. Do you still want Fickell?
No.
Okay.
100% no.
All right. Because this would be a zag move. Like, we don't care what happened there. We liked him a lot a few years ago. Put him in a different situation. Hopefully he's learned from his mistakes.
Luke Fickell is 0 for 2 with his big college opportunities at Ohio State. Everything's handed to you at Ohio State.
It was an interim.
I get it. But, I mean, you take the helm at Ohio State, all right, and turn that into a 6-6 program for that year that he was there. Mm-hmm. And then they switch over to the Herbs and they go undefeated.
So where did he excel? He excelled with a bit of a program as a bit of an underdog, and that could be Michigan State right now. It's a moot point because he's staying.
Well, no, I'm saying maybe he's just better destined to be at a school that's at a smaller school and not a Big Ten school. So whatever. But he's going to be at Wisconsin. They gave him
it's a moot point. But I was getting ready. Like this was like, okay, when he gets let go, we'll talk about this and whether or not Michigan State fans will want to revisit it, because sometimes it doesn't work out at your first stop, and you give a guy a chance and you get Bill Belichick or you get Pete Carroll, or guys who failed in one place and then were successful at another.
Yeah, you can let it play out, and I think that had Cleveland let it play out a little bit with Belichick, that maybe they could be in a better place, but they didn't let it play out.
Well, Wisconsin, I guess, is letting it play out.
Yeah, but this is – I mean, you and I both talked a lot about Luke Fickell at Wisconsin and how ugly it looks. They're the worst team in the Big Ten. The worst team. 18th in the Big Ten in rushing the football. That's Wisconsin. That's
who was incredibly difficult. Yeah. And I'm not stunned that the AD stuck with him, because this is the AD that hired him.
Yeah.
And that AD decided he didn't want Paul Chryst and moved on from Paul Chryst. And Paul Chryst kept producing winners. and no, they weren't playing for a national championship. Think of all the Wisconsin teams, though, over the past 20 years that would be playoff teams under this format. Right? And they wanted more than what Paul Chryst was giving them. And Paul Chryst, if he just kept doing Paul Chryst things, he very well could have had that team in a playoff. But alas, it did not happen. And yeah, they look rudderless. Like, got away from their identity and tried to do something different, and now I guess they're trying to get back to the identity, and they can't run the ball.
Well, are they doing, I guess, what you're telling Michigan State to do, which is instead of spending the money on a buyout, spend the money that you would spend on the buyout and spend it on players?
I'm not telling anybody to do anything, especially at Michigan State.
It was a suggestion.
Yes.
An option.
I think stability in this year, if you're a program that can have stability, you can clean up. So many programs have fired their coaches, which doesn't mean all of their roster is free agents. And it doesn't mean all of their commits are free agents. But I got to tell you, if your coach got fired and your team is, a zombie at the end of this year, those kids are looking around. And those programs know the programs with stability know what kids are looking around. And they can go shopping off your roster. And, it's just something to keep in mind. Would that even be considered a possible solution?
What?
As if you were to make him an interim coach to see what he would do, just to see what he would do.
I wouldn't.
Okay. Yep. I mean, I've stated before, I hate that a coach has a year and change and suddenly people want to pull the plug. Yeah, I don't like this world, but
I'm of the mind that you hang on to Jonathan Smith for the last 3 games, see what happens in these last 3 games, and is he worthy of hanging on to? And you'll know, because you'll know if players want to get out or not. And if players want to get out, then you're going to have to react, because whether he stays or he goes, if the player's going to go, they're going to go. So I'll see how this team plays in the next 3 weeks. If they play with heart, determination, if they can win 2 or maybe 3 of these games, it'd be great. It's not easy to do. Playing against Penn State is not going to be easy. Playing at Iowa is not going to be easy. I don't think much of Maryland. I think it's a similar program to Michigan State, but they're going to have to win that game too. But that'd be the last game of the season, and if you lose the first 2 of those 3, then how many guys are even going to want to play in that last game? There's a lot to be determined, but no one says you have to make any moves right now.
All right, it's Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797. We are interested in what you think this Lions game Sunday. Who is it about? What is it about? What do you need to see? How will you feel better come Monday? What will be reassuring? Hey, I think if they get this, get that. Is there a player? Is there a position group? Is there a coach? Who do you think this game's about? Both Gator and Kang said they think it's about Hank Fraley, the O-line coach. I think it's about John Morton, the offensive coordinator. And to be clear, it's not like we're saying, hey, they can't get it done. I think it's important that they have a good day at the office, though. It's a good way to put it. Who needs a good day at the office for the Lions? 248-539-9797. NBA Cup starts tonight. We'll talk about that today at 2:01.
Woo! Yeah!
Well, at 2:01, we'll get to it. Also,
come on!
Got to get to the latest on Scooble. They're not going to stop talking about it, and they're talking. Hear what is being said today at 11:20. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Breaking news regarding the Detroit Red Wings. According to the Red Wings Twitter account, Patrick Kane, good to go tonight.
Kaner.
Yep. So, Patrick Kane is back.
That's good.
Yep.
Makes my favorite part of the Red Wings team right now even better. That's the power play. Mm-hmm. He is so good on the power play. He just can pass it anywhere. The guy that skill has not eroded at all. He is a world-class passer of the puck, my friend.
I just want to see playoff hockey so bad. Yeah. It's funny because this happens in every sport where you get left out, you get left out. You're not invited to the dance like a decade for a decade, and then you get back in and it's all new again. And I remember dealing with that with the Tigers the last couple of years. I remember dealing with that with the Tigers back in 2006, right? And I was like, oh my God, postseason baseball. And then we got to do it last year and this year, and you start to get accustomed to it. And just the thrill of being in the dance. Because remember what we used to celebrate? We haven't had this with any of our teams. We used to celebrate a term we made up, being on the graphic.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a big deal. Like if you're watching SportsCenter and up on the TV, they put the graphic up, teams in the hunt, and we'd see our logo. Did you guys see it? Lions made the graphic. Lions are on the graphic in the hunt for a postseason spot. They're on the graphic. That was a big deal. But then you get back into the dance and you're like, you forget like how great it is. Playoff hockey. I mean, I'm sure many of you, I haven't forgotten. Yeah. But it'll be new. It'll be fresh again. Come on. Get through the munch of Marth. Did I just dedicate 3 minutes of the show?
Just so you could say Munch of Marth?
Yep. One of Gator's great screw-ups.
It's okay.
You call it a screw-up. I don't. Gator, great job. And by the way, it's definitely Kaner over Caney. You don't like...
Or Canesy. Yeah, no, it's
right?
Kaner. They call him Kaner.
Hockey, you got to go one or the other. And it's pretty obvious a lot of times which one you should pick.
Yes.
I love the way those nicknames work. I love that. Kaner.
They're like the most basic nicknames you could ever come up with. They just throw an S and a Y at the end of it, typically, or with Kane, it makes sense. Go Kaner.
What's funny is in your case, you already have a nickname, but
right.
they would even work with that. You'd be Gates.
Yeah,
it'd be Gates.
It would Gatesy.
It wouldn't be Gator.
Yeah. No.
His name isn't Gator.
No.
Your given name. It doesn't say in your birth certificate Gator. You have a nickname. It's Gator. But in a hockey locker room, Gatesy.
Yeah. Karsh, are you Karshy?
I don't know, man. I'm not sure.
No, I think Douglas still has to play.
Doug's got the worst hockey nickname.
Man, why didn't you get the puck to Douglas there?
Yeah, get to Douglas. We wouldn't find it, but Douglas really screwed up in the back end. And
Douglas with the dangle?
All right, slow
Douglas
down.
Dangles. That should be a segment every week. Douglas Dangles.
These would be my hockey takes.
Doug's
Douglas
hockey.
Dangles.
Douglas Dangles.
Doug's hot hockey takes.
I'd probably be more
You'd be a Dougie.
college. No, I do college hockey takes.
Yeah.
Douglas Dangles would be
Big
college
Ten,
hockey takes.
Douglas Dangles.
Douglas Dangles are college
Wisconsin hockey.
Yeah, sure.
But you would be
In Yost tonight, the Badgers.
You would be Dougie though, because that's what they do in
Yeah,
hockey.
that's what they do. Yeah.
Dougie Hamilton is.
And that Penn
Dougie
State,
Hamilton.
Michigan State series this weekend. Oh,
College hockey, man.
college puck. Love me some college
Gonna
puck.
be fun.
The ghost of Big B is yelling at us right now.
Yeah.
All right. So, baseball. This is Steve Phillips, former GM on MLB Network, talking in the last 24 hours about Tarek Skubal. Here's what he said. Okay. I don't know how you don't trade him. This is John Morosi with a prediction today. Was it today? Today or yesterday? It was yesterday on MLB Network. Here's what he had to say. Okay. Am I the only one that was digging that beat underneath? Had a little Eric B. and Rakim feel to it. So I gotta tell you, Duran feels like a great starting point. This is an outfielder with speed, with power.
Yeah, he
OPS guy.
He stole in the last 3 years 24, 34, and 24 bases. The last 3 years, 34, 48, and 41 doubles, albeit it's Boston. You're going to get a lot of doubles there. But his OPS, 828, 834, 774 this past year. His batting average dipped significantly this past year, but still 774 OPS. I think that would be a nice starting point to go with because it's a guy who plays. In the last 2 years, played 160 and 157 games. I do want to say this, but just real quick.
Yeah.
Kang, when you go back and listen to John Morosi, he sounds like Chael Sonnen.
You want me to play it again?
Yeah, because he sounds like Chael Sonnen.
All right, I've heard enough. It's Chael Sonnen.
Is it?
Yeah. Just trust us, Doug.
Yeah, former UFC fighter who is.
And that sounds like Eric B. and Rakim's beat underneath it. Just trust me. Trust me.
Trust us. We got it all. We got it all covered. But no, yes, the Jarren Duran would be a great starting point to get a deal done, and then throw in a couple of those pitching prospects they have, and maybe
Mayer?
just maybe. Well,
Can you get Marcelo Mayer?
You can ask. They probably wouldn't do all that unless they knew that they could. See, that's the whole thing with this. The thing that makes it most difficult to trade Tarek Skubal with a team is to find a team that's willing to take the chance because they think that for sure they're going to sign him no matter what to a long-term contract.
Yeah.
And that's not easy to do when his agent is who his agent is. And that's why I fear this, because then you have to get the agent involved.
I would say 0.0 of us want to trade Tarek Skubal. That's probably not true. Very small percentage want to be here, but this is where we are, and this is what it is.
Yeah, look, there are definitely people out there. We had the one guy yesterday called in, and he's just done with him because
he trashed him.
Yeah, I mean, you can't pitch that past the sixth inning, or it doesn't have the heart and all this, which I think is some of it's valid and some of it is not. I think the heart thing, I would not question Tarek Skubal's heart at all. I think there's a methodology of that the managers use in baseball that relies on a lot on analytics and why they don't let pitchers throw past a certain point. It's unfortunate.
Yeah. So, I mean, what I like about this is it's we've heard the big boys involved here. We've heard the Mets. We've heard the Red Sox. We really don't have a Yankee tie yet, do we?
No.
Okay. But if you're the Yankees and you hear the Red Sox are calling or the Mets are calling, you don't want to get upstaged in your own town by the Mets, and you don't want to get upstaged in your own division by the Red Sox.
Yeah, but see, I feel like the Yankees don't have to make trades. The Yankees just go out and sign guys.
No, yeah, but they can't sign a guy like Tarek Skubal.
No, but they can go out and sign a guy like Dylan Cease or Framber Valdez. Those are free agents, big-time free agents.
Framber Valdez. I could hit Framber Valdez.
All right.
It's a joke, sorry.
But both of those pitchers are
Jimmy Key
are on pace to perhaps get $30 million a year contracts for 5, 6, or 7 year deals.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that if you want the best pitcher in the game. You got to trade for him, and I'm wondering would Duran and Marcelo Mayer get it done, and would they do that?
But,
would you do it?
Well, I'd hesitate, and I'll tell you why. Because I need pitching.
Yeah.
I'm giving up the best pitcher in baseball. I got to get pitching in return because the organization doesn't have pitching.
Okay.
So I need to get those two prospects that we talked about yesterday, who are both left-handed, both had just a little taste of major league action, but their minor league careers look very good. They're high strikeout guys.
Let me go ahead and make that trade and then supplement it with the free agent signings that Sports Illustrated predicts will come to Detroit. And you tell me what you think of this team. We'll get to that today at 11:31. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Off-season plan, Detroit Tigers, full effect. Let's roll. Send Skubal to Boston for Jarren Duran, the outfielder, and Marcelo Mayer, former top prospect in baseball. Boston gets him, signs him to a long-term contract. Then go out and do what Sports Illustrated predicts the Tigers will do. Sign Bo Bichette, starting pitcher Zach Gallen, and bullpen arm Ryan Helsley. Unfortunately, Sports Illustrated projects that Kyle Finnegan ends up with the White Sox. But Scott Anderson, add Mayer, Duran, Bichette to the lineup, Gallen to come in and be a starting pitcher. Let's roll.
Might have some position redundancy there. But let's say you take Marcelo Mayer out of the equation, and you fill that in with some arms instead.
Yeah.
And listen, spending money. I don't mind spending money.
So that's the thing, and I thought they were going to spend money this past off season, and I don't think not spending the money in the past means they won't in the future. But I'm in a little bit of a believe it when I'll see it. They did make a very, very lucrative offer to Alex Bregman. So
they did.
So they could turn around and take the Bregman money and dedicate it somewhere else, and maybe we shouldn't not expect that.
Or they could take the Bregman money and give it to Bregman.
They could.
They could go right back, offering him the same contract they did last year, which I think Scott Boras now would take. Remember the whole thing with Bregman was the reports were that he wanted $30 million a year, or at least that Boras wanted him to get $30 a year. The Tigers offered him just shy of the $30 million. If the Tigers gave him the same offer today, which would be just shy, but you couple that with the money that he made last year, which was $40 million for the 1 year, it would end up being north of $30 million a year when all is said and done. I think if you offered him the same deal, you might get it done. I don't know if other teams would up that or
I'll have
not.
By the way, I'll have my same concerns about that deal, that it's
Sure.
too long and there'll be too many dead years on it.
I would tend to agree with you, but that's the cost of doing business with free agents, is that you tend to give them...
Especially Boras free agents.
Right. You tend to give them a couple years longer than what you really want to. Free agent-wise, there's a lot of players that interest me in free agency, pitchers-wise. Like Ranger Suarez. I like the idea of going after Dylan Cease. I just think that there's players in Framber Valdez. Those are three guys that, look, they're not all going to sign with the same team, right? Dodgers look like they're pretty set with pitching. I don't know how crazy the Dodgers are going to go get, but Yankees, this is where the Yankees step up. They can sign free agents. The Tigers can be a big player in free agency if they want to be for a starting pitcher. Particularly if they trade Tarik Skubal, then they kind of have to be. And that would really give them the impetus to say, okay, fair enough. We're going to go 6 years on a Valdez contract, and let's get it done. He pitched for A.J. Hinch before. There's familiarity there, and he's really good. So, okay, fair enough. The position players, I don't know if they're going to get aggressive free agent-wise with position players. This is what's kind of fun with this offseason, is that they do have this amazing chip to use in trade that is Tarik Skubal. How are they going to use it? And are they going to use it? And the winter meetings are next week, I think it's the 10th through the 13th.
Well, it's a huge test for Scott Harris. This is a massive test for Scott Harris. He's done some good things since he's gotten here, but a good number of their young players that have blossomed were Avila Pigs. And, he still has some stuff to prove. I'm not a Harris bot.
No, you're not.
But I'd like to see, he's got one of these massive cards to play, and maybe being forced to play this card. But what do you do with it? What do you do with it? How do you turn Grant Hill into Ben Wallace and Chucky Atkins, who then they spun that whole thing into a NBA championship? How do you come out on the far side of this better as an organization long term? And you have to know what you're doing, and you have to know who to identify. What I mean by that is you have to know who from somebody else's organization are you going to be ecstatic to have for the next decade, even if it's not in 2026. But you need people to help you in 2026 too, because this team is worth fighting for. These guys are worth fighting for, Scott.
They're worth fighting for. Yeah, and I think it starts with first of all, your rebuild it's not a rebuild. You're adding to this team starts with your own guys. It starts with hoping and expecting Kevin McGonigal to hit the ground running. Mm-hmm. I mean, he did just fine the bump to Double-A. Is this a guy that's going to just totally bypass Triple-A? He might. Maybe he pulls a Finney or pulls a Sandin Pellica and totally skips that last part that you expect him to. Well, I wasn't expecting Sandin Pellica to make the roster.
No. Just the term pulls a Finney.
He pulls a Finney. Is he going to pull a Finney? And he's making the most of his
public.
You get arrested for that. He's making the most of his opportunity in the Arizona Fall League, and so is Max Anderson. And look, the Tigers had a couple guys last year that crushed it in that league, and they got their promotions to Double-A this year, and with varying results of success in Briseño and the other catcher they have. So it's
Lorenzo.
Thank you, Tyrone Lorenzo. So I'd like what we could have with McGonigal, and then how far behind is Max Clark? It doesn't sound like he's too far behind, but I can't imagine both guys skip Triple-A. But it starts knowing that those guys are pretty high hit rate, that you expect them that you're going to hit on those prospects, and then you're adding with free agency for sure. But this trade is a massive opportunity to really get it right and set this team up with a young core for years to come. Because it's already a young core, but you're expanding that core and actually expanding that window of opportunity too.
The big fear is that Avila cashed in a bunch of chips and got almost nothing.
Yes, of course.
He basically got Jake Rogers. They purged a whole bunch of talent and they got Jake Rogers.
Which is why you would say that you can't wait until the trade deadline to make the trade of Skubal.
Do it now.
Or, do you dare just lose him for nothing at the end of the year? And I mean, part of me says, I want to, like everybody else, I want to see a World Series. And I feel like the Tigers' best chance to win a World Series is to have Tarik Skubal in the rotation. But if you've got a plan, if they're willing to spend money to acquire a starting pitcher that's not Skubal, but pretty close, like a Dylan Cease or a Framber Valdez, and you can trade Skubal and get a couple of young arms that have, really high upside, then okay, then that could make up for it.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. Steve in Bloomfield. What's up, Steve?
Hey, guys. Hey. There's a big elephant in the room that nobody's talking about. Next year is the last year of a collective bargaining. So literally at the end of next year, if the owners say we're going to get to a salary cap, they may literally want to say, we're keeping Skubal, we're not trading him. They're going to freeze the rosters at the end of the season and then see what happens. More than likely, you see a 2 or 3 week or a month-long period of free agency when they restart, and that's when Skubal moves.
So we've actually talked about it quite a bit, Steve. We've mentioned it quite a bit because it's a very weird variable in the backdrop of this whole thing. We think Skubal wants to get traded now, and Boris, because he wants to sign the money cannon contract before the new rules kick in. Meanwhile, the Tigers could slow play this because if there's a cap of some kind, and I don't expect there to be a hard cap, I don't think the players will ever cave to that, and the things are so far out of whack, I'm not sure how they'd even implement it now with some teams like spending 10 times as much as, it's not 10, but it's
the basement's
5 or 6
like $75
times,
million, and the ceiling's $350.
It'd be very difficult for them to implement, but it might benefit the Tigers and it might work against the Tigers, and it's a hard thing to know how to handle. So we have talked about it quite a bit. I feel as though it would be so on brand for baseball to come off a highly rated World Series that everybody's talking about how great it was and how entertaining it was, and then for them to follow that up by having some sort of work stoppage. That feels so on brand for what Major League Baseball's done historically, and I hope they know better, but you're absolutely right. What's going to happen under new rules, and how does it impact the way the Tigers should handle Skubal? Without knowing what the new rules are, it's impossible to know. And it's a huge variable. Huge variable.
Oh, it's a massive variable. But like you, I don't think that there's ever going to be a hard cap in baseball. There's just too much of a disparity between the haves and have-nots. I think they'll try to find a way to maybe penalize teams that get over a certain threshold with the luxury tax, and maybe do something more with that. And I think that they got to have a basement. You got to have a floor with it. Maybe there's going to be a cap floor.
Higher floor, lower ceiling.
It starts at
hard ceiling, higher floor.
Yeah, $120 million or something.
I don't expect them to get it right.
No, I don't either.
So
no faith.
We do have updates on some injured lines, including one I didn't expect to hear good news on, and we got good news on him. We'll get to that today at 11:50. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1.
I know you see the red, white, and blue trucks everywhere. So do you know if your furnace or boiler are ready to fight against the crisp fall air? Well, those trucks belong to the great folks at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They're going to help keep you warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. They came to my house months ago, checked on the AC, made sure my AC was good, and then they also checked the furnace and said, "You're good to go." I said, "Thank you very much." But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Or how about some of the 5-star reviews they have on Google? So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
feedback coming in to the Carson Anderson inbox here at 97.1. Unnamed texter, I would love Duran, but for the love of God, can we get a right-handed hitter in this organization? Can't have an outfield, Carp, Duran, and Green. They all bat lefty. I mean, well, you can. Maybe you move someone. If you get Duran, you need to trade one of these, Green or Carpenter. All three in the same outfield is really, really redundant. I think the situation with Boris is different than previous pending free agents. Skubal has to be highly motivated to get his deal done now. 2 major arm events, and he's a little older than typical superstars hitting free agency for the first time. Yeah, I think that's why he's going to get traded and that's why the Tigers actually have a little bit of leverage here. He wants the contract, and he wants it now. And I would suspect that there'd be a willingness to trade a player to sign with his new team, which means the Tigers aren't trading a guy for only 1 year.
When I think about the outfield for this team in the future, what it can be, I mean, we're not far away from seeing, the next guy in Max Clark being, whether he's a center fielder or wherever they put him in the outfield. Riley Green he produces home runs. He's producing runs. I mean, the guy had over 100 RBI this year, had 36 home runs. Yes, he strikes out a ton. There's that's there too. Is Kerry Carpenter just a platoon player, or does he deserve more at bats against lefties? And you can see he doesn't have to start every day in right field. He can DH as well. Mm-hmm. And then this is where the other players come into mix. Are they 4A players or are they players? Is Parker Meadows, is he a guy or not? Is Wenzel Perez a guy or not? Veerling is still in the mix, and doesn't cost you anything. Is he going to be part of this? So there's lots to look at. Not to mention guys in the minors that are going to get a crack at some point. I think there will be a trade of somebody from the roster that we might go, wow, that just happened?
Yeah. Max Clark's another lefty outfield bat, by the way.
Yeah. But a guy who draws a lot of walks, and there's a lot to like with Max Clark, despite the fact that he's left-handed. Again, people going crazy about the right-handed bat. I guess I don't care as much. I want if lefties, you expect them to hit the righties. Can lefties hit the lefties? That's the thing. Mm-hmm. And it would be nice to have more reliable and dependable bats off the bench, which is kind of how they've done it. They have the right-handed bats, I guess, with guys like Ibanez. And, Justin Henry Malloy's another one they got to take a look at. Is this a guy they want to keep on this team or not? And I think there's going to be some movement. I think there might be some trade that involves like a Colt Keith or a Spencer Torkelson or Kerry Carpenter or Riley Green. Maybe one of those 4 guys is not on this team next year. I wouldn't surprise me if that happens.
Me either. But there's obviously... Sorting out the Skubal thing's big deal here. More feedback here to the Carson Anderson inbox. Is keeping Skubal really the best bet to win a World Series? What if we get a haul, position players and pitching? That may improve their chances.
Yeah, getting a haul, sure. Yeah.
Getting a haul. If you get the haul, take the haul.
Take the haul.
We're all pro haul.
Well, we like haul.
Yeah. Let's go haul. I sign Bichette and bring up McGonigal. I sign Chris Bassett and trade Skubal to Seattle for Caden Anderson, Michael Morales, and Logan Gilbert and Bizzardo.
Logan who?
Logan Gilbert.
Oh, okay. Make sure it wasn't another Logan.
I see the stuff. It'd be so weird. It'd be very, very weird.
I don't want him to get traded here.
I like.
It would be awesome for you and the family to have your nephew traded here. I don't want it to happen because I don't want to have to talk about your nephew on a day out basis.
I will say this: he's got a great situation in Seattle. I think Seattle, the organization's been great for him. I think he loves it there. I know he loves it there, but he's a promising young arm.
I can't imagine anybody in Seattle's organization wants to leave Seattle at this point.
Probably not.
They probably think they got that thing rolling, ready to go. Don't want to rock the boat.
Okay. Let's see here. All right. So I mentioned the Lion stuff. News. There is news.
Got news?
Yeah, because Dan Campbell just spoke with the media. Eric Woodyard, who covers the Detroit Lions for ESPN. Taylor Decker and Penei Sewell are both trending to play this week, according to Dan Campbell. That's a good thing.
That is a good thing.
Dave Burkett, Dan Campbell said the Lions could get cornerback DJ Reed back in early December. Josh Paschal won't practice today, but had a good week. So that is good.
So Josh Paschal won't practice or won't play?
Won't practice today, but had a good week. It didn't say anything about playing. So the DJ Reed thing is the news that I wasn't necessarily expecting. DJ Reed is a really, really potential impact player to return. And I hope, out of everything that happened last Sunday, I hope the most significant positive thing is that Terrion Arnold's turned a corner. So we'll see if that's the case. But they could definitely use getting guys back. And, of course, we're not silly here. As soon as they get guys back, somebody else is going to get hurt because that's just the way it works. But, getting DJ Reed back is something that I do not undervalue at all. One other thing for the NFL, the Antonio Brown story has gotten really, really weird, hasn't it?
It's been weird from day one.
Yep. Well, I don't think his career was weird from day one. I think he's gotten stranger and stranger, but he is now charged with attempted murder.
Yes. This is from an incident a while though, right?
Yeah, he said it was self-defense. I guess they're not buying it. And he was accused of trying to shoot and kill an individual at a boxing event in mid-May. The incident was partially captured on video, according to TMZ. Antonio was seen grabbing a gun and running with the weapon. He was allowed to leave after speaking with police in June. An arrest warrant was issued for him, and he was caught in Dubai. So, I don't know, man. It's so strange. And it was a guy that had a lot going for him.
Oh, he's the best in the game.
Yep.
One of the best in the game.
Yep. Regarding the Lions, protect Goff. Everything else will fall into place, scoring and third down conversions. I mean, that's a pretty simple thing to say, and it's probably more true than not true.
Well, I agree. You can go that way, or I can just say run the ball. Be able to run it effectively. And that makes the passing game even better. He threw the ball just fine against the Vikings. The problem was he didn't have a whole lot of time to throw, and he got sacked 5 times, pressured probably another 10 times. And that was an issue. But if they're able to run the ball, teams got to be honest.
Here, this is from an unnamed texter. I don't want to see Gibbs in pass protection this week. It's painful to watch. That's on Johnny Moe. Well, go to line of scrimmage. You got a run play called the Jahmyr Gibbs. Goff gets the line of scrimmage, says kill, 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 checks into a pass. Now Gibbs is in pass protection. Like that, you can't only play David Montgomery.
Right.
And you can't tell Goff, don't change the play because Gibbs is in the backfield.
You're going to telegraph what you're doing if you have David Montgomery in there.
On all pass plays and Gibbs on all run plays?
Yeah. Do I think they can get more creative, use a tight end more as an H-back or something like that to provide more protection if they have to? Sure. But everything's going to be dictated by how things start off because you can have the plan, but then you have to make the adjustment. If it's not working, then hey, we think we had a great week of practice and preparation. We think everybody's on the same page. We got our blocking schemes ready to go. Let's go. We don't need to bring in the tight end. We don't have to have Montgomery in there at all times. We got this. And then you find out after 2 series, that's not working.
We don't got this.
Right. Then you're going to have to shift.
Another text here. The rushing numbers are skewed. The Lions are not a top 10 rushing attack. I want to know, this warrants some further, what makes them skewed? Numbers can be skewed, don't get me wrong, but what makes them skewed?
Are they skewed because they had 2 really good games running the football?
So that might be the case, but that does count on your total. And they could be skewed because they haven't been good of late. I don't think they've looked like a top 10 rushing attack lately, although there were some big runs. And I'll give you an example how rushing numbers get skewed. And Kelvin Shepard talked about this week. There was a swing pass to Aaron Jones that they later determined was a run. It went for 31 yards. So on the Lions rushing total, a swing pass for 31 yards became 1 carry for 31 yards that skewed the rushing total
right
when it was really kind of a pass.
I think Bergie, our very own Bergie, had the stat where if you take away, and you cannot do this, I understand this, but if you take away Jahmyr Gibbs' 78-yard run, he's averaging like 3 point something per carry. It's just not good.
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe that's what the ticket text means. But
could be.
The rush tag is not as good as it looks on, at least numbers-wise.
Well, I mean, nobody really carries the ball 4.5 yards per carry.
Exactly.
Barry Sanders, if you take away Barry Sanders' long runs, how good was he? 248-539-9797. We will hear from the coordinators next hour, the best of what they told the media. Really interesting stuff from Kelvin Shepard. Also, Johnny Morton speaks. And Dave
4.2 a carry, by the way.
What?
It would be 4.2 a carry if you got rid of the 78-yard run. I just did the math.
Are we trusting Gator with
Jahmyr
math?
Gibbs.
Jahmyr Gibbs,
If you take
season
away
average.
if you take away this 78-yard run,
Right.
then his yards per carry goes from 4.9 to 4.2.
That's what you're doing. I'm sorry. I didn't quite. 248-539-9797. Anyway, hear what the coordinators had to say. Next hour, also we'll go out to Allen Park and talk to the Birchie kid from, they have practice. He met with the media. Birchie's taking it all in. We'll have the very latest. So get set for this game against Washington Sunday, 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Red Wings take on the Rangers tonight at 7 o'clock from Little Caesars Arena, and we recently got some good news out of that camp. Patrick Kane will return tonight after missing 9 games with an upper body injury. Cam Talbot will also start in net. That's a 7 p.m. puck drop right here on 97.1. The Pistons are on the road to start the NBA Cup group play stage. A 7 p.m. tip-off available on WWJ against the Brooklyn Nets from the Big Apple. Dan Campbell just got done speaking with the media moments ago. When discussing a number of different areas to improve upon after last week's loss, Campbell said it may just be one small thing that needs to change to open the floodgates. He was then asked about what specific ideas he may have. Here's what he had to say. The Lions kick off against the Commanders from the nation's capital on Sunday at 4:25. Hear the call of the game right here on 97.1. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brennan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
Two Cuts living up to the name.
Yep.
And Two Cuts from the same person?
Yep.
Man, this guy's living on the edge.
He really is. He really is. I'm really not sure if I like the kid, to be honest with you.
Doug's just mad that I called out his mistake earlier.
He did. What was the name? Drew.
Well, you said Drew Nix, apparently.
I did say Drew
and
Nix.
Then Drew Morakaki.
Yeah. I'm gonna call everybody Drew today. Cool. Thank you, Two Cuts, as always. Appreciate it. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. What are you laughing at?
I think go back to the easiest name in sports is Bo Nix.
And I called him Drew Nix. What the hell? Pardon me, I'm new here.
All right.
Just started today.
Remember Ed Ott?
I do remember Ed Ott.
I think that's the other easiest name in sports.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Sorry. You're good.
Make mistakes. Do this for 4 hours a day, every day. Guess what?
Oh, we can make mistakes?
Not supposed to. Try very hard not to. The good news is, and it's great news, if you do screw something up, there's plenty of people to tell you about it.
Somebody will let you know. Yeah.
Ticket text, thank you for keeping us on point. All right, so coordinator spoke yesterday. We'll hear what they had to say starting today at 11:18 or 12:18. Excuse me. Don't make a mistake. Scott,
Doug,
I think this is a John Morton game. I really do. I feel as though we're talking about a guy who, I'm not saying he can't get it done. Okay, let me be clear about that. I think it's important for him to have a good game. I think it's important for the coordinator to respond to what Minnesota did last week. As Dan Campbell said, a lot of cross dogs. So we saw stunts up front, up the middle, and it gave the Lions repeated problems. So others, it's a game of film. It's a game of seeing what worked, and you're going to say, all right, well, let's mimic that. And I'm sure Washington's going to try some stuff. Washington doesn't have a great defense, but why would they not try what Minnesota did? Do you have the answers? And this is not, I think something that's unfair that happens a little bit is people say, well, Ben Johnson's offense, blah, blah, blah. Ben Johnson's offense had a Pro Bowl caliber center. And take him out of the mix, I don't think Ben Johnson would be doing last year what he did this year. Wouldn't be doing this year what he did last year with this same material. But there are counters. There are things that John Morton, and I don't know what they are. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a coach. But you better be able to prove that somebody didn't come up with the formula how to make your offense struggle as much as it did last week. Now, it wasn't like they were held to 6 points. But, if the Lions are going anywhere, they need to get closer to what they were offensively last year. And if they play better defense and are buttoned up on special teams, yeah, they can win the whole thing. But I'm not sure they'll ever be as good as last year's offense was. That doesn't mean they can't win the whole thing. They just got to make up for it in other places.
So your guy it's a big game.
I think it's a big game for John Morton.
For John Morton. For me, I'm more specific. I think it's Hank Fraley. Because in order for John Morton to have that big game, the offensive line has to do their job. And that's Hank Fraley's responsibility. He's the offensive line coach, and he's also the run game coordinator. And the run game needs to get on track. And yes, they might be 10th in the National Football League in rushing, but feels like those numbers might be ballooned by a couple of big games, and lately it just hasn't looked as good. And like we said, if you take away the giant run from Jahmyr Gibbs, he's averaging 4.2 a carry, which is acceptable, but last year he was 5.6 a carry.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a disconnect, and obviously the disconnect is it's obvious. It's not having Frank Ragnow, but can you cobble together a way to get these guys to block more efficiently so the run game comes back and becomes really the heartbeat of the offense, because it sets up everything else. You can set up deeper passes if you're able to run the football, because play action freezes people, freezes that safety, which allows J-Mo to go deep, which allows Isaac TeSlaa to go deep or take advantage of the one-on-one matchups. So for me, it's more it's a bigger game for Hank Fraley than it is for John Morton. Hank Fraley's big game will result in John Morton having a big game.
Who do you think it's a big game for? Or what do you think this game is about? What I mean by that is come Monday, you're going to feel better about the Lions if. Now, they might be in first place come Monday. It's not unheard of that Philadelphia goes to Green Bay and wins, and Detroit is favored to beat Washington by 7.5. If that happens, the Lions will move past Green Bay. Given the Lions are currently tied with Chicago, and Chicago would be a win over the Giants away from being tied with Detroit. Detroit holding a tiebreaker with a 52-21 win over Chicago. But, being right back in first place would be an awfully nice place to be for this team, because, they've had their share of ups and downs. It hasn't all been smooth here. But it's not easy. It's not easy to win in this league. It's not easy to absorb all the injuries they've absorbed. But everybody's got to deal with it, and it doesn't change the goal. The goal should be to win the Super Bowl. Do I think they have the stuff to win the Super Bowl? Yeah, I do. I think they've got in that room what it would take, but they got to be better in a lot of ways. And Dan Campbell called out a lot this weekend, including the coaching staff, and you heard him there talk about some stuff in the update, talking about play calling, et cetera, et cetera. They got to get back to being a better version of themselves, and some of that is coaching, and some of it's on the players. Scott, I'm excited to see this game, and I think they will right the ship. I don't think that's a bold-ass prediction.
No,
you think the Lions are going to beat Washington, Doug? Yes, I do.
I think this is a get-right game. It's a game where they respond, and whether they have the full complement of players on the offensive line or not, obviously it's not going to be full because they're not going to have Mahogany, but I think Awosika is more than capable as a backup. I think he was a guy that it was probably a really tough decision for them to decide who was going to be the starter. So, good. Take advantage of your opportunity here. If Taylor Decker plays, great. If not, next man up, and let's see. It's going to be tough, but it is a team that is hurting badly right now with Washington. Now, maybe they get a little bit of a lift with hearing that they're not going to be done for the season with Jaden Daniels, that he might be able to come back in several weeks, but he's not coming back on Sunday. So it's a Marcus Mariota game. And Marcus Mariota, he can bring some different challenges because he's a mobile quarterback for sure. He's had success in the league. I'm surprised he hasn't had more, given what he was in college. He was so dynamic and so good in college. And the pros, it just looks like for a moment there he got lost in Tennessee and just hasn't been the same. So take advantage of this team. They're not at their full complement of players by a long shot. They're missing guys on offense and on defense. I think this is absolutely a game that the Lions can respond. The coach called them out. He called out the coaching staff this week. And it's time for this team to get back to scoring 40 a game.
Ben is in South Lyon, and he's on 97.1. Hello, Ben.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
What's up?
Well, I just wanted to talk about the offensive line. I called in as soon as you guys were talking about it, and I just have a lot of the same opinions, but I also have a few questions, right? I mean, Frank Ragnow, in my opinion, was the guy. He was solid as hell. Graham Glasgow, he's not opening up the holes, and I think that's affecting the run game, right? That's not letting Jahmyr Gibbs get those yards, not making him have the opportunity to get the explosive plays, and we're really hurting. So we got to step up. We got to get the offensive line right. But my question to you guys is, what's the percent chance that Taylor Decker plays, and is it a good thing if he takes the week off? I mean, against this weak Commanders team.
We had an update right before the noon break that he is trending towards playing. They think he's going to play this week. Is it a terrible thing if he takes the week off? I would be seriously considering the big picture here. How much would a week off help this guy? Because I'm more concerned with having him down the stretch than having him in this particular game. But but players want to play and teams want to play him. If you're healthy, you play is generally the rule. If there were any doubts, I would sit him. I don't think there's anything wrong with playing a little bit for the future because we
haven't done. We haven't been good at future proofing.
Last year, they won 15 games, and in the end, the home field and all that didn't matter. Now, I don't want to overreact to that. If you give me the choice of having home field and a first-round bye, I'm taking it again. And if it comes down to the last week, I'm playing for it. But I certainly wouldn't hesitate to sit any player that is banged up or hurting that you think it might do them some long-term good.
Yeah, I mean, let's get some cortisol shots in that shoulder, and let's get the guy healed up before we put him back out there. I mean,
I'm not sure that helps him heal up, but it makes him feel better in the moment.
But he's got a shoulder and he's got a knee. So it's two different things he's dealing with, at least two things he's dealing with right now. I don't know if it's the worst thing in the world if he sits the week out, or maybe he's just split some time. Give him a break from time to time during the game on Sunday. A lot of that's just going to be the feel of the game. How was he feeling during the game?
All right, coordinator spoke yesterday. We'll have the most interesting stuff they had to say straight ahead here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
occasionally we'll say, what in your youth do you miss?
What in my youth do I miss?
Yeah, in your youth do you miss, whether it's something you watched on TV or music or something you eat, like food-wise. I've rediscovered a childhood favorite, and I cannot stop.
Okay, stop. Kang, what do you think this is? He's rediscovered a childhood favorite, and he can't stop. It's got to be one of two things. It's going to be some sort of music that he just can't stop listening to now, or some sort of snack.
I think it's a snack.
Do you?
I'm gonna take a shot here just because me and Gator talked about this a couple weeks ago, and that's the only thing I have to go off of. It's like a little Debbie snack. It's called the Nutty Buddy. And I just wonder if he actually went and got one when he was out grocery shopping, and now he can't stop. That's just my guess.
Is it what I asked you about yesterday?
I don't remember.
You were eating a snack food, and I said, is that a moon pie?
Yes.
And it wasn't a moon pie.
It's not a moon pie.
What was it? It was a oatmeal. I don't know.
Oh. Am I close then? Is it a Little Debbie snack?
It's the Little Debbie's double-decker oatmeal cream pie. So the difference is it's now a double. Yeah. It's a double cream pie. Which is the different part of it, because when you're kids, you only had the single cream pie.
But as an adult,
I discovered this in the bistro, which is our break area where you can, buy various food items. And I just wanted a snack, and it was like 6 weeks, not 6 weeks ago, a few weeks ago. I was back there. I'm like, oh, an oatmeal cream pie. I like these. Oh, and it's a double decker. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Now I can't stop. It's like every day I have to have one. And it's to the point now where I'm thinking, I'm going to have to go online and see, where can I buy these things?
So what's funny about this is I think, like, I say this to people that I just find that are naturally entertaining, that aren't even trying to be entertaining and are entertaining, and that is you. And I'll say this to people all the time. I say it to Stoney a lot. Don't ever change. Here's the thing with you, I don't have to say it because I'm not sure you're ever going to. I think you are locked into your happy place in life, and you stay there.
Really, these things were so good when you were younger. You had them when you were younger, right?
I don't know. I don't remember.
The oatmeal cream pie?
I don't remember.
Ken, you've had these.
Yeah.
They're delicious. They're amazing.
They're good, man. I don't think any of us are going to like them as much as you do still.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Fair enough.
But they're fine, yeah.
But like, you get that nostalgia every once in a while, and now that you have kids, maybe you get the kids some kind of snack cake, and you're like, I haven't had this. I haven't had a ho-ho in a million years. And you're like, why have I not? These are so good. And then you might get on a roll with it.
Near the top of the list of things Doug will never say. I haven't had a ho-ho in a number of years. Why not?
How about just a hoe?
For sure. Well, because, Gator, there's a reason why your parents told you to stop eating those things when you were a kid.
What?
And so, as an adult, now there's no one to tell you to stop doing it. And that's why you can't stop, won't stop.
I had gone probably a good 20 years between having an oatmeal cream pie. I'm like, it puts a smile on my face.
And I have vanilla protein wafer cookies.
If the oatmeal cream pie had a protein in it, if it were like a if it were 10 grams of protein in the double decker cream pie.
Now we're talking.
Yeah.
Now we're talking.
So sprinkle a little fairy dust on it. And
sure.
Okay.
Yeah, it might be good then. All right. We promised we get to it. Let's do this. I want to start with this. Calvin Shepard told a story yesterday when he met with the media. This is the Lions defensive coordinator. One of the writers doing a story about, when did you know that Dan Campbell is going to be awesome as a head coach? And Shepard played for him in Miami. And he told a story, and he uses a metaphor that I had to call and make sure he wasn't being serious. And I didn't think he was being serious at the beginning. It is a metaphor. Okay, he's just, the lights they actually paid the power bill in Miami, okay, just so you know. But I had to call and make sure that he wasn't being literal. Here's what he had to say about when he knew Dan Campbell would be a good head coach.
Giovanni Manu was that?
Anyway, yeah, I love that story. I think it's awesome that he just said go.
Just go. There are
Put
things
two
that
guys in a ring, two bulls in a ring, and see who wins.
I remember in football practice when I was in high school. It was during the two-a-day stretch, the 2 days before the season began. Our defensive line coach took all of the defensive linemen together, and he goes, "All right, guys, we're going to wrestle." I'm like, what?
Mm-hmm.
Full pads, no helmet. Keep the helmet off, but full pads, wrestle until somebody's pinned.
Love it.
And I'm like, what are we doing? What is this? It was crazy, but it was fun, and it was the one-on-one stuff, and it was really kind of cool. You do crazy things in football practices. Getting a circle around a bunch of guys and saying, go. That puts a smile on my face.
All right, next up, Kelvin Shepard talking about something that needs to get better that they were poor at last week against Minnesota. I love that. That last part sounds like a threat. Oh, we'll see you again on Christmas.
We'll see him again on Christmas. Good luck trying that same crap and having it fly. It ain't going to fly.
The fact that it's Christmas is even better. Like, right. You will get yours on Christmas.
Yeah, we're going to come down the chimney and we're going to beat you up in your own house, and we're going home on Christmas.
But he talked about Arthur Millette there and said, that's the guy. Yeah, I'm perfectly comfortable with him. Somebody asked him later after that, like a follow-up was, why do you have so much faith in Arthur Millette? And I don't care what the stats say. I don't care. I know what I see with my eyes. He loves himself some Arthur Millette.
The eyeball test.
Yep, the old eyeball test. All right, more from Kelvin Shepard coming up. John Morton. Also, Dave Phipps said something very interesting, the special teams coordinator, and coming off this last game, I think it's relevant. We will get to that straight ahead and out to Allen Park and hear from the Birch Kid from inside the Lions practice facility at 12:45 here on 97.1. We got picks coming up today at 1:38. Gator went 3-3 last week. I went 2-4. But we will update our full records, let you know where we stand. Gator's been scratching and clawing and getting his way back into this thing. Been hot of late. I started out like a house on fire. I've been pretty much even the last month.
Trying to trim things down from, I think I had 8 games there, and I got to get down to 3.
Okay.
A lot to like.
I've gotten to the point where I'm really like focusing on a couple teams that are going to play in 2 weeks, like looking and really, really nobody cares about my methodology. Let's get back to sound from the coordinators. Have you seen some grow up with Terrion Arnold? Here is what the defensive coordinator, Calvin Shepard, had to say.
Interesting.
Yeah. You can't just be a cover guy and play in this defense.
Well, that I get. Basically, we don't look for cover guys. Kind of want you to look for cover guys.
Well, he said that's part of the job. It's not like they're
yeah.
ignoring it. But I think what he means by that is if you can only cover, we're not interested.
Well, here's where I mean, supporting the run is always huge. And I lump the screen pass, the wide receiver screen, in the same category. You know, when you get the bunch receivers up to the one side and they throw it, 2 guys are blocking, 1 guy's catching it. That's a play that gets blown up a ton in the NFL and in college by really good defensive backs that sniff it out and say, I'm hell-bent in getting to the guy who's going to get the football.
Right.
And it's a tackle for loss waiting to happen. Or it's a big-ass game waiting to happen. So it's very tough to play that play. But it's such a high-risk reward that I think that's where I look at that. And we've seen Arnold make plays like that before, but that's where Brian Branch kind of showed up on the map, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just diving through people to get to the ball carrier and take him down. And to have a secondary that feels that, and that's what they're preaching there. I'm here for it.
All right, final thing from Calvin Shepard. This is about the rush defense and what he needs to see from them to get better. I don't recommend a 10-man box, but one free safety.
No, I don't either. I was waiting for the uncensored. I think that if anything, at times it's been maybe it was just because of what I saw against the Vikings. But the Vikings game was a little disappointing to see them get gashed like they did early on in that game. Aaron Jones was all over the place.
He got mad when somebody said you got gashed against the Vikings. He said, no, let's start with, I didn't think we got gashed.
Well, I would start with, I think in the first half, it looked like that.
Man.
They ripped off some big runs against the Detroit Lions.
I'm just telling you, now you have beef with Calvin Shepard. Or maybe, sorry, he has beef with you. Just so you know.
I don't want to have beef with me.
Well, you used a term he did not like. I think it was Birchie that asked him the question. We'll ask Birchie about that in 10 minutes. All right, John Morton, offensive coordinator. We've talked a lot about the problems, so the question is, how do you fix it? Here's what the offensive coordinator said. So, look, I think this is a big game for him. You mentioned Hank Fraley. It's a big game for him. It's honestly a big game for Dan Campbell as well. Like, Dan Campbell oversees all of it. I'll say one thing about John Morton or Kelvin Shepard or Dave Phipp or any coordinator that works in Detroit. If Dan Campbell doesn't think you're doing the job, he'll replace you. And he'll replace you midseason. So any angst that you have or whatever, and you know,
It's not just coordinators, it's any coach.
It was the defensive back coach he replaced a few years ago. He's not afraid to make difficult decisions.
No.
That should make us all feel a little bit better. And, you know, there is a guy in-house who called plays and did a pretty good job of it. It was Dan Campbell himself. Right. I'm not there yet. I do think it'd be a good week to have a good day at the office if you're John Morton.
I'm nowhere near there. I think that the problems are obvious, the difference between last year and this year, and hopefully they can just get better with what they have because there's trade deadline came and went, you didn't go and add. So, I mean, they added players to the practice squad, but they didn't go out and trade for a starter or an upgrade. So,
Scott, we talked about how they were really 3 catastrophic mistakes away from maybe winning that game. The fumble deep in their own territory, the kick return allowed to the plus 36, and the block field goal, which turned into points for Minnesota. These are catastrophic mistakes that I don't expect are going to happen. When Dave Phipp talked to the media, we didn't pull any of the sound. He did say something that was really interesting. When the Lions kick it off, going into the Minnesota game, the average starting field position for the returning team, whoever they were kicking to, was the 6th best in the NFL. So through the first, 7 weeks of the season, they were damn good at kickoff coverage. And that one game alone, that was taking them out of the top 10 because they gave up the super long return. But that also tells me this is not an issue that's reared its ugly head more than once. And because of that, I'm confident that those special teams errors just happen to happen on the same day. But I like where they are at with special teams. And, oh, by the way, they're getting some special team performers back. They'll be getting Malcolm Rodriguez back, Craig Reynolds back, guys that help out.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between making mistakes and making uncharacteristic mistakes. And I think these were uncharacteristic.
Agree.
Along with a drop pass or two that you see from players you don't expect to drop passes. So because they're uncharacteristic, I think those were easily cleaned up. You don't expect those to happen. They happen, and they happen in the same game. And when you make those mistakes in the same game in a short span, you're not likely to win.
The Birchie Kid from Allen Park, straight ahead on 97.1. Yo, Birchie, what up?
What's going on, boys? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you.
Indeed.
You been good?
Yeah, man. I love a good Friday.
So what's news out there? What's everybody talking about? I know Dan Campbell just spoke, and you just saw practice.
Yeah, just got back from practice. We did not see Kirby Joseph. I don't love his odds of playing Sunday. Also no Taylor Decker, but he said yesterday he expects to play, and he also was able to practice a little bit yesterday, which was a nice change of pace for him. Penei Sewell should play on Sunday. He would play if he had one leg and one arm, so no surprise there. We also got a minor update on DJ Reed this morning, obviously the Lions' #1 cornerback. They're expecting him back in early December, so say about a month from now. So, I would say positive news on that front. And then, practice. Look, I think my eyes went to Jared Goff and Dan Campbell, who for about a minute or so had a conversation where they seemed to be exchanging ideas. Not a fiery conversation, but certainly animated at times. It seemed more like Jared sharing some of his thoughts with Dan, and Dan assuring him that, I got you, I understand, I can hear you. Dan's a great listener. One of the things that makes him a great coach. Just felt a little bit noteworthy at the end of a week where there's been so much focus paid to the function of this offense and the offensive line and the role of John Morton and the role of Jared Goff and the role of Dan Campbell to get things right.
Yeah, we've been talking about it all day today about it's a big game for blank on Sunday, and Doug said for John Morton, and Kang and I both said, I think Hank Fraley. It's the offensive line is really been the issue. I don't know if it's necessarily the plays that are being called. I think it's the offensive line getting the job done. How do you see it?
If I was going to finish the sentence, I would say it's a big game for John Morton. I don't think that John Morton adjusted nearly quickly enough last week when the Vikings defense began overwhelming the Lions' offensive front. Not just the offensive line, but a running back like Jahmyr Gibbs that John Morton put in pass protection 15 times, which was almost as many as he had been in over the first 7 games of the season. And I don't think to really anyone's surprise that yielded a whole pile of pressures and a sack on 3rd down. And, it was, I think just watching from above, it felt like a small indictment of the game plan, and maybe more than that, the stubbornness to evolve it as the game evolves. So I think it's a big game for John Morton. I think this feels like maybe the biggest game from a cooling the masses standpoint as I can remember in the recent Dan Campbell era. I mean, certainly I go back to 2023 when they lost to the Packers at home on Thanksgiving, and then they got kind of blasted by the Bears 2 weeks after that on the road in Chicago. And similar feelings then to now, and a lot of questions about the offense and would the line hold up, and was Jared going to play his best ball in the best games of the year. And I think they scored 50 points the next week against the Broncos, and Jared threw 5 touchdowns and no picks on a Saturday night in Detroit, and they rolled offensively from there until, sadly, the second half in Santa Clara. So I bring that up just as a way of reminding everyone that, like, this offense, even when Ben was here, even when Frank was here, has gone through patches like this before, and they have always, under Dan Campbell and Jared Goff, found a way to right themselves. But I think John Morton, might be feeling some of the heat, and this offense needs to function more cleanly on Sunday.
I don't disagree with that. The funny thing is, I think at 5-3, many people would have seen him at 5-3, but not with a loss to the Vikings, but also not with wins in places like Baltimore and Cincinnati. I think those, it's kind of been a trade-off there a little bit, but they could be in first place come Monday. Detroit's a big favorite against Washington, and Green Bay's playing Philly, and it's amazing how quickly you can feel good about yourselves. Defensively, I really felt like last week they actually played pretty well, but as Calvin Shepard said yesterday, they struggled in sudden change situations, and the rushing numbers got a little skewed by a swing pass that was ended up being ruled a run.
Okay, I'm glad you brought this up, because I was actually one of the people that asked Calvin Shepard about some of their issues defending the run. And he seemed a little bit peeved with the way I worded my
you used
question.
the word you said you got gashed, and I think you're now on his list.
He got gashed a couple times, and he was like, I don't know if I'd use the word gash, but whatever. And then continued on with his answer. But I used that word because on the Vikings' first 2 drives of the game, Aaron Jones cut right through their defense, one time for a 10-yard gain, one time for an 11-yard gain, and he had a couple other longer runs mixed in there, not including that swing pass. And while it's true that if you eliminate the swing pass, the yards per carry declines to 3.9. It's also true that if you eliminate the 4 kneel downs McCarthy took at the end of the game, which Kelvin did conveniently include in his calculation, it goes back up to 4.8 per carry. So I think we can all agree, however you want to parse the numbers, they didn't have a great day defending the run. And that's been a strength of this team, this defense, for 3 years now. In fact, since 2023, the Lions have allowed the fewest rushing yards in the NFL. They have really built their identity around that up front. So a chance to get right on Sunday against what is right now the 3rd best rushing offense in the league. And that wasn't all Jaden Daniels. He certainly had a piece of that. But Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who for some reason is known as Bill, has run the ball pretty well down there in D.C. And Mariota in his own right can stress you with some more of the read option physical running. So the defense will have to step up on Sunday in that regard. I will point out that when Dan Campbell was on the radio on our airwaves earlier this week and was asked about the run defense, he lamented a few players failing to fill gaps, and then he kind of circled back and was like, really, it was one player on 3 long runs who was guilty of a missed assignment or missed execution, and he declined to name names, but Kelvin Shepard took care of that himself yesterday when he brought up Terrion Arnold's run defense and said it was unacceptable against the Vikings, and he knows that. And if you look at the Jones run, the first one, TA over pursued into the backfield, ended up whiffing on an arm tackle. He was guilty, I think, also on Jones's next run, where he was late to arrive in run support, and then got stiff-armed to the turf on a 14-yard gash, I might call it, by Jordan Mason late in the fourth quarter. And so if one player who typically has been a really good run defender had done his job on those plays, maybe the numbers do indeed look different. And TA, by the way, had no issue with being called out by Shep. He said, that's just an example of my coach pushing me. He knows I am better and have to be better against the run. And him going to the media and saying that is a reflection that he knows I can handle coaching like that.
Well, I got your back because I literally used the same phrase you did about 15 minutes ago. I said I thought they got gashed earlier in that game.
We're the Gash brothers.
Yes. And then Doug brought up that he thinks that you were the one that got in trouble for saying it. But
you're both on Kelvin Shepard's list.
That's fine. I can be on the list, but I mean the numbers.
Not a list you want to be on, Gates.
not. But hey, if I'm with you, buddy, I'm okay. I think the facts bear it out, and it's fine. There is a discipline issue though, and some of that is incumbent on having the defensive backs do their job, like Terrion Arnold, and some of it's going to be the defensive ends, your edge rushers have to maintain discipline as well, because they didn't on a couple of plays, and J.J. McCarthy burned them on a couple of those plays, and Mariota is a wily, cagey veteran who can do the same thing. So I would expect them to be much better on Sunday than what they were a week ago.
Yeah, I would too, and I agree. I mean, on McCarthy's touchdown run where Anzalone took a poor angle to the ball. Before that, it was Hutch and Muhammad who ran a stunt off of that edge and failed to set the edge in the process and just left JJ a gaping lane to take advantage of around the edge there. And the other player that I think is worth noting here is Aleem McNeil. And, we haven't really felt his presence yet as a run stuffer. And that's really what he considers himself first and foremost, partly because he barely played any run defending snaps in his debut and he just mauled them as a pass rusher, but was much more even in his distribution last week. And he didn't really show up yet. And when I talked to him, I guess a few days ago, he's licking his chops to get back involved in the run game, which he considers his bread and butter. It was funny. He was like, sacks get you paid, but run stuffs get you. And I thought he was going to say what you think I'm going to say. I thought he was, but he said sacks get you paid, but run stuffs get you respect. I was like, oh, okay. I thought you were going somewhere else there. So I think on Sunday, against a wounded offense and a vulnerable offensive line, we'll see Aleem McNeil remind everyone that he is just as stout as a run defender as he is dangerous as a pass rusher.
Are you air drumming right now?
Yeah, I was doing a little tapping.
All right.
So, hey, last year, late in the season, Christian Mahogany came on and had to start, I think it was only one game. Is there any chance that but he played well in a game that they won. Yeah. Who was it against? Was it against Minnesota? No, it wasn't Minnesota. It was
in the playoffs. In the playoffs, he played against the Commanders, but he came in against the Bears in Chicago in Week 14.
Can Frazier do the same thing? I mean, can we? As they try and figure these things out, is there a chance that Miles Frazier can do that?
I think they believe there is, and I think that part of that is based on the way Mahogany stepped in last year. Very similar situation to Frazier. Both of them were injured and sidelined since the beginning of the spring. Obviously, it was mono for Mahogany. The point is, neither one had any training camp and barely had any practice reps by October. And they activated Mahogany around this time last year, and he made his debut on special teams a few weeks later. And then he stepped in and played admirably for Glasgow first at left guard and then Zeitler next at right guard. And yeah, I think they see ideally a similar trajectory for Miles Frazier, who was one of the elite pass blocking guards in the SEC at LSU. I mean, you go back and look at those numbers and take them for what they're worth, but over his final 2 seasons, 25 starts at guard, allowed 1 sack and 2 quarterback hits against, you would assume, a whole bunch of good pass rushers from the SEC. So, you know, they were high on Miles Frazier. If you guys recall, I think Brad was prepared to take him in the 3rd round of this year's draft had he not traded up for Isaac TeSlaa and packaged 12 third-round picks to do it. But so they believe in him, and it was interesting. You know, those two, Mahogany and Frazier, have grown pretty close. 2 guys from New Jersey, 2 dirtbags from Jersey, as Brad Holmes would say. And at one point in the locker room last week, just in a passing conversation, Mahogany said to Frazier, hey, just stay ready. You never know when your number's going to get called. Well, Mahogany gets hurt, goes down 3 days later in the game, and when Frazier came to check on him afterwards, first thing Mahogany said was, see, it's amazing how quickly it can happen. So, you know, it's going to be Yode's job to replace Mahogany here for the next month, I would guess, assuming he can hold up. But I do think that they feel like maybe Frazier is the trade deadline addition that we wish they had made that will come internally instead.
10 seconds. Boston College is at home against SMU. It's a game I'm considering for if I bet it. SMU minus 10.5 at Boston College.
SMU. Don't take the bait.
All right.
Don't do it.
Thank you, Will.
Birchie, it's good to hear from you. Have a great weekend. When will you be on TV?
Sunday morning, Lions Game Day Live, and maybe on Sunday night too.
All right, great. Take care.
All right,
always good to talk to you.
Yeah, you guys too. Enjoy.
There he is, the Birchie Kid, our Lions Insider, every Friday here on 97.1.
After a 5-game road trip and 4 games out on the West Coast, the Red Wings return home tonight for the first time in 14 days. They will face the New York Rangers for a 7 p.m. puck drop right here on 97.1. Jeff Rieger hosts the pregame show at 6:45. Right winger Patrick Kane will return in the game, said Todd McClellan today. He also said Cam Talbot will start in net. Kane missed the last 9 games with an upper body injury. Over on WWJ, the Pistons take on the Nets in Brooklyn tonight. That game starts NBA Cup group play. Brooklyn 1-7 on the year. The Pistons on a 4-game winning streak. Tip-off at 7:30. Lions on Sunday will take on the Commanders on the road. Dan Campbell discussed his team's offensive struggles with the media today. He said they may just need a little bit of rhythm. Kickoff this Sunday is at 4:25. Can be heard right here on 97.1. The NCAA released a statement today naming 6 student-athletes from Arizona State, Mississippi Valley, and New Orleans that were found to have been involved in schemes to fix games at their respective schools. And speaking of college basketball, Michigan State Hoops has a big-time matchup this weekend as John Calipari and the Arkansas Razorbacks will be in East Lansing tomorrow. That's a top 25 matchup at 7 o'clock. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Detroit's all pumped up for the NBA Cup, which starts tonight.
Hell yeah. NBA Cup.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I'm trying to think if we're really good at basketball, professional basketball, will that make us care about the NBA Cup?
I mean, as much as we kind of joke about it, because it's ridiculous in-season tournament or whatever, when the Pistons won, I think the first 3 of those games, I was kind of into it.
So here I was too, but this is why I ask if they're good at basketball. Because when they won the first 3 games last year, we did not think they were good at basketball. So we thought, hey, they're not going to go to the playoffs, but maybe we can have a little fun with this NBA Cup thing. But now that we expect them to go to the playoffs, because at first I'm like, if you're NBA Cup, who cares? We stink. Then I'm like, actually, NBA Cup, who cares? We're good. If you're good, why do you even care about the NBA Cup? Kang?
Because it's the NBA Cup.
Kang, you're Mr. NBA here.
Listen, I can only speak for myself. And just to be clear, the NBA Cup has already started. It just starts for the Pistons now.
That's right.
So
we missed opening night?
Yeah, you missed it all.
You missed opening night.
You missed the ceremony and everything. I'm not sure if there's a ceremony or not. But with that being said, I only speak for myself. Yeah. I don't care, more or less. It's just still basketball with different courts. Like, they have they changed the court up and everything. And I'm not a huge fan of Adam Silver when he took over as the NBA commissioner. And they're trying to make it like soccer because it's a big global sport.
Are they? I thought they were trying to make it like the NCAA tournament.
Well, it's sponsored by the Emirates as well, which is that's a whole.
They have their little
vibe.
Tournaments in season, right? You're a bigger soccer guy than us, Doug. Don't you know this stuff?
I think I am a bigger soccer guy than you guys, but when it comes to anything other than World Cup soccer, I don't know much.
Oh, really?
Nah,
I'm all La Liga, so I can't really go too deep.
More so than
I don't care about any of it.
More than EPL.
Do not care about soccer. I could not care less about professional sports and soccer.
What about the World Cup? Do you not get into the World Cup?
If the United States is good, or I'll pay attention to the United States, but unfortunately they haven't been good.
I think it's very difficult.
My interest is, you know how it is. I hate the fake injuries. I can't get past it. It really pisses me off. When we love sports, where the guys are tough. Football, Frank Ragnow, tough as hell. Guys playing with broken jaws and broken limbs, and they're still out there playing. Hockey players get half their teeth knocked out of their jaw. They don't care. They're coming back in for the next shift. It's tough. Guys get hit in the head in baseball. They foul the ball off their foot, and all types of crazy stuff happens. They're still going to play. Bo Bichette playing with his injuries. Hey, going to keep going. The NBA. It's a physical ass game, man.
There's some faking there.
Well, there's some faking there too. But however, if you go and watch it live and you have good seats, you would come away with a whole new appreciation for just how physical it is. And then there's soccer.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, every sport flops. It's just the amount and the extremes they do it in soccer for you. Because quarterbacks flop, obviously NBA flops, hockey they flop. Everyone's trying to draw. Yeah, they flop.
They don't have magic sponge and can of spray.
We haven't got that yet somehow.
No, magic
we got to get
sponge
that.
and can of spray really work.
Maybe Amazon. I'm not sure.
Yep.
And I'm not telling people not to like it. You go ahead and you like it all you want. I'm just telling you how I feel. I don't. I can't stand it.
Why are we even talking about soccer again?
Because we're trying to figure out why the NBA Cup exists.
How do we end up here? And where the hell was I?
Yep.
Okay, so NBA Cup tonight, which has us hearkening back to NBA Cups of yore. All right, right now. Who won last year's NBA Cup?
Lakers?
Kang, who won last year's NBA Cup?
I think you might be right. I'm going to go Lakers as well.
I'm going to go Nuggets.
Just so you could say Nugget?
Yep. Google 2024 NBA Cup.
Champions.
Yeah, that's all right.
Champions.
None of us are right. Oh, wait. See, this is... No, none of us are right. The Bucks won the 2024 NBA Cup title by defeating the Oklahoma City Thunder 97-81.
I don't believe that.
Giannis Antetokounmpo was named the tournament MVP. Jim Nantz gave him his tie. Final game took place in T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas.
The Lakers won the first one ever 2 years ago, Gator. That's what we were thinking.
Are we in year 3 of the NBA Cup?
That's right.
All right, they've flown past.
That's nuts.
Yep.
It's already lost.
They grow up so fast.
Yeah, they do.
If you start thinking about the things in sports that are like least relevant to win in all of our major sports, NBA Cup's pretty much it, isn't it?
Well, you can go with all-star games, or like the Pro Bowl, which is now a joke. Preseason games. It's more. The NBA Cup is more impressive than a preseason game.
Yeah, because it actually matters on your record.
It does matter on your record. I mean, these are actual games. They just arbitrarily say these 4 are for the NBA Cup, and if you win, then okay, great. Well, we might match you up, and
you get a cup.
Yeah, you can get a cup. Might have
And
to
who
change
amongst us?
your season schedule.
Who amongst us doesn't want a cup? Got a cup.
Apparently, NFL players they don't wear cups.
Well, look.
Chafing.
Start. That's what Jansen said.
Jansen said. He said
Yeah,
chafing.
wearing because of chafing. Let's go to Chad in Rochester Hills. You're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Chad.
Hi. So you were talking about like how they do it in soccer. So I know this is off from watching Welcome to Wrexham that they have their in-tournament tournament over there, but they're having minor leagues and other level leagues play up against the top clubs like the Manchesters and whatnot.
Don't we do that? We do that in our like DCFC can play an MLS team, right, in some tournament.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that is what it is. And so
See, I
that's
actually
why
care
that
about
is
that.
Successful.
So you want to? Yeah, but I mean, there's.
So it'd be like if all the minor league baseball teams could play against the big teams, especially if they weren't affiliated with those teams.
What's that? Do you know what the name of that cup is that DCFC can play against the MLS teams?
No, I'm not inherently a
The
soccer.
U.S.
I was
Cup?
just
Is it the
watching
U.S.
Soccer Cup?
The U.S. Cup? I actually think that's kind of cool because it gives these teams a chance. You don't. I'm not trying to make you care.
No, I'll admit. I think it's if one of our local teams is going to be playing a higher level, I'll root for them. Absolutely.
Yep.
I'm not going to make gestures towards them. I'll root for you.
Gestures. I won't make gestures towards the NBA Cup either. I think it's so funny. Like you had all caps on your show sheet. NBA Cup starts tonight. As Kang pointed out, it's already started.
Yeah, but for the Pistons tonight against the Nets on the road.
He also added this nugget, people. I feel sorry for all of the programming that has to compete with the NBA Cup tonight. You're really proud of that, aren't you?
Yeah, Friday Night Football. Who's playing tonight in college? Don't care. NBA Cup.
All right, cool. So coming up at 1:38, you're going to do NBA Cup picks?
No, because I only care about the Pistons.
All right. Well, Pistons are playing the Nets.
In the NBA Cup.
In the NBA Cup.
Game
And
1.
don't leave that out.
Yep.
It just means more. Just means more.
Does it?
Yeah.
I mean, the funny thing is when I Google searched it, there was a picture of Giannis like holding the NBA Cup
Hell
trophy up.
yes.
And in that moment in time, it looked like he cared. So that's cool.
It's like, we're not going to win the NBA championship, but we can win the NBA Cup.
Go Cup.
It's like the Intercontinental title in WWE. It's not quite as cool as being the heavyweight champion, but, Intercontinental title's not bad.
Fans, we made it to the weekend, and Twin Peaks can't wait to host you for the party. We got a big weekend of sports ahead of us starting tonight with you know what. Not to mention local college conference of football action. Follow that up with more college action all day Saturday, and then another big sports day Sunday. You got hockey, basketball, and football all Sunday. Why go to Twin Peaks for sports? It's a no-brainer. Imagine the ultimate man cave, 50-plus high-def TVs, showing up to 8 games at once in a comfortable lodge setting with the beautiful Twin Peaks girls, delivering all the food and drinks you crave. Nothing beats an ice-cold draft poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees and a massive plate of hand-cut and breaded to order boneless wings, tossed in sauces that will explode your taste buds, or handcrafted old-fashioned with your favorite high-end bourbon, paired with a cut in-house, New York strip. Twin Peaks takes the bar game to a whole new level. Come see the difference all weekend long. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. I got completely shut down last night.
Oh, I'm sorry, Doug.
Well, no, not that.
Then way to go, Doug. Nice job.
I've updated the story of our oldest who moved to Chicago, and my wife wanted new living room furniture and offered up our furniture in the basement, my domain down there, right? I got the TV set up. That's where I go watch games, multiple TVs. There's a couch and love seat down there. And she's like, I want to get new living room furniture, so why don't we give him the basement furniture and then move the stuff from upstairs down to the basement? I'm like, sure, that's fine, whatever. The stuff that we have in the living room, I think is fine. Stuff in the basement's a little bit older. I'm like, okay, cool. So to my son's credit, it needed some TLC. And he took all the covers off and washed them, and some of the framing needed to be reinforced because the furniture is, 20 years old. And so he did some of that, and it's now in the living room in his new apartment. I thought in theory that my wife would have new furniture delivered to the house around the same time he moved out. We've known about this for about a month, and I sit in a lonely chair in the basement with no other furniture watching games. There's no other furniture down there.
Have you gone shopping for it yet?
So I'll get to that in a second. She also gave away our dining room set, and because she wants a new dining room set. So right now we have a dining area with nothing, a living room with this old the furniture still in it, and in the basement, my domain, there's nothing. We've been married for 25 years. When we go furniture shopping, it gets overwhelming. We have difference of opinion, and we walk out of the place, and we're not anywhere closer to buying anything. So my new theory is, you go choose 2 things, bring them home to me, and I'll give you my opinion. Then you do what you want. That's it. Because when I get involved, we don't see eye to eye. Last night, she asked me if I want to meet at a furniture place. And I said, sure, fine. Knowing that I'm probably going to get overwhelmed. They start saying, well, you can reconfigure this, and you can get, instead of, you move the armrest to the other side, and we can put a smaller piece there, and then we can put a corner piece. Oh, wait, what fabric do you want? Do you want the Scotch Guard? I'm like, dude, I don't know. I don't know.
Do you want the True Coat?
I don't know any of this stuff, and I just get overwhelmed, and I end up punting. Except when we go in as a couple, we both walk out wanting completely different things. So I'm like, just take me out of it. But I went last night, and I got there before her, and I literally said, I'm picking out 3 things. And by the time she gets here, so I quickly was walking around this fine, this fine, this fine. Found 3 things, showed them to her, and she's like, yeah, I guess it's fine. Yeah, okay, right. So then, there's always help, and the help was fine.
Sure.
But she got talking. Yeah, exactly. And for the
Was there a sale going on, by the way?
Yeah, there is a sale, and we wanted to make the purchase. They wanted us to make the purchase last night to lock in the price.
Oh, yeah, okay,
You never know.
Uh-huh.
As I was walking around, killing time, waiting for her to sort out another issue, I finally saw something that I was really enthusiastic about.
All right, something you like.
And we've talked about in our dining room area, we could probably downsize.
That no longer has a dining room table?
It has a dining room table. We could downsize. It probably makes more sense for the amount of space we had. It was always kind of crowded in there. You couldn't quite get to the sliding glass door without, having to kind of shimmy. So let's get something smaller. And I found a countertop height Jack Daniel's bourbon barrel table. And I'm like, that's it. I was like, this would be perfect in our dining area. It's got character. It's a unique item. I like the countertop height. And I walked over to my wife, and she looked at me, and she goes, oh, my God, you found something you like. And I'm like, yep. And she's like, wow, okay, let me finish up here.
The sheer disappointment on her face.
We walked over, and I showed it to her, and she looked at me, and she said, oh, hell no. I'm like, come on. It's got character. It's a unique piece.
Yeah, that's what you should have. You should have bought that for the kid to take with him, because that makes sense for him.
Mm-hmm.
For you and the wife, I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, look.
I mean, it's what you did like it.
You
took a shine to it.
I loved it. But She wasn't interested.
So what happens when the family is home for holidays and maybe you've got extended family?
So we still want to downsize the table because we the holiday thing, like get everybody around one table. There's truth to that, but then you're buying a piece of furniture that you're going to use one day, and the other 364 days you're not using it.
Oh, my friend, have you heard of the word leaf? There are leaves that you can add to expand tables.
You can.
So you can find something that's of moderate size that expands to the side you need.
We've noticed a few that would make sense in that regard, and so sure, and that's what we're going to end up doing because there's no way we're going to end up doing what I wanted to do.
Oh, there's no leaf for this barrel?
No.
Go for a quarter barrel to a half barrel to a full barrel.
Yeah, right.
Dude, the barrel thing was so cool. So
it
now
is, but
I'm
it's a bar thing.
So what?
No, I'm saying it's almost like it's not just because it belongs in a bar, but you're talking counter height, which is not
this is a stand up. Yeah.
Yeah, a counter height is not. That's not a dining room table.
Well, no, but we between the two of us, we agree we don't need a traditional dining room table. We're just looking for something a little bit smaller. Anyway,
when she's thinking traditional dining room table, she's probably thinking, I don't need to have a table that's going to seat 10.
No, but our last table.
I didn't want sawdust on the ground and somebody spitting tobacco over.
No,
in the
we have
corner.
peanuts. We just throw the peanut shells on the ground in our.
It's the ground round in the Karch household. Yeah,
I got shot down so quick. And
it was like the OK Corral, man.
So now I'm trying to figure out. All right, maybe I'll just buy the damn thing and put it in the basement somewhere.
You stand there by yourself.
Yeah. Totally.
The basement, it makes sense. That I can see there.
But I got to tell you, it was the first piece of furniture in 25 years of us living together that I was enthusiastic about.
Okay. Now that some time has gone by, can you understand why it doesn't really work for dining room furniture? Because the other thing, because you showed me the picture.
If you want to be boring.
Well, it's not about boring. Okay. I'm just going to throw a couple of practical things here. Like I said, the counter height thing, that's not dining room height. That's off the table right away. But then you look at the chairs that you have to get for. You have to get counter height chairs. Well, these had chairs associated with them, but they were stools, backless stools.
You get ones with backs.
So you have to change out the chairs.
Yeah.
It just I don't.
Oh, that's something that would stop me.
I don't want to agree with your wife, but I feel like I have to agree with your wife.
That's
in
fine.
this situation because I'm rooting for you. Now for the basement, if this is a piece for you in the basement. Giddy up. That's nice.
It's probably the best chance I got to bring home the first piece of furniture I was enthusiastic about in 25 years.
But you guys got to settle on the couch.
Dude, I got shut down. I got shut down so fast. Well, if she doesn't move quickly, I'm just getting another couch. And she did say to me, because the other thing about our living room is the furniture has to fit certain areas.
Sure.
And
the basement, it could be hodgepodge.
Yeah, but there's, the way our basement's shaped, our living room shaped, you can only have you want the ottoman, you got to get the ottoman that's the right size. And she just turned to me and she goes, maybe we just get new carpet. And I'm like, sure. Let's just get new carpet. Pick some carpet out. Pick out 2 different kinds, and I'll tell you which one I like, and then you do what you want.
You got to pick out carpet. Wow.
This is so funny that you thought you were going to get this, actually. I was happy for you that you found something you like, but it's like, what's next? You're going to ask for a race car bed in the bedroom? It's
100%.
not happening.
Kids are moved out. Let's go.
Get a pull-up bar for your door.
No, you keep going this route, it's going to be bunk beds, and you're not going to want that, man.
This is true.
Well, I'm rooting for you.
Are you?
Well, I mean, in terms of having that table in the basement.
So if we get that table and put it in the basement, it might be too big to have a traditional couch. So I might just get like 3 lazy boys, put the table down there, and giddy up.
See, well, here I can help advise you if you don't mind.
Sure.
If you're thinking about the 3 lazy boys, they now have these couches they have the power seating in the couches anyway.
Yeah.
That you can just do that, and it looks like a couch. And when you want it to be lazy boy action, it's like that.
I think it's a space issue more than if we get the table, it might cut it. I don't know.
Is it a 72-inch couch? Is it an 84-inch couch? Can you go up to 90?
We had the previous couch took up the entire wall underneath the window, and it was 13 feet long. Like it was a long ass. Yeah, it would seat a team. But
yeah.
All right. Anyway, Doug takes the L. We got picks coming up today at 1:38. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Because of the last segment, we went back and watched a scene from When Harry Met Sally when Billy Crystal told Carrie Fisher and her soon-to-be husband,
Bruno Kirby.
Thank you. That years from now, you're going to go 15 rounds over this stupid Roy Rogers garage sale wagon wheel coffee table, which is essentially what my wife thought of the table I want to get.
I got to tell you, that coffee table didn't look so bad, though.
The stupid Roy Rogers garage sale coffee table, yeah. Yvonne, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Yvonne.
Hey, I just wanted to tell you that I did turn my dining room, standard colonial home, into a bit of a bar. We put a high top, and because once the kids are gone, it's like, well, I don't need a dining room table.
There you go.
A little wine bar on one side, a wine cooler. I mean, we're one room away from the, fridge with the beer. It's like, it was great.
There you go.
Yeah,
Now we're
just wanted to say I'm on your side.
Okay, so you take the Jack Daniels whiskey barrel table in the middle of your dining room?
Absolutely.
There we go.
Absolutely.
All right. Well,
sounds like fun.
I got one person
Good
on my
luck.
side. Thank you, Yvonne.
There you go.
It's not happening,
Yvonne's
but
with you.
I
Yeah,
appreciate the support. Honey, Yvonne said. Who's Yvonne? Robert in Southfield, you're next on 97.1. Hello, Robert.
How you doing, gentlemen?
We're great.
I just want to say this. When you are an athlete, it doesn't matter what the situation is as far as winning. You want to win anything and everything. That's real talk. As far as that Emirates Cup, you're an athlete, you're a competitor. You want to win. And it doesn't matter how minute it is to us. But when you're an athlete, you want to win. And plain and simple. I know the Emirates Cup is a meaningless cup, but still, when you're an athlete, you want to win.
Robert, this is interesting. I don't disagree with you. I think you're probably right. And I think that, you want to win every game you play in. Do you think that they will try to dig deep down and find that extra gear if they're in the NBA Cup playoffs?
Absolutely. Because at the end of the day, you want that to be on your resume as a winner, not somebody just don't give a care. Now, the second point I want to say is this about the wife. Happy wife, happy life.
There's no question.
Because if this is how, I'm going to give you this right here. We just got a roof put on our house. I went out there and said, whatever she wants, I don't care. Because I'm not going to be going back and forth on shingles, wood, none of that. Whatever she want to do, fine.
What about the fascia?
I don't care.
Robert,
Whatever she wants.
You pick your battles. And I'm not charging up that hill. Here's the thing, Robert, I'm not even going to charge up this hill. I just think it's hysterical that of your years and years and years and years of me not caring about anything, I finally found something I cared about, and she could not have shot it down quicker. And I knew immediately, okay, we're never getting this table. We're never getting this
I've been
table.
married 43 years, man. Whatever she want to do with the inside of this house, do it. I don't care. I just pay for it. I'm not going back and forth with you about what you want because at the end of the day, she's going to win.
Yeah.
Believe this.
You're not going 12 rounds. No.
No, I'm not even going one round.
No, you threw in
I'm
the
not
time. You're
going
not
one
even, not
round.
even stepping into the ring. Just it's all you. Whatever you want. Yeah.
Exactly.
Robert, you're right.
Because it's not something that matters. The roof doesn't matter.
Well, we got this from a
When
listener,
it comes
Scott.
to a couch, though, couch might matter.
Got this from Scott. When you try and pick furniture wife doesn't want, that's when you really find out where you truly stand. We never had a chance, Doug. Nope. Nope. And I'm cool with it. It is not a hill I'm going to charge up, but I think it's funny.
You thought you had a shot, though. You were so happy. That's why this is funny to me.
You know what? In retrospect, it was cute, wasn't it?
It really was. The bourbon barrel table, counter height table that Doug thought was going to get past the muster with the wife, with 4 backless counter height stools.
Yeah, right.
This will work, right? Absolutely effing not.
And I knew at that moment, I'm never going to see this furniture in the house.
I'm glad you reacted the right way. I mean, you could have been, well, what the hell? And gone all crazy. Like that's not going to play well.
But do you see the sale?
You never look at anything I want.
Yeah, did you tell her it was the last day of the sale?
Right, yeah. Maybe that'll matter.
The guy told me.
Yeah.
0% sales tax till 2042.
And if the Lions win the Super Bowl, it's free. Oh, I had zero
Listen,
shot.
if the Pistons win the NBA Cup, it's free.
I wish there was video. Whoa. Then I would care about the NBA.
House.
You want to make me care about the NBA Cup? I'll care about the NBA Cup. No, I just I wish there was video of my enthusiasm. How I
can picture.
I skipped over to her on the other side of the store. I've got something.
I've seen you when you're confident, and when you got all the confidence, you just hold on, just wait, the big unveil, big reveal.
Yeah.
What do you got? What do you got? How about this?
I think I seriously.
Yeah, no.
Her response told me she thought I was joking.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Which is always so fun when you go shopping. Sometimes you pick something out just as a joke. Yeah. What do you think? Is this good on the wall? Yeah. And not so much. Huh. Surprised that table and stools didn't get it done.
It's all good. All good. All right, you ready to pick some games?
I am.
Let's do it. So here's pick 3 College Street Pro games. Here's where we sit. Gator went 3-3 last week. You're 16-14 in colleges, 12-15 in the NFL, 28-29 overall. Your locks 5-5, which is good because at one point they were 3-5.
Yeah,
so you've caught some fire here a little bit. I've leveled off after a hot start. Still in a decent spot. I'm 19-11 picking college games, 13-14 picking pro games, 32-25 overall, 6-4 with my locks. I will start with a game tonight. Houston. Terrible performance last week against West Virginia, but they turned it over 4 times. They're not a football team that turns it over that much. If they don't help UCF, I like them a lot to cover the single point. 1 point. Houston is laying at UCF tonight. I'll take the Cougars.
I'll start in the Big Ten. You got USC at home against Northwestern. That's right. The school outside Chicago has to travel all the way out west. The Trojans are giving up 2 full touchdowns, 14 points in this one. I like USC. I don't. Northwestern is not much of an offense. They're not going to score a ton. I think USC is one of the better offenses in football, so I like them covering the 14.
I like them a lot on a short week. I've been watching that number, waiting for it to get to 13.5. It hasn't, but I continue to monitor.
I understand.
I got till 9 o'clock tonight. It's my Car House lock of the week. West Virginia is the team that benefited from the 4 turnovers from Houston. Colorado has given up 50 points. I think it's the last 3 games. And they are making the shift to a true freshman quarterback, flying cross country. I'll take West Virginia at home, -6.5, my Car House lock of the week.
Well, you heard me ask Birchie about it. I trying to narrow these games down. Boston College is at home against SMU. The Mustangs are giving up 10.5 points in this one. SMU is playing really well. They got a little bump because their coach is going to stick around. And Boston College is awful. I like SMU -10.5.
My final game from the collegiate level, Purdue and Ohio State playing on Saturday. The total on that one is 48, over 48. Purdue and Ohio State.
Interesting. Ohio State they haven't run the score up as much as you thought they would, and Purdue kept it close against Michigan. I would have thought maybe we might go under in that.
Purdue's had some offense this year, but yeah, I think Ohio State will handle their defense. Ohio State may go over the 48 all by themselves, but we'll see.
I'll venture off to the SEC. Georgia is on the road at Mississippi State. The over-under in this game is set at 56.5. Georgia's not the explosive team we've seen in the past. Their defense is getting better. I don't see Mississippi State, really getting into a track meet. I like the under 56.5.
All right, let's shift gears and go to the National Football League. Starting off, the LA Chargers are at home. I believe this is a Sunday night game. Taking on Pittsburgh. Chargers are laying 2.5. I'll take the Chargers at home -2.5.
The Colts are at home against the Atlanta Falcons, and the Colts are going to get Sauce Gardner. Looks like he's going to play.
They're in Germany, I believe.
Okay, even better. But Sauce is with this team. Me and the home and away stuff, right?
Yeah, you did it to start the year too with the NFL game.
Yeah, it's great.
Berlin.
Yeah,
I will not stop. Can't stop, won't stop. Anyway, the addition of Sauce Gardner, who I believe is cleared concussion protocol, if he's able to play in this game, it just gives this team a lift. Indianapolis is a better team than Atlanta. I like them to bounce back this week, minus the 6.5 against the Falcons.
Next up, Lions in Washington. The total in that game is 49.5. Based upon what I expect out of Lions offense, I'll take the over 49.5 in this game.
A lot of points there. Cleveland on the road at the Jets. These are teams that a lot of talk was going on, what was going to happen with the trade deadline. The Jets jettisoned a lot of players, and the two best players they have on defense, I think it's just too much. I like Cleveland getting that, or just giving up the 1 point at the Jets. It's my shoot the boot lock of the week. No Quinnen Williams, no Sauce Gardner, no good.
Good pick. My final one is Carolina taking on New Orleans at home. I think New Orleans is another team that's kind of white flagged it and has lost some steam. I'll take Carolina minus the 5.5 at home.
New quarterback for New Orleans this week, right? Is Tyler Shuck getting the call?
Yep.
Baltimore on the road at Minnesota. The Ravens are giving up 4 points. I think the Ravens are poised to really make their push. It started a couple weeks ago. I think the -4 at Minnesota is an easy cover for them. I like the Ravens. I think the Vikings, they stole one in Detroit. I don't think the Vikings are that good. I think they're good, but they're not that good. And I think Baltimore is.
Kang, you went 1-1 last week. You liked my pick. Actually, no, you went 2-0 last week.
Yeah, put some respect on it, my friend.
Relax. You like my pick, Buffalo and Kansas City, and you hated. Here's why I want to give you credit. Both Gator and I had the Colts -3, and you hated that pick. You were right. We were wrong.
Yeah.
Which one do you like this week, and which one do you hate?
All right, so nothing really stood out for me from Gators picks. So I'm going to go with you on both, Doug. What I love is your car house lock of the week. West Virginia -6.5. Colorado sinking ship. Doesn't look good over there right now. I'll take West Virginia minus the points.
And which one do you hate?
All right, I'm going to go with the same theory I did last week. I didn't like that Pittsburgh game and Colts game because it just didn't seem right. I'm doing the same thing this week. Carolina -5.5 against the Saints. It looks like, hey, Carolina, better record, just beat the Packers. Saints going nowhere. This is the NFL. I think the Saints somehow at least keep it within the number. I'll take the Saints.
Sounds good. Thank you for your contributions, and do with these what you will. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Story just tweeted out at this hour. Breaking news. Wendy's to close roughly 300 stores nationwide.
Wow.
Starting in late 2025. Where do you stand on Wendy's?
I've kind of moved away from it over the years. I used to love it. Like back when the Big Classic first came out, and they had, remember the container that I assume you still ate hamburgers at this point. The container that held the Big Classic burger in it, and actually the top of the container was kind of molded to look like the top of the bun.
Oh, really?
It was kind of cool. But I thought the Big Classic burger when it first came out was awesome. It was great. I used to like the chicken sandwich way back in the day when it came out. The fries were a little bit different. And of course the Frosty is, the champ. But I haven't gone to Wendy's in forever. It's low on my, if I'm going to get a burger fast, I always like the McDonald's cheeseburger. It's just simple and easy. If I've got a little bit of time, I got to go to Five Guys. Five Guys is a great burger.
Also, as it pertains to Detroit sports, breaking news. Well, not really. Lynn Henning just posted the following, and I want your take on it. Realize the Tigers prefer that Kevin McGonigal get some AAA time before he's shipped to Comerica Park. Just don't know how they can make a case for it in March, when his bat is too good and his potential Rookie of the Year contention is an enormous enticement when it delivers a bonus first-round pick. Scott Anderson, I know when we've talked about like bringing back Gleyber Torres and the fact that they've made him a qualifying offer, you were kind of torn on this because you like Gleyber as a player, but you want to assume that Kevin McGonigal will take a middle infield spot next year.
Yeah, and when they've offered him, the deal is what, $22 million or $20 a year, 20.25 or something like that. I think that's an offer that maybe Gleyber Torres takes. Now, maybe he knows that there's a team out there that's willing to give him a multi-year contract. The Tigers shouldn't be one. Obviously, this is the qualifying offer, and it's just 1 year. So I'm kind of torn. I kind of want him to deny it, turn it down so that he can get to free agency, and then we could go ahead and the Tigers have room to put somebody at second base. Maybe it's Colt Keith that goes back to second base. McGonigal plays third. McGonigal is playing third base in the fall league, and in 16 games he's hitting .387 with a 1220 OPS. He's drawn 13 walks into 16 games. He's driven in 17 runs into 16 games. So he's hitting very well there. Now the Arizona Fall League, the pitching is not what you're going to see even at AAA. Right? These are guys that are high A ball guys or even double A guys. So it might be a little inflated, but I think that there's reason for them to be excited about Kevin McGonigal and his bat to ball skills. Very good.
And Gator, I don't know if you saw this or even if you care, but you saw that College Game Day is at Texas Tech tomorrow for Texas Tech BYU.
Okay.
Noon kickoff.
Lubbock?
Yep. It's in lovely Lubbock, Texas. And did you see who their celebrity guest picker is?
Did not.
Who's the most famous person from Texas Tech?
Is that? I always get Texas Tech and Texas A&M confused as far as Mahomes.
He went to Texas Tech.
Okay, so Mahomes.
He is the celebrity guest picker. Well done. He is the celebrity guest picker tomorrow on College Game Day. And I was thinking about that because every chance he gets.
I feel like I just passed a test.
I do know there is a sense of satisfaction when somebody springs a question like that. And you're like, don't choke, don't choke, don't choke.
I should know.
Oh, you did. You did a hell of a job. The celebrity guest picker, there's been multiple occasions where I've seen Patrick Mahomes back at Texas Tech. And this isn't really a reason not to do it, but one of the things that's lost in this era of transfer portal is where do you go back to?
Right.
Where do you go back to?
Jalen Hurts.
Like former players, when you play at 4 different schools, there was a kid from Purdue last week that Purdue was his fourth school in 4 years. And I'm like, well, what does he consider when his teammates get together for a reunion?
Where's Randy Moss go? I imagine go to Marshall, but
yeah, I think so. I mean, he was at Notre. He wasn't at Notre Dame for very long. Or Florida State, was he? Florida State, Notre Dame.
Florida State, Notre Dame. Yeah. But nonetheless, I understand your point. Yep. Now it's a crazy.
It is because when you start talking about 2, 3, 4 schools, I'm not sure what a player decides to do, where they decide to go.
Jalen Berger.
So he was Wisconsin, Michigan State, and now is he the one that's at UCLA?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't, do they have that, any kind of connection with which team do they connect with? I mean, you probably connect with somebody, but it just seems odd.
It is odd. Yeah. It's one of the things I don't like about college football. I think it's way too easy to transfer now. And to a point, I get it. Look, coaches can change jobs whenever they want.
Mm-hmm.
But this is back when I thought you went to school for school, and certainly football is part of it.
Negotiate the contracts. That's what I want to see. I think that's the contracts, because the contracts can benefit the player too. Like scholarships are year to year. So if you go to a school and you're not living up to the billing, they can't pull your scholarship if you sign a contract. But then again, you can't leave. It's just like pro sports don't have rolling 1 year to the next contracts and free agency. And that seems like kind of out of control, if you will, for colleges. And I'm trying to embrace the new world because I recognize that some of it benefits us here in the Big Ten. Big Ten graduates, Big Ten alums make really, really quite a bit of money, which sets up Big Ten schools in this new world order to perhaps do things that have been done elsewhere for a long time. Kind of like that. But anyway, which college game are you looking forward to most this weekend?
I think it is the BYU Texas Tech game. I didn't put that on my. It was the last cut for my teams.
Yeah,
because I've got the. I said earlier in the week, I have a real feeling that BYU is going to be able to cover that 10.5 point spread. But I think BYU can win that game.
It's funny. I think Texas Tech is going to win that game, but 10.5 is too much. I was eyeing it, and the line has fluctuated. I saw it down to 9.5, and it's back up to 10.5.
The other one I'm curious about is Indiana at home against. I think they're home against Penn State.
I think they're at Penn State.
They're at Penn State.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know who's at home, who's away.
They're actually playing in Jupiter, Gator.
Jupiter, Florida. But Indiana, Penn State. I mean, Indiana's got to back everything up, right? They're getting the love. The first poll comes out, and they're in the top 4, and they should be because of the record. And they got the huge win over Oregon, which matters. Penn State is not as bad as I think the record is showing. They just don't have the quarterback. But each week that this backup quarterback gets more experience, is he going to get closer and closer to just be average enough where you can turn things over to the running game and it matters? And that defense still has some players on defense.
I have a friend who was going to that game, and he was going to buy tickets, and he's, God, they're expensive. God, they're expensive. And he held out, and he held out, and he held out, and he's like, you know what? They're not that expensive anymore. Indiana Penn State tickets a couple months ago were through the roof expensive.
Sure.
And now I think he said he's getting in for $15. So
wow.
Happy Valley.
Things have changed.
Are they going to get infiltrated?
They could.
No.
Think about that. Indiana fans taking over.
You get tickets for $15.
I think that's what he said they were.
I don't think there's that many Indiana fans.
Don't you? Yeah, but they all
Not
might
to
go.
travel.
They've been waiting their entire life to have a situation like this.
They have, but if Indiana basketball has a game Saturday, they'll be there.
They might. Rico, what do you guys have planned coming up next?
Well, we'll kind of take a deep dive into the Lions, especially once TJ gets here to ask him some old line questions.
Mm-hmm.
We'll also play a little game of we didn't get to it yesterday. The Athletic had an article and ranking the Big Ten coaching jobs in football. We're going to do our own ranking.
All right, have a great show. By the way, the game I'm most interested in is Iowa, Oregon.
And that
could be interesting.
That's in the prop bet because it's an interesting 42.5 points is the over-under.
Check out Kinnick, Ducks. See what you think of that.
Yeah.
Have a great show, boys. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. And every Friday, we leave you with the Gator Rant to get more time in front of your TV. Everyone, enjoy your ham.
Well, only fitting as I've purchased Kenny and Rico lunch today. I'm sitting this one out. They're eating some form of insanely spicy chicken. So good luck to both of you and your respective colons. We are going to dive into the world of
cookies.
football.
Is that you?
Cat enthusiast or not, man, I don't do the spice at this stage of my life. TJ will join us at 3. We'll get into some Lions conversation, but I wanted to start with something interesting. For all the conversation about college football coaching carousel, how many schools are firing coaches, but specific to the Big Ten. And I feel like this will be a point of debate, is that like The Athletic did a piece a few days ago ranking the jobs in the Big Ten. And you go, all right, well, why are you doing this? I mean, it is presumable, or at a minimum, you could just say, look, odds far outweigh Michigan State will need a new coach versus not. And MSU is one of the more difficult jobs to place. Now, I think it's easy in this regard is that it is not Michigan, it is not Penn State, it is not Ohio State, and it is not Oregon. Those are the 4. I think that's the big 4. Those 4 combined factors that I think are important, but Colin Man over here is going to set the final list. You know, financial wherewithal, branding, blue blood status, facilities, etc. I do think the Big Ten has 4 programs that just rise above. Now, whether MSU is 5, I don't know. What I can tell you is I thought it was an absurdity that MSU was down at 11 in this piece. But I wanted to talk about it, which requires conversation. I'm asking Rico Beard, and I'm asking you, the listening audience, what are the factors that go into this? And where do you place a job like this? What I don't want to do is Michigan 1, 2, 3, or 4? I don't care. It's elite. It's a really good job. It's immaterial. I think there's a big 4, then there's a middle class, and then there's drudgery, a.k.a. like Purdue. So, Rico, I want you to tell me the factors that matter to you, but also where it lands.
I look at this, Mike, and if you're looking at the current state, yes, it's a big 4. But I think bigger picture, it's probably a big 5, because if USC ever gets things rolling, USC will be a powerhouse again. I think kind of that sleeping giant. So
facilities blow. And you're on the left coast, tons of travel. I don't know, man.
True.
You see what I'm saying? The fun of this is we can begin to define what matters to you.
Right. But USC in the Big Ten, okay, I get what you're saying. Maybe I'll put them at 5.
Fine.
But yeah, if USC, because if Oregon on the West Coast can, yes, they have top-notch, because they got Phil Knight money. But if USC ever gets the Hollywood money really pouring in there like they once did, where you had like Snoop and everybody just hanging out at the games, they could be that team as well. For me, you look at the criteria, brand. For me, your brand.
Okay, brand is 1 for you?
Brand is 1 for me.
Down. All
right. Your history and your tradition, because college football is the one sport where what you did 20 years ago still matters. You score 4 touchdowns for Polk High. Yeah, people still talk about
Al
that.
Bundy.
Yes. How much money that you have access to? That's another criteria for me. If you're, I want to be serious, but we're poor, well, you're not going to ever be serious. And I think the other thing, Mike, a little outside the box thinking, what else is around?
What do you mean?
Are you the only fish? Like Nebraska, it's just Nebraska football.
You are the pro team.
Right. Iowa, you're the pro team. Whereas other places, you have to share with other things. So, Rutgers, nobody cares about you because they have all the New York teams going on. So I look at those things as well. So that's my criteria.
So how do we begin building this, people? And where does MSU fall? And again, I have no problem if you want to knock them, but you got to have reasons. Don't call up just because you hate Michigan State. And certainly on the other side, don't call up acting like they're the cat's meow because you like them. But I think it's going to be very interesting because like yesterday's news where Wisconsin's decided, give us more Luke Fickell.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty wild. And I think the Wisconsin job not too long ago was one of the top 5 jobs in the conference. And now, I have to be honest with you, it's probably second worst to Purdue. Bad financials, bad talent drain.
No focus.
And they've lost the identity of their program because you can't even lean upon what Wisconsin was.
Mm-hmm.
You'd have to reestablish it, which I'll be honest, it does take a little bit of time, especially up front. So look.
Unless you want to go steal Bielema and bring him back.
No, you do not. Can't go home again, brother. 248-539-9797. But where does it rank? Because for people like Rico and I, yes, we want MSU to embark on a coaching search, and we want to try it again. Look, I also think it's interesting is, look, you said brand. I think brand means, this is just a disagreement. They're your rules, we'll follow them. I don't think brand has ever meant less. Kurt Cignetti just stated Indiana. Full stop. You can win anywhere if you have money. Right now, Texas Tech is a far superior job to most jobs out there. Why? Because Billy Bob Thornton and the Castellan man is buying your roster.
That's fair.
So I wonder about the brand.
No, branding, that is fair. That is fair. I can stand down on that, but I do think that the brand is still like certain, like that's why I look at USC. That's a brand that if they ever turn things around, USC will be back. So yes, teams like Indiana, you got to work harder in order to get there, and I don't know if they have the staying power to stay there.
Look,
that's more of a Cignetti thing. Like Cignetti to Indiana could be D'Antonio, in the power years where once it falls off a cliff, okay, well, you can go back to the back of the line.
But I think MSU at 11 or 12, at that point, shut the program down because it just means you have a complete misappropriation of funding. You're not a serious place. You're doing everything wrong. They can't be at 12. That's crazy.
No, I think for MSU, you're somewhere between 6 and 8. And the three teams that the other two teams that I would put in the same category as you would be Nebraska, and I would put Iowa in that category with you.
Yeah, it used to be Wisconsin.
It used to
and
be.
Wisconsin, to me, has fallen off a cliff. Where do you put UW?
UW, I guess probably
in that range.
Yeah,
right?
they're in there. So maybe they take Wisconsin's spot.
Okay.
Whereas those guys are kind of like the Spider-Man meme. They're all pointing at each other, and depending on who you like more, you'll rank higher. But you are teams that can win when you have talent and when money's invested in you and you have the players. You've seen all four of those teams rise up and really do something. Now, Michigan State and Washington both been in the playoffs before.
Here's the question, too. A simpler way of doing it. Is it easier or harder to find a good coach in today's world? Because I wonder about, you're not going to be able to get people to leave their schools because I don't think brand matters if you have money.
And that, my friend, that's entirely different. And I would say it is difficult. I think that now,
if you want an established coach, difficult. You'll always be able to pilfer the coordinators.
Right. I think you'll get the coordinators, and I think you'll get that group of 5 or that coach who just, or used to be good coach, had to get bumped down to group of 5 because I got fired. Now I want back into the party.
Yep.
Yes. But you walk in there and say, okay, you want Lane Kiffin. Well, Lane can say,
luck.
All right, well, you better back up a Brinks truck.
Look, guess what? You're seeing reports already Penn State can't get their top choices.
Yeah.
So I wonder about that. But I want to hear from the people.
Yeah, but Cignetti can just simply say, yeah, they cut me a check already.
I have what I need.
And I'm fine. I mean, look, barring the jokes, remember, when LSU came sniffing, MSU told Mel Tucker, here's $100 million, Mel, you ain't going nowhere. So, yes, to just say, it used to be, you know what, if we pick up the phone and call this guy, he's going to come running.
Right.
Those days are done.
248-539-9797. We'll get to Lions football starting at 3 with TJ. We've got blitzes. We got the picks. We got lots to do. But wanted to just start with this. I want to gain a sense from people. What exactly is the Michigan State job if they decide to pull the plug, which, God willing, I hope they do? Rico, tell them about your basement.
No, not about the basement, Mike. But how about this? I'm going to tell you, if you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, only one place to go. Do what I did. Head out to Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton's leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. They will do what it takes to make sure you are happy with your new Chevy. similar to what they did for me. Whether you're looking for that sleek sedan, tough truck, or a spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory and the selection is best right now. Hamilton's stocked up and ready to get you on the road, and the Chevy will fit your lifestyle and your budget, including the November Rico deal. You can lease a 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 as low as $199 a month for 24 months. Walk into Hamilton with $995 down, drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details, and you'll find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Get to the Lions at 3, but we were trying to have a conversation and maybe get ahead of something a little bit, which is how do we rank college football jobs? How do we place them in 2025? You know, The Athletic did a piece ranking the Big Ten jobs. MSU, they got punched in the face. They got listed 11th. That feels a little low. We know there's a ceiling on it. They're not in that top 4. The top 4 is well established. So getting your guys' opinion and Rico's grading system and just setting the table.
Yeah, I would say for me, Mike, anywhere between 6 to 8 or 9 is where you would go. Just depending on how you feel about the team. I think they're right there with Iowa. I think they're right there with UW. I think they're right there with Nebraska. Iowa and Nebraska, they're the only things in town, so you're going to always have fan support. If you can win, man, you'll get the backing. You'll get all the money because you don't have another school or pro sport. It's just there. And, I don't think any Nebraska person is saying, well, I got to go and support Creighton. Yeah, you don't really care about Creighton. So, whereas I think MSU it's a little different because of where you sit. You're going to have to share the pie with the pro teams. You got Michigan right down the road. You got Notre Dame not that far away. But we've seen, I think they have the resources. They have the money, and I think they'll have more money coming in that they should be ranked a little bit higher than that. But I think where do they overall? Yeah, I would put them in the second tier, similar to what the Athletic has. You'll never be in that top tier. No. You may get to dine at the table, right player, right coach.
Yeah.
You'll get to sit there.
Well, here's the question.
But you don't own a spot.
How about this one? We just talked about it's going to be harder to get established coaches to take jobs, any jobs. It's hard. It's not easy. Penn State is probably somewhere a little bit lower on their list. The point I'm making is MSU now in a position that a lot of schools are going to be in? It's a coordinator job. That you're not going to be able to raid another power program and get their guy versus, look, you can go to the G5 area, but are you a coordinator job now?
Well, and this is what you're not going to like and a lot of people don't like, Mike, or are you let's not hit the panic button and let's see if our guy can fix this problem, a la what Wisconsin just did and said, no, we're not going to fire Luke Fickell. We have every reason to fire him, but we made this commitment to him. We owe him a lot of money. Let's ride this thing out. I do think that, Brian Hartline is going to be a hot name. Like, coordinators will become the new guy.
Yeah.
Because you can recruit. You got a fan base. You got a built-in recruiting and a built-in fan base that hopefully you can come in here with the lack of experience, hire the right coordinators around you, and let's see if you can jumpstart this thing.
Here's where MSU deserves to be crushed in that article. I do not think they are a serious athletic department. I think there's the idea of what MSU can be, and there's a reality of what MSU is. Now, I think Jay Batt is making hires that he's attempting to make it what it can be. Treat it like a business.
And Mike, I will say, his latest hire, he just took somebody from Purdue and I think somebody from Maryland, top fundraisers at these schools. Right. That he realized it is a business. If I can't get people to invest in this product, then we're screwed.
He's also going to attempt to raise $500 million to
fix the stadium.
Damn Skippy. So look,
the Mike Valeni Spartan Stadium. That's what we should call it.
You should just knock it down and start over. The point is, I want to know where you guys are at because I do think in a couple of weeks we're going to have this conversation. And I want to get ahead of it. And it's look, I don't have any delusions of grandeur here. But do I still think it is one of the 20 to 25 best jobs in America? Yeah, I do. And I'll fight that battle. But I don't think it's top of the pops. And I think if they're not careful, Wisconsin's your cautionary tale. I think Wisconsin will have a lot of problems hiring a coach.
Because I think once you fall, it's a long way back up. There's 18 teams. And when Indiana's passing you by.
Has Cignetti ruined it for every coach?
He absolutely has.
Is he basically Darth Vader?
You know what Cignetti is? Hear me out. I think you'll understand this. Cignetti is what Russell Wilson was to the grad transfer.
Yeah.
Remember, Wisconsin, ironically enough, got Russell Wilson, and everybody thought, we'll just go get a grad transfer and as a quarterback, and it'll work, except for he was a one of one. Kenneth Walker. We'll go find somebody that just sits on the end of a bench. We'll just get that transfer who comes in here.
No, you won't.
And then you find out we just brought in a bunch of bums.
Yep.
And I think Cignetti is now that, you could just go hire this coach and he can fix this thing in 2 years. In year one, you go to the playoffs. In year two, you back it up and you get even better. That now he's the bar. Fair or unfair, Jonathan Smith probably hates Cignetti because he's got a dartboard, I think, with Cignetti right in the middle. That he just closes the door.
I think every coach does.
and just MFs this thing. Yeah, if it wasn't for you, they wouldn't be booing me right now.
Let's get to the people.
All
Where
right.
do you rank this job? And at this state in 2025, is it easier or harder to find a coach? We go to Jacob, 97.1. Jake, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys.
Hey,
I was
Jake.
talking with some friends about this, and I said I ranked them somewhere between 6 and 10 with, like, the Iowas, Nebraskas, and maybe in Minnesota. But I was saying, and one of my friends got mad about it, is I think Michigan State being a basketball school can also hurt. That if you go to the athletic director, say, I want a new weight room, football coaches think they're God. And if they look over at Izzo and he has to give a nod, I'm wondering if that would hurt getting a elite coach too.
I don't. I don't think one has anything to do with the other, Jacob. You are either serious about funding your football program or you are not, irrespective of your basketball program.
Yeah, and Jake, here's where, once again, Cignetti kind of ruins the sport. Bigger is Indiana basketball than Indiana football. Cignetti had to beg the students to show up earlier this year for a game. Now he probably doesn't have that problem. I think if you start winning, the crowd shows up and you get what you need. But being a basketball school, because I think most schools would rather get that label of, unless you're like in the Big East, but they don't have football.
No, the Big East is a religious conference, for
Right.
God's sakes. Everything is Saint something.
Right. You'd rather be a good football team, or you have both, but you just don't want to be considered.
You can be whatever you want to be if you're willing to spend.
Yeah.
Stop. Texas Tech basketball, good. Football program, really good. Like, you can be
$7
both.
million defensive line.
Right. Spend. That's it. 248-539-9797. Kevin's up next. Kev, what's going on, pal?
Hey guys, Spartan fan, long-suffering Spartan fan here. I've been in the branding business. I've done automotive marketing and branding for like 30 years, and a couple tenets that I learned along the way. One of the ethos is, product is brand, right? And brands are as brands do. And this brand is not done anything for so long to have any sort of identity. And I go back to, I was there at the Rose Bowl when Ellsworth went up for that fourth down stop against Stanford that put the game away. In my mind, that was MSU football. Tough, hard-nosed, defensive football led by D'Antonio, who hung around way too long and let the program, go down the drain. But the game has changed from what a brand is back then. You have to have more than an identity. It's like a three-legged stool, right? You got to have NIL money, you got to have coaching, and you have to have recruiting. And it's a systemic operation now. And I would put State still with Iowa or Whiskey in terms of a appealing place to go and coach.
So let me ask you a question. You say Iowa and Michigan State are similar. Where do you put UW?
You mean Washington?
Yeah.
Oh, way above.
Okay, so
way
if they're
above.
way above, all right. That let's put them let's put them 5 or below. Where do you put USC?
USC way above.
6 or below.
Money,
All right, hold
dude.
on.
They've
Where
got
do you
the
put?
money, they've got the brand.
Where do you put Nebraska?
Right in the mix with us.
Okay, so somewhere around 8, 9, 10 is where you'd
7,
be.
8, 7, 8, 9.
I'd say that's fair.
Okay. Now, answer the question for me, Kev. Do you think it is more difficult to get a coach now, or does the money still talk?
I think the money talks, and that's an issue that we have with NIL. I mean, our biggest potential donors own basketball teams, right? I keep hearing that as a roadblock. Well, why doesn't Magic Johnson step up or somebody?
I get tired of hearing about how it's a roadblock because the roadblocks are only limited by your imagination.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin, I'm exhausted by people making excuses for this hillbilly operation.
Because Kevin, here's the thing. Mike, let's just say you can't donate money to the school. You give it to me, and I donate the money.
Thank you. Or you give it to the school, and the school gets to decide where it goes. Look, I don't want to hear it, okay? It's like thinking Deloitte is actually shooting down NIL deals. Oh, really? You shot the deal down? Cool. Then they hand a Wendy's bag to a kid. I don't want to hear it. And look, this is where J-Bat has to fix it. You had Paul Blart, Mall Cop, as your AD, and you're paying the price for it now. So now we have a businessman there. This is what has to happen. Oh, well, MSU wants to do things by the book. What the hell did that get us? If anything, the school down the road just showed them you can pay $30 million to win a national
The
championship.
school down the road showed you could just burn the book.
Well, that too. All right, Black Friday doesn't have to mean long lines, pushy crowds, or mystery prices. Paulson's Audio Video in Farmington Hills Black Friday's all month long, people, and you get people who know what the hell they're talking about. Paulson's, the experts. They'll help you pick the TV, sound system, or smart home technology, even lighting. It's all there, and you're going to get professionals. So before you click buy now, stop by Paulson's Audio Video. Experience what it's like to have a technology partner and not just a receipt.
Pick up that credit card TV. It's so thin, it's like the size of a credit card.
What a sales pitch. 248-553-4100 or simply go to paulsonsav.com. That's paulsonsav.com. All right, quick check on the ticket text. TJ will join us at 3. I think it's an interesting discussion. I hope you're enjoying it on some level. Is this idea, look, article ranking Big Ten jobs the other day. We think there's going to be a job opening in this state. And MSU was not looked favorably upon by The Athletic, ranking, I believe, 11th in the Big Ten. Now, I think that's a little low. But it is only a little low if you believe. Well, actually, let me rephrase. I apologize. It's low, but the whole reason I think they could be more is that they just don't have serious people. You went from a Holiday Inn buffet attendant in Bill Beekman to a cop in Alan Haller. Now you have today you must have businessmen. What?
What was Beekman?
A Holiday Inn buffet attendant. The mashed potatoes are done. I mean, like, we are a wholly unserious place.
I think the reason why they are sitting there at 11, you and I both graduated from there. We know what they should be. We know what they can be. But if you look at this realistically and you look at this, without the green and white glasses, you've done nothing. You had 2 winning years in the last, 10 years or so?
No, I mean, they were winning years in 18 and 19. 20 was a disaster. 21 was magic. Since 21, absolute garbage juice.
I guess 1 year was 6 and 6.
But you go 7 and 6 back-to-back years. It sure beats the crap we're getting fed now by powdered milk.
Fair. I guess when I think winning years, I think of 8 or more wins.
Okay, then yes, then it's very limited. You'd have to go back to 17 where they had a 10-win year, and then they had the 11 and 21.
Right.
The whole point I'm making is it has to be better than it is, but how much better and how attractive is the job today? Look, it used to be you had to sit down and eat mama's spaghetti or the mastacholi and recruit kids. Right. Now it's boats and hoes. You're a pimp like Don Juan. You walk in with a chalice. You drop the briefcase. There's your defensive line. It's not about, oh, my God, we have to recruit against Penn State and Ohio State. If you spend the money, you get the player. That's it.
So you're not eating prune pudding?
Definitely not. Kenny, ticket text, where do people rank this job?
Mike missed that one. It's fine.
Go ahead and play it again.
Prestige worldwide. That's all recruiting is. And the Santa Maria.
Ticket text compared to yesterday are much less volatile towards the topic. A lot of people saying between top 5 and top 10 jobs for MSU. The first one I got was, as a Spartan alum, diehard fan, I think we are a top 8 Big Ten job, between 5 and 8, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, like I do think the geography hurts the West Coast schools in that no one's paying attention to you.
Well, it's the fact that you have to say, what about them? Like, oh, yeah, they are in this.
Yeah.
Oregon, because they're Oregon and they're winning.
But they're propped up. Like, I've always said this right now. If LSU called Dan Lanning and said $15 million a year, it's a no-brainer. You go to LSU.
He's out.
Yeah. Oregon is not a premier job nationally. It's a premier job in the conference.
Yeah, because I think if Wisconsin is a case of if you're Michigan State, what you don't want to become. Another one, Mike, newer to the conference, but UCLA. A case of, you know what? If you don't want to be serious about this, the game will pass you by. UCLA used to be a program.
Top 25 program.
Yeah. And now it's
similar to Michigan State. I mean, obviously MSU's got a better stadium situation, all jokes aside. At least it's on campus.
For now.
Well, no, playing at SoFi ain't going to help you. Come on, man. That's something UNLV does. You know what I mean? Come on. Kenny, go ahead.
Michigan State is most definitely in the top 10. Even down the years, we are still in the top 25 in attendance and top 20 in revenue. A lot of that coming in the text.
Yeah, and that's also top 10 in the Big Ten, guys. Not nationally. I don't want any Wolverines to get upset. Let's go to Greg, 97.1. Greg, what's going on, buddy?
Afternoon, guys. Happy Friday.
Same to you, brother. What's on your mind?
So I look at this from more of an outside perspective. I'm an Ohio State fan, but frankly, how I view Michigan State for you guys, I'd say you were a once upper middle class respectable program, but I think it's unfortunately kind of fading, given with both conference expansion to the Big Ten and also just how the sport is changing financially. I think, frankly, the future outlook in terms of what J-Bat does is going to be how aggressive is he in terms of willing to part ways with Jonathan Smith and, frankly, invest in the program. I know Indiana is pretty much the poster child for the Big Ten in terms of nailing the coaching hire,
But what really went into that was Indiana really allocated a lot of resources and funding into football to get to that point.
Yeah, Mark Cuban.
Yep, exactly. And what's weird with a lot of the Big Ten is you've brought it up before, Mike. A lot of these Big Ten programs have the advantage over SEC schools with their alumni networks and living alumni in terms of donors and untapped money. The problem is the Big Ten schools, for the most part, don't mobilize like the SEC schools because just down there, it just means more.
Can I ask you a question, Greg? And I'm looking for an opinion on a name I've thought of in the past. I don't know if it's where they should go, but I think he'd be an interesting hire if you put a huge financial weight behind him. What is your opinion of Brian Hartline as a potential head coach?
That's a really interesting name for me because he was, I think, floated as a finalist for the West Virginia job. I think there's a good chance he could end up getting poached. I just don't know who else is going to try and take a crack at him besides what West Virginia tried.
Well, I'm saying for Michigan State.
I think it could be an interesting fit. I mean, geographically, he's from Ohio. He obviously has ties against Michigan. I think it could be a bit of an interesting hire for you guys and a little bit contrasting of what you guys done, given that you go more offense compared to what you've done defensively with guys like D'Antoni or even Mel Tucker.
So would he be the modern day Tom Herman?
Oh, no. Oh, dear.
Well, Herman was that hot coordinator.
No, I think Hartline with the roots in Ohio, a built-in, baked-in hatred of Michigan, but has never run a program. And no offense, Kenny could recruit to Ohio State. Yeah. You have money.
Dude, I'm a great recruiter, man.
Okay. Signed sandwich meat.
No, I mean, but Mike, here's the funny thing. You're joking. Go ahead and hit the thing. But yes, I've talked to coaches and they say there's
most definitely right there.
No.
Multiple squad cars.
No, but what I'm saying is you're joking, but coaches have said it's different when you have a different polo and you walk into that living room.
And when you're the boss.
Because when you have a certain polo shirt on, they're going to listen to you regardless. And now you walk in there and like, wait, what school is this again?
Let's go to Tom, 97.1. Tommy, what's going on?
Happy Friday, gentlemen.
Same to you, Thomas.
Hey, for full disclosure, I'm a Wolverine fan, but I'm a realist.
Okay.
I think Michigan State is maybe 6th, no lower than 7th right now.
Okay.
In the Big Ten. But I also look at it as a sleeping giant because I think they can get back to the glory days of the D'Antonio era if, like you said, they do things correctly. And I want to throw out an idea for a coach, and you can laugh at me if you want, but the guy knows the Big Ten, did a lot with a lot less.
Oh, no.
Other schools.
I know who you're going to say.
Would you consider a Pat Fitzgerald? I mean, he was exonerated. You know what I mean?
No. I'll separate that. But the dude went like 4-20 his last 2 years. He hates offense.
But look what he had to deal with, Mike. Look what he had to deal with
Tom,
as far as academic restrictions.
No, Tom. I get that. The only thing I wonder about, the game changed so fast since he left, and now he would be trying to play catch up. And I don't know if this is something he's willing to do, because let's say they hire him, his first day he's going to find out. Well, wait. We used to do this before, but now you got to do this, and this.
All right,
what about your portal situation?
Let's go serve and volley. Tom, how much of his success was because he got fat and sassy on a Big Ten West schedule?
I have to agree with you on that. You know, I'm not gonna.
I'll meet you in the middle. I'll meet you in the middle on a Friday, Tommy.
Could he get it to a respectable basis?
Okay, but maybe. But is he the guy? Look, and please don't laugh at me, Tom, because I know how this will be received. But I'm only hiring a coach if I can pathway to making the playoff. God forbid playing for a Big Ten championship. How about this? Fitzgerald should be on your call list. And how that interview goes and what vision he presents to you. Has he had a modernized approach? Is there an epiphany from Pat Fitzgerald? Who's running his offense? Because if I have to look at Mike Trumpy, the ultra back, I'm going to kill somebody.
That's the thing that worries me, is that the game moved quickly. He's been removed from it for a few years. I don't know if he's ready for it or not. It's, as you say, Mike, it's boats and holes. Pat, are you ready to recruit this way? It's going to be interesting to see.
Fun conversation. We'll turn our attention to more important things like Lions football next. FanDuel Friday, turning it up with the NBA Happy Hour. Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. FanDuel dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, whatever. They got it all. NBA Happy Hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern. Log in, check the account, and see what the hell's in there. FanDuel.com/ticket. Grab your reward before the clock expires. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Rewards are non-withdrawable, and restrictions do apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, let's have some fun. It's the Prop Bet Casino. Actually, we should just call this Mike Valini's Prop Bet Casino.
Did I not come in last? Just as long as I didn't come in last.
You came in last.
Dang it.
Kenny, I'm on fire. This is like 6 out of 7 weeks.
I'll just say whatever Mike says then from now on.
No.
Mike said it. I agree. That's what other shows think of us.
No,
anyway.
because I'll crash and burn. I can't keep up like this. Continue. Let's see what we can do.
All right.
What happened all that night?
You know what? I found this to be an interesting over-under. So I thought I'd add it to the list.
All right.
Oregon, there's no Michigan or Michigan State this week.
Thank God. Go do something with your Saturday.
Oregon, Iowa, over-under total points, 42.5. Game at Kinnick.
Under.
I think this is Oregon's first time going to Kinnick.
It's under. It's Phil Parker. It's that defense. They lock you in a cage, and I'll cite their game against Indiana, high-powered Indiana. That was a 20-13 final. Just kidding, 20-15 with a criminal safety that killed people. The point is, Oregon has long stretches where they don't look good offensively. They might actually be a better defensive team. If it's Iowa and it's at Kinnick, I know this isn't nuanced, you just go under.
But the thing is, real quick, not to poison the jury, Iowa's been scoring on points.
Then bet the over.
No, I just saw this and I'm like, wait, 42
the guy who's
and a
won
half?
6 out of 7 weeks under.
I'm sorry. Okay.
So
he's a long-time married man.
That's a married man.
As a just recently married man, I have a question. Is this the actual Vegas over-under?
This is actual Vegas over-under.
Okay.
This ain't right.
I didn't know if this was the Rico Casino over-under or if this was the Vegas.
You know, that's my next job. But
no, I know, and as it should be, because a lot of times we go, ooh, these lines. But what I will say is that it seems to me that if Oregon's offense is as stubborn at being bad at offense as they can be, and their defense is, stacks up, that's half of an under right there. So I'm going to take the under.
Whoops, wrong button. I took care of that. Sorry, wrong drop. Well, boy, carry on.
Over under, Kenny.
I said under.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to go with the under as well. Doesn't make sense. More passing touchdowns. They're not playing. Their schools are not playing, but who will have more passing touchdowns? Will it be Fernando Mendoza or will it be Sayans from Ohio State?
Saying. I looked. You know what Ohio State's record is against the spread this year? 7-0-1. And they're letting Saying grip it and rip it. And I think it's part of their plan to win the national championship is bringing this kid along in an expedited fashion. It's like, again, it's what they have to do. I'm just going to say Saying. Okay. He's got the weapons, and he's in a groove right now. What was it, like 36 of 40 last week? 2 weeks ago? It was crazy.
Jared Goff-esque.
It was.
Yeah. It was almost like Mac Jones. Don't. Oh, no. Kenny Mendoza or Saying?
I'm going Saints.
All right. Top 25 upsets. By the way, the over hit last week.
I know.
So
because I said over.
I know. Top 25 upsets. There are actually 15 games, 3 with ranked teams playing each other. Over under 3.5.
I'm going to go under. We'll go up-down theory. Now, hold on. Texas Tech is ranked. Is Texas Tech ranked lower than BYU? I believe they are.
Yes.
So that would be 1. No, actually. No, I'm going to go over. I think there's a chance Virginia loses. I think SMU's in a lay-down spot. That could. You know what? I want to switch this. Over. Chaos factor. Yeah.
See, I was the up-down theory when you were talking about that. I was starting to agree with you. I'm going to stick with that. I think it is up-down theory. I'll go under.
I need Virginia to go to sleep.
Why is that?
Because they suck and they don't belong here.
So you're pulling for Wake. All right, I'm going over. I'm going for chaos.
Scotty Hazelton, FTW.
Hey, maybe you bring him back at MSU. All right, let's go to Bros. Marcus Mariota, passing yards, over under 205.5.
It has to be over. I mean, even in a blowout scenario where the Lions begin playing soft, Mariota will gobble up garbage time yards. I don't think the Commanders are going to.
JJ didn't come close last week.
Yeah, but JJ's an infant. Okay. You know, he's just not ready. I mean, Mariota is 50 years old. I'll say over.
See there, Mike, you said it. You said garbage time, and that's the first thing that popped into my head. And maybe that's a stupid thing for me, but I'll say over as well.
Okay. I'm gonna go under. I think he uses his legs a little bit more to run the offense, but I just think that the Lions are just gonna be too much for them. Gibbs, rushing yards, over, under 70.5.
Over. This Washington defense is morbid. Over.
If the O-line was as healthy as I hoped it would be, I would say over, but I will say under because of that.
I'm with you, Kenny. I think the offensive line is going to hinder him, and I think you're going to see a lot more Montgomery in the game as well.
And also a lot of mouths to feed. That's also a problem for that.
Speaking of which, more receiving yards, Deebo Samuel or J-Mo?
J-Mo. I just believe all it takes is one for him. Deebo could catch like 6 passes to get 50 yards. As we saw last week when we hit our J-Mo prop, one catch is the magic.
Okay.
Yeah, one catch to rule them all. I got J-Mo on this as well. The yak also will help immensely.
I think he had his. I'm going to go with Deebo as J-Mo's waiting for that phone call from Keyshawn Johnson. Tesla, touchdown.
Under.
Over, under 0.5.
Under.
We see a Tesla.
I'm convinced he's in witness protection. I'm just going to say under.
Okay.
If this whole Lions minus 8.5 thing is real, you might see him accidentally catch a touchdown. So I'll say over.
I want you to be right because
I want me to be right.
I want him to play and I want him to be a factor. And I'm so tired of this 3 third-round pick thing, but it's the truth until he disproves it.
I'm going to go under. Too many mouths to feed. All right, let's get creative. Lions total score against the Commanders.
Okay.
Or MSU Hoops halftime score against Arkansas.
MSU. Arkansas get up and down. And there's no guarantee in the NFL you're putting up 35, 36, 38 points. So, give me MSU.
Yeah, exact same logic. MSU, it's much tougher to score in the NFL than it is in college football.
I'm going to take the Leos. State's been missing too many free throws. All right. In the ultimate spice game.
I wouldn't know.
Well, you should watch them. They're
whatever.
on.
See you in February.
Fox. Partner.
Now I'm definitely not watching.
Eagles, Packers. Packers voted against the tush push. How many successful tush pushes will the Eagles have in this game? Over, under 4.5.
Under. It'll be used, but that's a ridiculous total. Under.
What was the number again?
4.5.
4.5? Yeah, under.
I'm going over. I think that they'll get gratuitous with it and just, you know what? We don't need to. 3rd and 8, tush push. All right. Over, under LSU first half points against Alabama, 9.5.
Under, because what Bama does poorly, LSU does poorly. Bama doesn't stop the run at a high clip, and LSU can't run it at all. So you're going to go one-dimensional against the Crimson Tide? Hasn't worked so far this year. I'll say under.
Gives me immense joy to agree with Mike again here because he's been winning these, and I can't seem to find my anything anymore. So, yes.
All right, I'm going to go over because I think that they can find a touchdown in the first half.
Can somebody find Jimbo Fisher a barber? What am I looking at there with that haircut?
You know,
My God.
No, he needs a sunscreen over him.
Mod on.
You don't need the sun highlighting
He's out there.
his
He
hair.
looks like powder. All right, next.
All right, Bears, Giants. Over, under. No, actually, more rushing yards, Caleb Williams or your boy Jackson Dart. More
Caleb.
rushing yards.
I think it'll be Caleb. Jackson Dart, not a cold weather quarterback. I think this could be disastrous. Give me Caleb.
And Caleb is used to running for his life. So, yeah, Caleb, I think.
Big G.
What a sales pitch.
This one's for you, Big G. I'm going Jackson Dart. I think that he's going to lead this Giants team. And finally, in the Lions game against the Commanders, longest play from scrimmage, over, under 38.5 yards.
I'm going to go over. This is an old, bad defense. I think the Lions are pissed. Over.
Yeah, and as we talked about before, it just takes one big one. So, yeah, give me the over.
I'm going to say ball control. I'm going to say under because I'm just tired of losing the mic. So I got to go opposite.
Perfect.
That's your Prop Bet Casino 97.1. Yeah, they actually do have a screen behind.
All right, 3 o'clock, and I want to welcome you. TJ has no idea what he's walked into. I want to welcome you to
I was listening for the last 15 minutes.
No. This has nothing to do with that.
Okay.
This is the official TJ Lang Offensive Line Summit meeting. This is a leadership council meeting like TJ's playing days. So what I'm going to do, I have 3 major issues with the Detroit Lions, and I want to know, looks like TJ's mic has gone limp.
We got a limp.
Here's TJ.
They got pills for that,
Yeah,
man.
you got something I can
Up next,
inject into this or what? Just
TJ's
keep
traded
falling
in
down
his generous spirit reads for hymns. All right, let's focus. I have
this
3
Mike's had too much whiskey today.
Too much of the generous spirit, huh? Oh boy. So here's the deal. I have 3 stats. Only a former Pro Bowl offensive lineman is truly qualified to grade how much of a role the offensive line plays in each given stat. So I'm going to offer these to you, Tej. What is the way you'd be most comfortable doing this? Scale of 1 to 5? Is it more their fault than not?
Can you give me an example of
So one of the examples, for instance, Jared Goff is being pressured at a 26.4% pressure rate.
Okay.
That puts them bottom 5 in football.
So you want me to rank basically the responsibility that the offensive line would take for that.
And therefore,
okay, yeah,
how
1 to
much
5
of-
would be fine.
Okay. So how
yeah.
much of it as well, if it gets fixed, could fix the problem?
Okay.
Only you know when you break down the
Okay.
film
Yeah.
intimately everybody's assignment.
Mm-hmm.
Easy for us to look at a tackle who gets whipped up on and you go, well, that was a bad day at the office.
Yeah.
But a lot of the inner workings and maybe a chip here, get to the second level, who missed somebody in the A gap. I mean, there were moments last week, somebody blocked nobody. Like, that's hard to
And
decipher.
TJ, you gained credibility when you came on after the Green Bay game. It was like, I know it looks bad, but trust me. Little tiny tweaks here and there, and this thing works.
Yeah.
So,
and this is also, and I'm not going to defend them. I don't think that certainly last week they played up to their standard by any
No, last 3
means,
weeks has
but
been pretty bad.
No, but yes, but I would also agree that we have seen this offensive line. I think they went 3 straight games without allowing a sack. So you've seen that, and like I said, I'm not trying to butter it up, but
You're fine.
you have seen both sides of it. You have seen them play outstanding football and up to their standard and up to their expectation. You've also seen last week where I'm interested to hear your questions because I kind of have a different take on that Minnesota game. And
Well, I didn't have any, but I'll tell you what. Let's backload the offensive line summit. I didn't have any questions about Minnesota. I thought they got bullied on both sides. I thought they got outcoached from a game plan standpoint, but
you nailed it there.
Okay.
I thought they, especially offensively, like I know the defense was put in some tough positions, kickoff return, blocked field goal, the fumble, that you're inside your own 30-yard line, and it's like, now look, this team prides themselves on sudden changes, and hey, offense makes a mistake, defense, we've got to pick them up. Defense, hey, we just let up a bad play touchdown. Okay, offense, don't worry about it. We're going to go get it back. That didn't happen, but offensively, during the game, felt like one of the most frustrating game plans that I have watched. The next day, Monday morning, I didn't get through much of the film before I got on with Costa and Jansen. Finished it up kind of Monday, went back and rewatched it again yesterday. Even more frustrating than I remember being in the booth on Sunday. Because it was like they are literally showing you what they're doing every single time, and you are making zero adjustments. You're just saying, Jahmyr Gibbs, I know they're blitzing through the A-gap. Sorry, buddy. Go pick it up 20 times.
I felt so bad for him.
It's
like
like
linebacker's got an 8-yard head start,
gosh,
Ted.
like, it's almost like,
why not put him up in the A-gap and then you stone him without the running start?
That's what I was saying during the game. That's what I was saying the next day. It's like you can come up with formations and ways, even if it's a tight end where you motion him and you park him right inside that A-gap between the guard and tackle. Just if they do blitz, you're not getting a 5-yard head start at our 195-pound running back. And just taking it right to the chin, play after play after play after play. And even in the run game, Minnesota was doing a lot of the similar things where we're going to slant our line, we're going to blitz the A-gaps, we're going to move our linebackers, we're just going to try to stunt and twist on you.
And when you're trying to run zone, that is a zone killer because you have to be perfect with your double team.
To seal it on the outside.
And there's sometimes, not even on the outside, but more so on the inside, where if I think I'm working with the center as a right guard and all of a sudden I'm telling hey, no, F that because I'm sniffing this out. They're slanting this way. Hey, I need to tell my right tackle I'm working with you instead because he's going to slant back to you and we need to pick this up. And there were opportunities to have some big plays, but there were no adjustments. And the one big adjustment, even watching the game Sunday, I'm looking at Lomas, and I'm like, we need to start running some counters. We need to start, kind of pinning these linebackers that are blitzing up the middle and the three techniques that are slanting. If you can catch them on a couple of those plays where they're slanting and you pull opposite and get a kick out and lead up, like you're looking at home run plays. And I did not see any adjustments. The one time I think they pulled an offensive lineman was – the third down where you looked like you were going to have a big play and Montgomery fumbled. Right?
So is that a John Morton issue? Is that Hank Fraley and the group sitting with the Surface pros on the sideline?
Every coach is different where and look, I'm not in those meetings during the game plan. I don't know what they're looking at. But, you get into a game and it's like, okay, we think we're going to be really dominant at this. This is going to be our bread and butter this week. And then you get into some games and you're like, man, they're clearly not going to let us keep doing this. And I'm not letting the guys off the hook by saying it's all scheme. Guys, there were plays that were available to have big plays, and then, the tight end gets whooped on the backside. Or, one of your guards gets tossed off at the last minute where you're looking at maybe a 15, 20-yard gain. I'm not blaming it on the scheme. But I thought that there were ways where they really could have helped themselves last week. But I go back to the best offenses that I played in, we're able to adjust on the fly, meaning we're not just limited to the plays that we put in the install for this week, right? If there's a play that we haven't ran maybe in 4 weeks, but it was really good against, Baltimore when they were shifting and blitzing through the A-gap, but we didn't put it in this week, we can always adjust to that. You can go in at halftime and be like, hey, guys, listen up. Like, we didn't practice it this week, but we ran it a bunch of times a couple weeks ago, last year, whatever it is. We're going to get back to this, okay? So you guys get on the same page, and you have to be able to adjust on the fly like that. I think too many coaches get into the mindset of, no, we didn't run it on Wednesday. No, we didn't run it on Thursday. It would be a good play, but we don't want anybody confused.
Is it that easy to just recall, though?
Yes. Well,
I guess if you
let
have
me look at it two
five
ways.
That's been there
let me
for
look at it two
a
ways.
while.
Because it's unfair of me to say they do have some young guys with Tate Ratledge, and I know Mahogany's going to be out now. You could consider him a rookie, missing a bunch of time last year. I didn't really get to that offense until I was more of a veteran player, 5, 6, 7, 8 years into the NFL. But we'd get to the sideline. It's like, hey, guys, you remember this play that we ran 3 weeks ago? Oh, hell yeah. Let's run that. It's because as soon as we all it takes is one play to pop for a guy like Brian Flores to be like, oh, okay, we're not doing that anymore. They're going to keep gashing us. We got to get out of this and play a little bit more vanilla. So in fairness, the Lions offensive line and even the receivers don't have a bunch of veteran guys that I don't know if it would be fair to ask them to adjust to something that they didn't practice during that particular week. But it's really not as difficult as I think coaches may think that it is. I think that you can go back to a play that you put in place sometimes that you haven't run since training camp. And you're like, remember that training camp day where all we did was this play against all these different defenses? And it's your responsibility to kind of put that in the memory bank and go back and be like, yeah, I remember that play. Let's get to the line. We can communicate it. We can get on the same page. Especially when you're at home. When you're on the road and it's crowd noise, like I'm not saying that's a right game plan to have, but Dan Campbell obviously took heat for it too. I thought that they looked unprepared. I thought that Minnesota, Kevin O'Connell, and Brian Flores, I think you let him off the hook because he was just running the same thing over and over and over.
He shows you what he's going to do, and then he keeps doing it until you stop it.
Exactly. So that was my big thing was like, you need to adjust to what he's doing early in the game to where now you throw him off his game, where it's not just I'm just running this one blitz every single third down or we're going to fire the safety off the edge. It's more like we got to stop running this because we just got gashed a couple times. And that's all it takes is really kind of spook coordinators. If you have that one big play, against a particular blitz or against a particular, shift or slant on the defensive line to say, like, okay, we can't do that anymore. And now you play that cat and mouse game to get it back to your advantage. They didn't do enough, nearly, in my opinion, coaching-wise, to adjust to what Minnesota was doing. And quite frankly, what you scored 2 touchdowns on 4th downs. That game felt like a game, as weird as this may sound, felt like a game you still could have won, but it also felt like a game where you could have lost by 20 points.
Yeah, that's
you
fair.
know what I mean? So, there's
fair.
no panic on my side. It was just there was such little things, little nuances during that game that could have gone towards the Lions' way. And I thought that the players didn't play great, but coaches, I don't think they had a great day.
Hold that thought. Rico, right out of the chute, next segment, and then we'll do the offensive line summit. I really want to give TJ these 3 stats and gauge the blame game. All right, after a hot summer, you know what's coming up next. What? It's okay to blame people. It's all right. Listen, it's going to snow Sunday. All right, Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They do furnace checkup. Make sure it's running properly before it snows. $79, that's $30 off the regular. And don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, generators, all at discounted prices. So do it now. Mastercraftheating.com. Okay. Do you have anything you wanted to finish that point with? Or do you want me to go to the summit?
I was just saying he said that the score could have been even worse. And I'm like, yeah, I think if you had a more experienced quarterback out there, I think they probably could have put the pedal to the metal. The Vikings could have. So I do agree with what you were saying.
But on the flip side, I mean, you're also 1 third down stop away from getting that ball back and maybe winning the game yourself, So I kind of look at it at both sides of like, this didn't feel like a Kansas City or Green Bay game where you're just like, we just didn't have it today, throw the film out and we'll move on. This felt more of not a massive concern, but concerning just how you looked, especially with coming out of a bye week and having a division opponent in your own building. And the urgency, the energy just seemed off.
And you got out-toughed.
You did, and you got outplayed on both sides of the football up front. And with that being said, obviously this Sunday is a new opportunity, and this coaching staff and these players have earned the benefit of the doubt when it comes to, hey, backs against the wall, everything's kind of crumbling.
Oh, you got a free square this weekend, too. You're playing a dead franchise, for God's sakes.
Washington's, they've had their injury issues.
They're horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible.
I wouldn't go horrible.
Did you watch the Seattle game?
Yeah, I watched that one. They couldn't figure out how to cover Jackson Smith and Jigba. But, no, I think that they deserve our, benefit of the doubt to at least give them
They're fine. It's all about the Philadelphia
they're
game.
going
That's
to
it.
find it out. Yeah.
All right, here are your 3 stats. The offensive line summit. I want to know, first of all, which one of these is most concerning.
Okay.
And second of all, the offensive line blame level in these 3. These are the 3 concerning things. These are season stats, not last week, okay?
Okay.
So first of all, we'll start with the running game. Last year, they were arguably tops in the league at 156 yards per game. This year, they're down around 120 yards a game, and they're trending outside the top 10 running the football. Last 3 weeks, it's been even worse than that. The point is, that's 1. 2, the pressure rate I brought up. Goff is pressured 26.4% of the time, tying him with Justin Fields. You do not want to be tied with Justin Fields in anything. They are bottom 5 in protecting Jared Goff. He is on pace to be sacked. The most he's ever been sacked as a Lion. Or number 3. And this one really concerns me because I think this is a Ben Johnson thing. Third down conversion rate. They are currently tied with the Carolina Panthers and the Tennessee Titans. 26th in football in third down conversion rate, including they did not convert a 3rd and 10 or longer until last week. It took 9 weeks. If you wanted spotlight stuff the last 3 weeks, I could, but in fairness, I wanted to take the good with the bad. The last 3 weeks, these numbers are even worse.
Yeah.
But on the season, which one of those is most concerning? Which one is the offensive line most to blame for?
Well, the most concerning is the pressure rate, but I would argue that, and guys have certainly slipped up front and had some breakdowns, one-on-one. But when I look at the pressure rate, more people are involved in that. Tight ends are involved, running backs are involved, and kind of goes back to that earlier conversation where you put your running backs in way too many difficult spots last week, and there were a ton of pressures. I know I'm on record of not being a PFF fan, but I think that they gave Jahmyr Gibbs like 9 pressures and like 17 pass block attempts, which is like, that's a schematic issue in my opinion. You're gonna have to pick up some tough blitzes.
That's like asking
a couple
a
times
legless
a game,
guy
but
to run a marathon.
Like, yeah,
you can't have him in pass pro
right.
where the linebacker's a freight train. Here, stand on the train tracks. Let's see how this plays out. Cotton.
And clearly you didn't make any adjustments to spook him. But I think the pressure rate is more everybody involved, and even receivers. When you look at some of the routes, there was a pressure last week where Minnesota's clearly showing you they're bringing 7 guys, and you have 6
long developing routes,
and the ball's got to come out quick. And you watch the film, and all the receivers are running like 12, 15-yard routes with their back to the quarterback, and it's like, what do you want me to do? So maybe that's Jared Goff making some adjustments to help himself out, which he has been really good at the line of scrimmage. But last week it wasn't one of his best games making adjustments.
Sure to tell you on the broadcast, his fingerprints are all over it. He game plans it.
Yeah.
He's telling Morton what he wants. Okay, so Morton, Goff, O-line. We know everyone plays a role. Who's most to blame as I go down the list of those?
Well, so if I go pressure rate, I would say
Yeah, it makes you think, doesn't
No,
it?
it does. Because I'm thinking about the Minnesota game, and I know that hasn't been the case the entire season so far, right? The 8 games that you played.
Well, the 8 games, the numbers are numbers.
No, I know. But obviously last week spiked those numbers up quite a bit. So that's why I'm kind of adjusted. No, look, former player, I'm always going to put it more on the players.
Okay.
Right? Schematic, it doesn't matter. Hey, I'm asking you to block a really tough assignment here. You got to find a way to do it. And they didn't do it, but I think you could have helped a
The
little
running
bit.
game,
So I'd put the
blame
players.
Morton. He's not opening up the running game.
I think
by formation,
I think
by pre-snap.
I think they've been very predictable in the run game. Like there's something I can't put my finger on it. Whether it's
TJ, our running game is in Chicago. Go turn on the Bears. It's what we had. It's all the pre-snap candy. It's whiz bang pow. I don't know who's going where. It's Tecmo Bowl.
There's not enough variance to hey, let's throw a reverse in there, or when we do these jet motions, handed like Minnesota did it last week, and it turned out to be not a touchdown, but it was like a 13-yard gain where they just gave that little jet sweep to, was it Addison or maybe Naylor?
No, it was Addison.
Addison. It's like you do all these motions, like you're doing it for a reason, not only to pause the linebacker's eyes a little bit, get him to freeze, but maybe you can hit one of those. If you're watching the backside defensive end and he's crashing, hey, let's hand one of these off, because guess what? The rest of the game, when you give them that motion, they're going to be thinking about, I can't let up another big play over here. Yeah. And then you hand it off to Gibbs, and it's like, boom, 20 yards out the front side.
Or TJ, how about some of that creativity you show on 4th down?
Yeah.
Another down.
Yeah, I just think that there's something that looks predictable. Like when I watched the run plays specifically from last week, and the way that Minnesota's linebackers were playing so fast downhill, and then against the play action, it was like they weren't even taking a step up to the line of scrimmage. It's just like immediately go back and drop in coverage. I don't know if people are reading stances or formations or just, probabilities based off a formation and down and distance, but there's something, and that's kind of concerning too, especially coming out of a bye week where you spend 90% of your time on self-scout. What have we done through the first, 7 games? What are our percentages? Hey, out of this formation, this down and distance, we're 85% run. We got to switch that up a little bit. I'm not saying that they didn't, but that it just looked to me watching the film how fast that Minnesota was attacking the line of scrimmage in the run game, that there was something very predictable about it. And if you're look, and Coach even said last week, we're going to put a big emphasis on 3rd down. 3rd down, obviously, last week wasn't good enough, but you have to make sure if you put an emphasis on something that you don't let the other area slip a little bit, right? Hey, we're just focused on 3rd down. That'd be like me telling you, hey, all I'm going to do this week is work on pass blocking. Pass, stop the bull rush. And he gave me a spin move. Like you can't let the other areas slip. I think that they kind of let some other areas slip where it's like we want to be really good on 3rd down. They weren't good on 1st down. They weren't good on 2nd down, and you're facing so many 3rd and call it 7 pluses where you don't have an option to run play action or a bootleg at that point because you're not going to fool a defense. So you got to put it all together again.
This is the last one you need to address. The 3rd downs. They are approaching bottom 5 in football in this statistic.
Yeah.
3rd down conversion rate. How does an offense that features? I'm not going to go down the list of names. How do you take 9 weeks to convert a 3rd and 10? How are you now in 3rd and 4 or longer faltering? Who do you blame there? And I know the quarterback, the OC, the line, everyone takes some blame.
Yeah.
But who's the primary in a team with this talent being horrific at converting 3rd downs?
Yeah, I know you want me to put it on the old line. I'm not going to do that, but I'm still going to put it. No. I don't want to keep it specific to the offensive line. I want to put it on the players because 3rd downs is one of those money downs where it's like, if we had a different call. Yeah, but you know what? The defense knows what you're doing. They know you're going to pass the ball. They know we know you're going to give us your best pass rush. You're going to give us 4 NASCAR packages, guys on the line that are going to go pass rush. We got to get the job done. So 3rd down, certainly I would put more on the players. It doesn't matter what's called. You're in the big leagues. You get paid a lot of money, man. You're expected to go out there and win those one-on-ones, especially in those big money downs that turn out to make a big difference in a lot of these games.
All right, Rico, do your thing. TJ, we'll get some ticket texts, and there's one final question. It is, we talked about it a week ago, the trade deadline, the player you loved. We all know where he went. I want your view of the deadline.
I thought it was TJ. Talk about when you got kicked in the balls.
Nope. I mean, I do have a
Which
critical
time?
question. Carry on.
All right, this football season, where else would you want to bet other than my friends at Fanatics Sportsbook? Fanatics Sportsbook is the home of the fair play, protecting all pro football player prop bets across the straight parlays and single game parlays all season long from any first half injuries. They were the first to protect your prop bets through the first quarter. Now they've extended the protection throughout the entire first half. That's 30 minutes of player prop protection on all your bets, whether it's a quarterback, running back, wide receiver, even defensive players. Fanatics Sportsbook fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Why stick with that book that leaves you empty-handed when you can bet with the one that has your back for the entire whole first half? If you want to protect your parlays from injuries, switch to the sportsbook that always has your back across the first and second quarters of all pro football, every single game, all season long. Fanatics Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we'll get to the people. We got the picks coming up in about 10 minutes. Kenny, a few ticket texts. Is that something we can do?
Yes, indeed it is. I love it when you get TJ on to talk about the O-line play. It's like crack to me injected into my veins.
Yeah.
Literally the first one that came in. So congratulations,
All
TJ.
right.
You are crack to somebody somewhere. I think Dan Campbell is dependent on the inexperience that he realized he needed to focus more on controlling the game off the bye week.
English, do you speak it?
He's basically
He's just
saying,
reading a message. Don't
I'm
blame
reading
Kenny.
the words on the screen. He's basically saying,
Kenny,
Dan Campbell,
it's a trick in the business. You
I'm
got to
Kenny
self-edit.
Yeah.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Today, Junior.
All right. I have no football reason to believe this, but I'm still worried about the Lions game this Sunday.
Look, okay. You should not worry. You have to take every game seriously. This isn't college football. You're not a 38-point favorite over the Citadel. These are all grown-ass men. And guess what? The bad teams with injuries featuring a lot of nobodies, those guys are fighting for their life. They are attempting to stay in this league so they don't have to get a real job. So, yeah, you got to take it serious.
Is this more of a personnel issue or a coordinator issue? That's from Matt in the D.
I'm going to let TJ answer that because you know my answer. Say it.
I mean, I would say split. I don't think it's a personnel issue. They got players, you know.
But
you got to play. You got to execute the game plan. So I know it's a boring question. It's
Lies.
both. It's both.
He lies.
Both.
Just say the words.
It's one game. Let's not overreact.
It's all
They'll
season.
get back on track.
Any game they play a good team, the offense doesn't look right. Say it. Say it.
Now, we'll have a different take next
The
week.
generous spirit. All right.
This one says, I know it's the NFL, but this team always seems to be injured. Last year we lost because of injuries. This year it seems like that's the excuse for the O-line.
Wah. It's the NFL. It's a blood sport. The field hasn't gotten any bigger in the last 15 years. The players are faster, stronger, bigger.
Yeah, and
everyone gets injuries.
And I'm not as concerned about the offensive line. I know early in the week where Campbell said, Panay, Decker, we'll get to the injury report, I'm sure, but I expect both those guys to play. So left guard, Mahogany's going to be out, but Awasika, look, he's got some starting experience.
You love that guy.
I think they'll be fine.
Well,
they'll be fine on the offensive line. I'm not concerned as I was on Monday when I heard Coach talk about it.
Here's your spoiler alert. Decker's questionable. Sewell's not even on the list.
Okay, good. So, and I expect Taylor to play. I think that he went through a full practice yesterday on Thursday, which is a good sign. So, barring any setback over the next 48 hours, I would expect to see both tackles out there playing Sunday.
What'd you make of the deadline? That's the last piece before we get to the picks. You wanted Jalen Phillips. We wanted Phillips. We wanted moves. They did Stugotz.
Yeah.
What do you make of it?
I didn't. I certainly would have loved Phillips. I don't think that it was like, you got to make this move or, you're inept. I was disappointed, obviously, because anytime your team does nothing, and it doesn't matter which sport it is, you always want to upgrade. But I wasn't really upset because it's exactly what I expected to happen, which is we trust the players that we have. We're going to get some guys back. And look, I mean, you might not like this answer, Mike, and I'm not calling these guys world beaters by any means or not, but, when you get a DJ Reed back, when you get eventually a Josh Paschal back, can you kind of look at those as maybe an in-season acquisition that can come in and give you depth and give you some – and DJ Reed's a starter, and he's a damn good starter.
Your injured players become your trades.
Yeah, that's how I look at it, is to where you're going to – there's still going to be help that's coming down the line. Now, I know Coach – I think he said for DJ Reed maybe early December, which is still another month. Paschal, I know they started the time clock. Look, Miles Frazier is a kid I'm intrigued with. I mean, I loved him coming out of the draft. I know he was injured during the offseason. I think they just started his time clock. But if he can be last year's Mahogany, where, you miss a bunch of time, you miss a bunch of practice, you don't get healthy until week 10, 12, but you come out and can you give this team something of value and an attitude and a physical presence on that offensive line? I'm not telling you that's going to happen, but if it does, you can look at that as saying, yeah, those were our acquisitions, getting our own guys healthy again. Now, you're going to have more guys get hurt. This is the NFL. We know that. You obviously hope it's not going to happen, but I look at it as the way of you are getting some reinforcements coming, but they're just coming from within. And everybody was disappointed. I mean, come on. Like, would we have loved to – I wouldn't have made the Sauce Gardner trade. I mean, I thought that the Jets won both of those trades, to be honest with you, getting rid of Williams. And Quinnen Williams, in my mind, you didn't need an interior guy because basically you're just going to admit that the Tyreek Williams pick was a disaster. Like you're giving up on that already because but you got Aleem McNeil, you got DJ Reader, you got other guys on that interior. So if you go get a guy like Quinnen Williams, like what are you doing with DJ Reader? What are you doing with Tyreek? What are you doing with Aleem McNeil?
Yeah, you didn't need either one of those guys. But I think the Jets, it works if they actually turn those picks into something.
Yeah, well, it gives them ammunition to do something, right? Like their first pick is probably going to be pretty damn high this coming year, maybe even the year after, like what we saw with Dan Campbell
this year and 3 in the following year.
So if they use them the right way and go get a couple of guys that can change your franchise, much like the Lions did when the first 2 drafts were Penei Sewell and Amon-Ra and Aleem McNeil and Aiden Hutchinson, you'd like those guys come in and change your complete complexity of the franchise. So do I trust the Jets to do it? No, because they've been a dysfunctional franchise for so long.
We know you love them coming out of college.
But they made the right moves, and I would have been.
TJ grew up wanting to be a New York Jet. He was a huge Bill Callahan guy.
Oh, wait, did you have one of those fireman hats?
That is false.
Fireman Ed. He took a picture with Fireman Ed.
I don't think Ed even goes to the games anymore.
No,
he's so disgusted.
Disenfranchised him.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he quit him. All right, this football season.
He jacked up his ticket prices. He said enough's enough.
Don't just show up on game day. Score big with Moran Buick GMC right now. You can lease a 26 GMC Sierra Elevation 4-wheel drive crew cab starting at $199 a month, or drive home in a 25 Buick Envista. Leases start at $279 a month. Both deals, just $999 down. And inventory rolls in every day. Just go to MoranExpress.com, not only to check that inventory, but schedule your certified service. So whether you're loading up for the game or heading up north, look, Moran Buick GMC has got you covered. Telegraph just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, we do it every week. Let's get to it. It's exciting. It's the picks. Thank you, Charles Ramsey. All right, listen. An amazing week. TJ 6-4. We're not going to comment on Kenny or David. My God.
we're all better. Nobody's got ammo to throw bullets at anybody else this year.
What David almost pulled off is historical.
That's a tough one.
Let's go to college. Look out. Tulane traveling to Memphis, taking on the best team that FedEx can pay for. Memphis laying 3.5 tonight. Rico Beard.
Well, you know what? Memphis is trying to be that group of 5 team. Give me Memphis.
Great analysis. We go over to Kenny Cott.
I'm going to do the exact opposite of what Rico said. I will take Memphis, but I have no idea. I have not watched either of these teams all year long. I'm not going to pretend like I did. So I will also take Memphis.
Kenny, which is why I'm going to ask Mike to go first, because he's going to have about 3 notes on a backup punter, quarterback, or wide receiver that might be coming into play.
Going to have 3
you
notes.
break down every game. I know I want to hear what you want to say first, so I have all the information.
I actually lean Tulane here. I think John Summerall is a better coach than Silverfield. I don't love Memphis' quarterback, even when he's healthy. You get the veteran in Retzlaff. Give me the green wave.
All right. Well, I'm taking Memphis just because I think Tulane is just such an undisciplined team. I think they lead the league, lead pretty top 10 in penalty yardage. They're terrible on third down defensively.
Best helmets.
They do have some badass uniforms, I'll tell you that. But I'm with Rico on this one. I'm going to take Memphis.
All right. Their white helmets are incredible. Okay. Number 7, BYU. Getting all soaked to travel to Lubbock. Texas Tech laying 10.5.
Never fails.
Here's a Rico Beer.
BYU is just I've lost to BYU each and every time I pick against them, but I haven't learned. I'm going to go against them again. Game day's coming to Texas Tech. That's the best D-line that money can buy. Give me the Red Raiders. Guns up.
Over to Kenny Cott.
I don't know about this game. I know it's 10.5 is a lot of points, I think, is at the end of the day. Yep, thank you. I will take BYU, get soaked.
I think Texas Tech wins the game, but I could see BYU with a late cover, maybe a touchdown that just crosses the bear line, and just the tip gets across the goal line there. So I'm taking BYU.
I see what you did there, and I'm proud of you. Look, BYU's not going to be able to run the football here. And even the QB run with Bear Bachmeier, not against this D-line. Texas Tech, home, the number looks like it's too big. Guns up. Throw tortillas everywhere.
Wait, do they still get fined for that now?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't care. They got plenty of money down there. Texas A&M laying 6.5. They travel to Mizzou to take on number 22, Missouri.
I think Texas A&M is trying to stay in that top 4. They want to buy. I think that they have more than enough to handle Missouri. Give me A&M. Give me the Aggies.
Kenneth.
I'm with you, Rico. A&M is a machine. 6.5. They'll cover that, no problem.
Over to TG.
I don't know why, but I'm putting A&M
English,
good boy, on upset alert. I just gave you more ammo, didn't I? I'm putting A&M on upset alert. I don't know why. Mostly because I don't go 10-0 every week, and I got to switch one. So I'm taking
help
Missouri.
you. Missouri, 41% pressure rate from their ends, and they have a top 10 if you look at any pass D metric.
Go Zion.
PBUs to tackling.
Look, you with me? We're doing this together?
Yeah.
We're taking Mizzou?
Thank you, Sean Connery. Yeah, I want to take Missouri, even though we're dealing with a backup quarterback.
Let's go, baby.
Billy Zollers, or whatever his name is.
Upset alert.
Give me Mizzou. I'm Ed Hardy, FTW. Number 9, Oregon travels to take on Iowa at Kinnick. Oregon laying 6.5. Rico.
Oregon going into Kinnick for the very first time. They're going to find out why teams go to Kinnick to die.
Yes.
It is a very tough place to play. Give me the Hawkeyes.
Yes. Over to Kenny.
Don't love agreeing with Rico here, but 6.5 at home for Iowa. Yeah, give me Iowa.
TJ?
Nope. I refuse to put Iowa into one of those playoff contending type teams. No, I think Oregon stomps them.
Wow. You picked against the sick kids.
Sorry.
Unbelievable.
It's not picking against the players.
You know what? Don't even wave.
Well.
Don't even wave to it. Just turn your back.
Listen, we've already seen Iowa do it to Indiana. Phil Parker and that defense, they lock in a box. 20-15 final. I think this is a race to 20. And Oregon on the road, they bog down offensively. I going into Kinnick is just different, man.
If it was
It's
a night
weird.
game, I would do it. But it's a 3:30.
Yeah, but dude,
afternoon. I don't think that's going to have the same environment.
It's going to be night by the time it's over.
It's a lot of farmers. It's a lot of meth. It's a lot of overalls.
And TJ, I don't know if you're right on top of the players.
Yes.
It's that first time you
think about the kids, TJ. You got to pick Iowa.
No.
Okay, Iowa. Let's go to the NFL.
No.
The resurgent Baltimore Ravens laying 4.5 as they travel to take on JJ McMeditation.
I'm going to go with the Ravens in the up-down theory, celebrating you beat the Lions. I think they're going to be feeling themselves, so give me the Ravens.
Over to Kenny.
Fun fact, 4.5 is actually one away from 5.5, and that's the Devils' number. I'm going to go with the Vikings.
TJ, question mark?
I think I'm taking Minnesota as well. I know Baltimore's kind of coming back and getting healthy, but Minnesota's getting healthy as well. And that defense, especially getting Blake Cashman back and Van Ginkel, they can have some game plans that we just saw 5 days ago can confuse you. Lamar's never been the greatest at picking up some of those blitz protections. So I think I don't know if they win the game, but 4.5 is too much for me. I'm taking Minnesota.
We've also discovered J.J. McCarthy's alter ego. He likes to call him 9.
Making Anzalone look like a grandma out there on the boundary?
That doesn't take much. I'll take Minnesota. Rams laying 4.5 as they travel to the zombie Niners. Oh, here's Rico. My team's so good.
Exactly.
Oh, my Lanta.
You know what? I'm going to keep rolling with it, Mike.
That's right.
Because it spites you, and they've already beaten the Rams once. Let's make it a second time. Give me the Niners and those points.
Kenny.
Enough of this barnacle team. I'm tired of the Niners. Give me the Rams on the 4.5.
TJ.
Gosh, I'm tired of the Rams too, but they just find ways to keep games close. 4.5 on the road in the division. I'm with you, Rico. I got to take the Niners.
Death. But they just switched to the thick kicker.
Find a way, man.
Death to the Niners. A Super Bowl team's calling. And the ageless Matthew Stafford and his 21 touchdowns and only 2 mistakes comes to town.
Is that because they beat the G-Men?
Please, you played Shane Bowen. That's like being pumped up you slept with the town whore. Congratulations, you scored.
You know what?
Everybody needs a slump buster.
It all counts as one.
Up next, Kenny's lunch meat. I'm taking the Rams.
That's your G-Men. That's your G-Men.
Patriots travel to the Bucks. Bucks laying 2.5. Rico.
Game's going to be in Tampa. I think I like the Bucks in this game. Give me the Bucks in the -2.5. Yes, because I'm still not sold on the Patriots yet.
Over to Kenny.
I am bought in on the Patriots. Give me the Patriots. Give me the 2.5 points.
I'm bought in on the Patriots too. Drake May might be the MVP here in a couple months. He's playing incredible football. But with that being said, at Tampa Bay, Baker Mayfield coming off of a – they have a bye last week?
I think they
did. They had a bye last week.
Let's move it along.
Healthy. Yeah, I'm taking the Bucks.
Bucks in a shootout. I like the over in this game, too, 48.5.
A lot of points?
Yes.
Okay. I can
Cut
see
it
that.
loose, Baker. Do the thing. Pop in an extra Zins for everybody, Baker. Steelers traveling to the Chargers. Chargers laying 2.5. Rico.
No halt. No chance.
God.
Give me the Steelers.
Are you going to take that from him?
You know
System's automated, man. I can't do anything about
That's
it.
a disgrace.
No, you know what?
They fire random. I can't do anything
It's
about
AI.
it.
It's
You know
AI.
what? Yeah, he's going to be hanging out with his people this weekend. He's just getting prepared.
Jeez.
All right, over to David Duke.
We're going,
You got some bed sheets?
yeah, we're going up north real far. Give me the Chargers.
Over to Clayton Bigsby. let's keep it moving, please.
I have no idea. I'm taking the Chargers because they're the home team. I don't know why.
No Joe Alt, no chance. Give me the Steelers. We go over Eagles, Pack. The Pack are favored by 2.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Wow.
Mike, this is one where I'm just going to go with you. It doesn't make any sense, so I'm going to say go, Pack, go.
Kenneth or Clayton?
He was cutting his
It's
bed
only
sheets.
1.5 points. Give me the Pack.
I'm taking the Eagles. I don't know why. I don't know why the Packers are favored, especially after a
If you
stinker
don't,
against Carolina.
you don't
but
know why. You just go with it.
But I just Eagles are starting to figure it out offensively. I'm taking Philly.
Jordan Love bounce back. It makes no sense.
I'm a lonely soldier.
You got to go with it. Lions
Fly, Eagles,
Commanders
fly.
in what was supposed to be the game of the week.
It was supposed to be the
Lions like 8.5.
Yeah, it was supposed to be the
I wish I was
rematch
flexed.
game. It's not. Campbell doesn't lose 2 in a row. They will bury the Commanders. Give me the Lions.
Kenny.
Yeah, same exact logic there. I'm going with the Lions as well.
Lions win, but 8.5's too much based off the performance that I saw last week.
believe
They
in
got a lot to
Mariota?
figure out. No, I don't. But I think that defense. I think Washington's defense. Bobby Wagner's got 90 tackles so far through 8 or 9 games.
Yeah, he
I mean,
also has a
that's-
walking cane.
Yeah, but they still played really good. And Lions have had trouble blocking linebackers. I think they win the game, but I look at it more as a 28-24 type. So I take Washington to cover.
Good for you. Lions are going to go nuts.
I'm another lonely soldier.
You just
I got a chance.
You know what? Your
I
hatred
got
of
a
John
chance.
Morton is clouding your judgment. Lions a lot, Commanders a little. Those are the picks.
Good job by you.
That is
Better
fake.
job by me.
Fake news. Fake news.
97-1. All right, well, we've just consummated an Aiden Childs for Chris Creighton trade. That's how this commercial break went.
Brilliant.
So listen, I'm going to get to these two calls. TJ's going to stick around for one more segment. We do not have Who Said It today. David had to leave. So look, I just want to ask TJ this one question, and we'll knock these two calls, and I do have an NFL thing for Rico this hour. Athletic did a study, or a poll, whatever you want to say, where these jobs rank in the Big Ten. Obviously, the conference is now expanded to 800 teams. They had MSU at number 11. Now, TJ, you're a born and bred Michigander. You are a Big Ten fan. If we separate the top 4 jobs, which are clearly Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, and I would say Oregon.
Oregon, yeah.
There are your big 4. I think everything after that is up for debate. Where do you put Michigan State?
I think USC would maybe be up there.
Put them at 5. Next.
Okay. 11. Gosh, I wish I looked at that list because
Nebraska
over Michigan State.
Yeah. You got Nebraska. Yeah, here, let me help you out.
Yeah.
Nebraska is
Give
at
me a couple.
7. You have Iowa at 8, Indiana at 9, Wisconsin at 10, Michigan State at 11. Washington's at 6, by the way.
No, I think I would put Michigan State at
8, 9.
No, probably 6 or 7.
Okay.
Just because I know that the support that they have from some alumni to make it a place that coaches would want to come. I don't know if those other schools have that.
Well,
and I know that they certainly did it when Mel Tucker, and we don't need to revisit
boy.
the end of that, but that was a massive contract that people were willing to pay out and to get Michigan State back on track. No, I don't think that Michigan is in the same boat as Wisconsin or even below them. When it comes to being able to hire somebody and give him the resources that he would need to be successful. No, I don't feel that at all. Now, I don't feel like they're top 4 worthy at the moment, but I don't think that these donors would shy away where if you went and said, hey, we got this one option right here that is our clear number 1, can we pony up and go get this dude? Like, I think they would have guys that would go do that.
Problem is, who the hell is that coach?
Well, I don't know that. I don't have that answer, but I do think
I think that coach is either a coordinator, Mike, or it's somebody that's been out of the business for a while.
But I do think that so who do you mean by that? Like
that's
like
where
a Saban type,
no,
or
I'm about to say like an Urban Meyer type, like out of the game. But
I'm not going to tell you you're dumb for suggesting that. No, I think that if they said, "Hey, we want to go get this dude, and it's going to cost this. Can I ask you guys to step up and pay this?" I think that Michigan State donors have shown that they will do that. And no, I feel like you got to get the right people in there. But and no offense to John Smith, but with everything that was going on after Mel Tucker and, a change in the athletic director, like there's been a lot of president, right? There's been a lot of changes at MSU over the past 2 years, fair to say. Yeah. They just haven't had any consistency with leadership there. But
new president,
I don't think
new
that
AD,
I don't think they should be bottom half of the Big Ten. I think that could be a very, very intriguing job with the right price, and especially in today's landscape of college football, where you got to give me 4 years to turn this thing around and get my recruits in and you don't need that anymore. It's like we can show you like Indiana did. Now, they might be an outlier, but they have proven that you can do it at a place. Indiana was at the dumps of the Big Ten for how many years, and now all of a sudden it's like, whoa, like we have to study that to see what happened. You get the right guy in. I know that people that donate money to that program are going to be all in to try to get this back to a big time program.
No, the funny thing is Indiana's going to be the bane of every coach out there. Every new coach is going to be compared. And the funny thing is,
yeah, they should be.
Cignetti was a guy that most teams and most programs would have said, we're better than Kirk Cignetti.
Well, you know what? It's fair if you provide the coach with the same resources. You can't say, hey, he did it there with this budget, but we're going to give you this budget and expect you to do the same thing. No, you have, and I don't know, because I think a lot of the NIL stuff is still kind of private. You don't even know there's no like payroll where it's like this guy's paying this. Maybe there is. I just haven't seen one. But if you're a coach that says, okay, you spent this much money on Kurt Cignetti and you gave him, $50 million payroll to work with every year, then you can expect me to stay up to the same standards, right? And I think Michigan State has the resources to do that. I think it's unfair to judge a coach if you're going to say, well, Curt Cignetti did it. You could be like, well, yeah, but he has 5 times as much NIL money and donor money that I have. You can't do it anymore.
If you bankrolled the team the way Texas Tech did and said, hey, you know what, as you like to call it, the landman,
you can turn it around,
money,
man.
Go out there, go get the best players. Let's go.
Yeah, you don't need a Jim Harbaugh. You know, I'm dealing with Brady Hoke's players, and even though a lot of Harbaugh's early success came out of that, but no, this is fast tracked just the way this college football is set up now to be able to bounce back and to create a team. You don't build I'm a firm believer that you don't build a program anymore in college football.
Then why did they hire a guy that's his only skill?
Well, that's
they hired a Ziploc bag.
No. You know what happened?
You have to build a team. Mike? You have to build a year-to-year team and assume that you're not going to have the same team the following year unless you get more resources and unless you get people to still commit to giving you those resources to build that team year in, year out. It's not like the days of, oh man, like look at this freshman. Can't wait to see what he looks like when he's a junior. Long gone.
No, but I think what happened was you see it with the pro coaches. If you got the tough coach, you got to go get a player's coach. If you got a player's coach, you got to go get the tough coach. So because Tucker was flashy, you had to go get the more reserved guy.
Bag of whipped cream.
You had to get
a literal Ziploc bag of Cool Whip. That's what we hired. Yeah.
I'd say sour cream.
Yeah,
fine.
Like whipped cream is more enjoyable.
That sounds
sour
like that
cream
Wojo read. Daisy dips.
I would honestly go like Miracle Whip. Like
fine.
Some people like it. A lot of people hate it. It's kind of gross.
Yeah. Great. We hired Duke's Mayo.
Yeah,
congratulations.
I'd go with Miracle Whip.
Let's knock down some calls. We'll go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, what's going on, buddy?
Mike and Rick, Kenny, long time no chat. How are you guys doing today?
Good, hey, Jeff. What's on your mind?
Oh, I have a heartfelt take on who that guy potentially could be. Look, for the diehard fans and alumni, we intuitively know where MSU is. We can also feel the intangibles on why. And to no disrespect to Coach Smith here, but to channel my inner D'Antonio has to deal with alignment, as this goes back to the replacement that I feel he really wanted in 2020. If Michigan State wants to break the chains on where we are and get back to being the school team sphere playing on their schedules, I have 5 takes on why Luke Fickell is that guy. He's proven that he can build programs from the ground up. He took Cincy from underdog to playoff contender, the first group of 5 school to crash the big boys table. He's been there. He's done that. He knows the Big Ten inside and out, played and coached at Ohio State, recruits the same Midwest battlegrounds MSU needs to dominate in. He understands what Spartan football is supposed to look like, tough, physical, and blue collar. He had front row seats when our D-line was unstoppable, when the no-fly zone was penetratable, and the Kirk Cousins full send to B.J. Cunningham for the dub in 2011. He's a culture builder.
I need you to get to the name, Jeff. We're a little over time here.
Luke Fickell.
Have a good day, Jeff. Guys, about 3-30 at Wisconsin. You can't be serious. You can't be serious wanting to hire Rob Riggle with what he's displayed at Wisconsin. I listened to an Oscar speech, Jeff, for you to hit me with Luke Fickell. By the way, hey, Luke, F you. You could have had the job, but my wife doesn't like the culture. Goodbye. How do you like the culture in Madtown? You're fired.
No, you're
hired. No, actually, you're going to be here next year. And you're fired.
Because that's just it, Jeff.
The delayed chair.
Fickell's not going to be fired. He got the vote of confidence.
That's because the AD's tied at the hip with him, and they're a poverty-ass school.
I thought he was going to say Fitzgerald.
I thought he was going to start thanking Steven Spielberg for casting him in the role. And I thought we were going to cue a big band behind it.
I thought he was going to say Fitzgerald.
You gave him a lot of time.
I was trying to be nice. Plus, you were screwing with me. I didn't realize I hit the bottle on here and made a noise.
I guess I'm with you. I would not support.
Got to be kidding me with that.
Hire of Luke Fickell.
My God.
After I watched him quit in that Michigan game, that was disgusting.
Please. Good heavens. I blame you.
I'm surprised nobody said.
Offer's still on the table. Chris Creighton for Aiden Childs.
What about David Shaw?
I'm being serious with you.
What is your school going to do? I mean, come on.
We're at a crossroads right now. I'll tell you. Zero people listening right now want to listen to Eastern Michigan football talk, but no, it's
But you're the
I think
big
they're
time
2-7.
donor. Who you got
They're
going?
just we're at a crossroads. We're gonna have some tough conversations here probably in the next couple.
go
months.
one double.
Who are you and Max
It is
Crosby
what it
bringing
is,
in?
man.
Who
It
you
is
and
what
Max-
it is.
Who are you and Crosby bringing in?
The conversations go above Max and myself.
Well, there's the problem.
Yeah, it's just
All right.
Who's higher than
You know
and
what?
Max
Like-
Crosby?
Hire Bob Glass.
I don't want to turn this into a segment.
I mean,
about,
at least you. I mean, Cookies is the head of
No, I
Central
know,
Michigan.
but it's like the what do they call them now? The Power 4 schools, and then the Group of 5. Is that
Yes?
Okay, Group of 5 schools are in a really tough spot.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
In other news,
Yeah.
boobs are fun.
That is true.
I mean, geez, TJ.
I like
hey, you
that.
know, the
Yep, I'm
mid-majors
with you
are
on that.
struggling with NIL. Water's wet.
Yeah.
All right, it's time for you to go.
Yep.
Let me take care of some business.
Happily, please. Can I leave?
Next thing you know, you're
Can
going to
you
tell me
unlock
that.
Can you unlock my handcuffs, please? Can I get out of here?
That Luke Fickle call, we need to all recover. All right.
That's on you. You normally give people 30 seconds. You gave about 2
was in a
minutes
good
of that.
mood. All right, lawyers bragging about giant verdicts, treating you like a trophy to put up on the wall. David Femininio's different. He just gets to work. No sizzle, all steak, and he's going to win for you. Keep your family steady, help you move forward. That's what matters. It's your case, your life. And if you've been in an accident, you call David 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. TJ, I'm way too professional for you. GetDavidGetPaid.com.
All right, guys. As you know, my basement, done by Matrix Basement, is coming along fantastic. As a matter of fact, I had the head guys, Dan and Nate, were out there, and They had an overall look at it. They loved it. Here's the thing. If you heard me talking about my basement, you can have the same thing done for you, and they can do it right now for you with the Build Now, Pay Later program. What does that mean? No interest, no payments for 24 months. Why wait for your dream basement when you can have it right now? Simply go over to matrixbasements.com, get your free consultation. They'll come up with a plan and a design for you. And once you approve it, they'll get to work, and you may be celebrating Christmas in your brand new basement if you start right now. Build now, pay later, no interest, no payments for 24 months. It's just that simple. That's 24 months with absolutely zero interest and zero payments. Build now, pay later, and enjoy your beautiful basement built by Matrix Basements today.
All right. I'm going to knock these two calls out because I can't end the topic on that last call. And second of all, I got to move on from this because I want to get to some NFL stuff, including, again, I know there's no Michigan State this weekend, and the Lions are playing what used to be the Commanders. Not a lot of sizzle, but we do have things to do. I want to get the two calls. We can get a couple of texts, and then this is done. But it can't end on a guy reading a script and suggesting Luke Fickell. It just can't. I can't live in that world. We're going to go to Grant, 97.1. Grant, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, how's it going, guys? So I wanted to jump on here real quick. I mean, the guy that came in here and said Luke Fickell, boy, did he have everybody cracking up in their cars today. All that for Luke Fickell. My thing I really want to talk about is we're talking about getting a new coach, and I get it. It's the buzz thing to say, you know, the guy's not working out. He stands there, he has no emotion, which I don't know which MSU coach would have emotion with currently having the donors that they have and the NIL they have. So when you're not provided anything and you suck, is it just putting in another coach and then they're going to be, that'll change everything, right? Once we get the coach that we really want, we're then going to go spend all of our money. Well, you just picked a coach 600 days ago. 600 days ago. And now we're talking about another coach. And if you are going to go get a coach, you'd want to go get a cheap one. And you can. The guy down the street, his name's Tony. He's getting paid $200,000. And he's the Nick Saban of D2. And of course he said, well, I'm not going to go anywhere. No, I get it. I get the, oh my God, but who else is going to come there?
Grant, if you think your program is so bad that you got to go hire Tony Annese, just shut the program down. Just be done with it. Just go 1AA at that point.
Grant, I would say
I'm
this.
not against that either. Grant, I'm not against that either. But
Grant, I would say this. Here's the problem with Michigan State, and maybe the fact that now you would have a new president, new AD, and along with a new coach. You have to work in tandem. You have to have a plan. You have to know exactly what you're doing. It can't be segmented. And once you do that, I think you can have success.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't see success until you spend. I think that this is
no one's arguing. But Grant, that's why they hired Jay Batt. That's why Jay Batt is retooling this entire athletic department from the hillbillies and handshakers that they had to actual business people. If they're not going to spend, shut it down. But now, please do not insult me the way Wojo does, and you call up and you want MSU to make some cute little welfare hire. No. If you have to do that or you think your program is that far gone, once again, John Taffer, shut it down. Be done with it.
Give me 30 seconds.
You take the rest of the show.
Before you hit me with a chair.
Nothing.
See, here's the problem. Maybe we need to be more open-minded because remember, right now, everybody hates Cignetti. It's like, why couldn't we get that? Once again, coming from James Madison, most people would have said he's too old. You had to hire a coach from James Madison, and it worked out for him. So at this point, I'm willing to look wherever and not say, oh, we're too good for this guy, because you're actually not. You don't know who this guy is going to be. Now, yeah, there are certain names that I want you to try and not just go straight for the Tony Anneses of the world. My God. But I mean, think about
if you're hiring Tony Annese, it means you got the worst job in the Big Ten. It means the Athletic wasn't even negative enough about your job. Give me a break. You're not hiring a D2 coach. What is this, 1960?
But would you have said that 2 years ago about Cignetti?
No.
You actually like Cignetti.
I do.
Yeah,
and he coached D1, and I didn't have a problem with it. And I thought it was a nice hire. But, no, I'm not mad. I don't expect to get a guy like that. I don't expect that type of turnaround. I just expect you can't go from 5-7 to 3-9.
and show no emotion in the process. Again, put a mirror under Jonathan Smith's nose. Is he breathing?
And the problem with that was, you got screwed by the referees in overtime, and they basically just looked at you and pulled a Tayshaun Prince and said, what are you going to do about it?
I'm glad they did it. Go to Drew, 97.1. Drew, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Happy Friday.
Yes, sir.
So I think MSU has got to be in the top 6 just in terms of money and the fan base and the donor base. If Jay Batt does what it looks like, seems like, feels like he's trying to do, we could easily be number 5 and be right outside those top 4. But they've got to get it together, and hopefully he's finally doing that. And I also had a couple coaching suggestions.
I can't wait.
One I think is a bit. Well, I think you've liked one of these guys in the past, but Bob Chesney is one. Signetti's successor at JMU. He's won everywhere.
I understand it because we'll stick with Chesney for a minute. Look, it has nothing to do with Signetti because remember, Signetti took that program with him. Chesney in 2 years, I believe, has brought in 90 new players. He's young. He's
Correct.
fiery. He's won at every stop, including places I don't know where they are. But this is a different
That means
ball
a lot
game.
if you don't know.
No, I mean, I'm talking about like Algonquin and stuff. Look, Drew, honestly, I think a guy like Chesney's a perfect fit for a program like Virginia Tech or a Maryland. The DMV area, Eastern Seaboard, he's never been out here. I wouldn't hate it, but I'd hate the idea if people think they're getting Signetti Jr. That's not what it is. But you're not crazy. He's a good football coach. He's got JMU humming. And he didn't do it with any help from Signetti because Signetti took all the spices out of the cupboard. And Mike Shanahan, look, I've heard everybody wants Indiana's coordinators. You know what I mean? I'm not mad at you for it. I just, Drew, listen, I haven't gotten to the phase of the whole naming of the coaches thing because in the end, my brother, none of it matters. We don't get to interview these people. We're not back channeling. The agents control all of this. Half the time, ADs get used. You know the other thing I can't stand? If MSU goes out and hires another one of these bird-brained search firms, all these search firms are in bed with agents.
Oh, that's a grift.
It is a grift. Oh, here's another one I can't wait. You know, MSU called Nick Saban. Yeah, Nick Saban gave us old Mr. Penis. That's what Nick Saban gave us. Mel Tucker. Oh, Mel will come up there and do a great job. Cutscene. Well, he was enjoying more than warm cookies at the DoubleTree.
Mr. Penis?
he did win.
And it lasted as long as his phone call.
Was he wearing a monocle?
Yeah, he's Mr. Potato Head. Mel Tucker edition. It comes with a Montclair vest and a weenie.
Mike, at least he showed emotion.
Sure. And it cost him $82 million.
At least we all know what keep chopping means.
Oh, man. Okay. Well, I'm glad we settled that. Kenny, any ticket text and we'll move on.
Yes, we have some ticket text. Let me recover from that.
Sorry. Hello.
The first one we got was we hired Duke's Mayo, LMAO.
It's true.
Another one, TJ is dead wrong. Give me more Eastern Michigan talk.
Yeah, no.
Eastern Michigan or hockey? You pick.
Hockey.
All right.
Day.
See, I win something.
Eastern would be better off just kicking it like it's 1960. Go 1AA and call it a day.
Same payroll.
Another one. I agree with the caller to a degree. MSU needs to insulate their coach with a legit NIL program. Until then, it doesn't matter who the coach is.
That's my whole point. And like state fans get so upset. It's on MSU to show you they're serious. Otherwise, F them.
MSU is in full prove-it mode. Either spend the money or I'm not paying attention.
That's
also,
right.
Mike is right. Knock the stadium down.
Just bulldoze it.
The only problem is you'd have to raise like $1 billion to
and.
No, I'm just saying
all those media rights deals, the billions and billions and billions and billions in endowment. How about you build something people want to go to and you can multi-use it? Maybe you get concerts. Maybe you get events.
No, but that is swap out the turf and put in the artificial turf.
Yes.
If you win, people show up. You can have a state-of-the-art stadium, and if you're still 3-9, no one's coming.
Maybe we'll just do what Paul Blart does. Just give away all the home games to Ford Field while the stadium's getting built.
I mean, Mike, you could do that. But if you're losing, you'll have a state-of-the-art stadium empty.
Honestly, the program could disappear tomorrow, and it just wouldn't matter.
It would matter.
Okay.
You would say that now, you would miss it. You would miss it.
touchdown, whoever we're playing.
You would miss it.
Okay. Black Friday doesn't have to mean long lines and annoying people. No, Paulson's audio video just says to hell with it. Black Friday's all month. Black Friday savings all month long at Paulson's. The experts help you pick the perfect TV, sound system, even smart home gear. Great lighting options as well. Their dedicated service department, they're there for you long after install day. No lines, no bots, no headaches. So before you click buy now, I just highly encourage you to stop by the showroom, get a consultation, which is free. It's Paulson's Audio Video, your technology partner. Call 248-553-4100 and visit paulsonsav.com.
All right, we'll get back to the Lions at 5 o'clock. I just wanted to bring something up because we were making jokes about last night's game during the break. And, like, I understand. Please, just, I'm begging you. I don't need 1,000 texts about, well, it's about money. We know it's about money. What I'm debating is something different. Not all money is good money. These Thursday night games, by and large, are absolute garbage. It's almost as if players don't have enough time to recover because they don't, and coaches don't have enough time to truly plan because they don't. And what you end up with is a 10-7 football game last night, which was horrific. Most of these Thursday night games are absolutely terrible. And when you talk to players, players loathe these games. Their bodies are still not recovered from the week before. The week-to-week of the NFL taxes you. And your parking meter is never full. I wish TJ were still here. I know he'd ring the bell on this. But when you shorten your window of recovery to 72 hours, that is an absurdity. But yet, we do this. And it's, oh, well, you know, the league's making, it's like the argument, Rico, about all the money going on in college football. Well, it's a great deal for Big Ten schools. Is it? I'm playing on a Friday night at midnight. Like, no, not all money's good money. To me, why do we need Thursday night football outside of the opener? I love kicking off the season on a Thursday night.
Because you got all off season prepared for it.
And it's a standalone and it's a celebration, and I can understand it. Here's my question to you and to people. Do you truly need Thursday night football? Like, if it disappeared and it went back to college doing the little Thursday night deal, and you just added a game, because how many times, this is the other thing that kills me, how many times do you get to a Sunday? You're a Niners guy. That late window might have 3 games. And you go, what happened? And then you find out, well, you got 1 game on Thursday.
Yep.
You got 2 games on Monday night now, which, by the way, I don't know who needs it.
Don't need that. Gratuitous.
If I just took Thursdays out, 1 Monday night game, I want to know who it's serving. Don't say the networks. We already agreed.
No.
I understand the money.
It's serving the audience of more, whereas you always want more. You know what's good? This is good. How about if we added more to it and more and more? And that's where we are. Mike, it's rare that we go backwards in life.
I just received a bell from TJ.
There you go.
He just sent me a picture of a bell.
There you go.
But it's so unfair to the players.
It is. But the NFL has told you, they've shown you, they don't care about the players.
I'm not arguing. I'm arguing for fans. Who
Right.
the hell likes this? Like, who gets excited for Thursday Night Football, turns it on and goes, this product is great?
Because for fans, it's like, well, you only get football for, 20-some weeks of the year, so give me all the football that you can.
So who tuned in?
Jam-packed.
What average guy tuned into Denver and Oakland, unless you're a fan of those 2 teams? Let's be serious.
Not many, unless it's got like fantasy football ramifications. Other than that, you didn't care. And I'm with you. Like, if you were gonna do it, then maybe you play games where teams are coming off the bye, so they had a lot of time to recover already, and then they would have 10 days after that to play. But yet, between that and the European games, you could eliminate all of that stuff, because you're right. That's why you only end up with like 2 or 3 games in the afternoon session. Because it was like, well, who asked to play in Germany?
Guten Tag. I mean, it makes no sense.
I'm
and
with
it
you.
hurts the quality. This is what I can't stand: is you can make money. There are a million ways to make money running the NFL.
But the NFL
stop killing the quality.
But Mike, when you have no competition and when it seems like everything that you do works, and there's nobody that's ever going to walk in there and say, you know what, maybe enough. Maybe we've done enough.
That's where I'm at, though, and I think fans need to speak it, say it. Like, it just, I'm not going to play the Sam Kinison drop, but like when you look at it, like I remember, here, Siren, this is 30 years ago almost, when I was an intern for the Giants at training camp. Basically, I was you lugged equipment.
Come on, move your ass.
You lugged equipment, you set up the broadcast, and occasionally you'd be able to go and grab a player, bring him to the broadcast, let me interview. Tiki Barber did an interview, and he goes, here's what it's like waking up on a Sunday morning. You feel like you've been in 30 car accidents and you can't hold a phone to your face. So you take that for an NFL running back on a Sunday.
Sunday or Monday morning?
Monday morning, that's
Monday
how you
morning,
feel.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
They're barely ready to go by the next Sunday. What the hell do you think that's like on Thursday?
I see. I'm more looking out for the offensive and defensive linemen who basically are in about 60 wrestling matches every snap of the ball. So, yeah, those are the ones that I feel sorry for because if I'm the coach, guys, I'll see you in 48 hours.
The NFL, TJ just brought up something via text. I'm glad he's still engaged while leaving. This is tremendous. Take the Thursday night game and put it on Saturday night. To hell with college football. Go head-to-head with them and you'll win.
Yeah.
Bury
but you
him.
know what? You've done that before. And, yeah, I mean, because here's the thing. You only be competing against one game, college football. And at that point, if you're into Alabama, LSU, you'll watch that game. Or if not, you'd watch Denver Broncos and the Raiders, or you'd probably be watching the Bama and LSU because that game was awful.
You're damn right. Go to Jim, 97.1. Jimmy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, pro sports do not see fans as fans. They see them as income streams.
Yep.
They really don't care. If they did, they'd lower the prices for the tickets, the food that they serve them at the stadium, and they'd put the games on at times where the fans would enjoy seeing them. And yes, last night's game was terrible. It was unwatchable for most of the time.
No, and even the European stuff,
time.
Jim. Like you're flying players halfway across the world in a formatted season. And when you watch the games, the quality's bad there too. Like you can make money without wrecking the game. These games are bad.
They're terrible, and they're not for the fan. They're trying to make something bigger than what it is. It's big enough as the NFL, and it's trickling down into, college sports too. Who needs to watch, these games on Tuesday night, Wednesday night? It's just for the money. And Michigan and Michigan State, I like going to see a Michigan State game during the daytime. Same at Michigan.
Yeah.
But, if there's lights under the in the big house, it better be a big game.
No, Jim, here you just nailed it. Go back to last week, and I'm not knocking any of the fans, but the idea that Michigan-Purdue was a night game, and you're favored by 22, and I'm watching that game, that place sounded like a morgue. It is, you're asking fans too much. It's ridiculous.
But it's not you're asking fans, you're expecting them to put up with BS. And it's all about them making money and monetizing the game. And, I think they're just going to turn off a lot of fans.
Yeah, me included.
And,
Jim, we're at an inflection point. Go ahead, Rico, please.
But see, I think, and for like Jim, and look, we always talk about coaches. It's hard to get fired up for X amount of games. You can get your team fired up. And then there's other games, you're lying to them. You're being disingenuous. I think the same with fans. That's why it probably sounded quiet at Michigan, because you're like, well, it's Purdue. I got to go because I bought season tickets.
That place sounded dead as a
And let's just
doorknob.
wait for Mr. Brightside to play, and then we'll get happy and excited. That's about it. And it turned out to be a game, a defensive struggle. But
How dare you say that? It should have been a noon kick on ESPN2. Okay, that's it. I'm tired of this.
with the 80s graphic.
The
90s
graffiti
graphic?
graphics. Yeah. Shout out Roosevelt Colvin. Yeah, beating Michigan State on a block field goal. What a day! All right, if there is something more than you like football, maybe it's pizza. Hungry Howie's has got it at a crazy low price right now. Hungry Howie's offering 51% off any large, round, original, or thin crust pizza with any of your favorite toppings. You want to be simple? That's fine. Same price. You just load up on the toppings, 51% off. And it's very, very simple. You go to hungryhowies.com, carry out only, take advantage of the deal, 51% off. Hey, listen, maybe your appetite will be better because State's not playing this weekend. Head on over. It's Hungry Howie's.
FanDuel Friday, turn it up, NBA happy hour. I know they got the doo-doo tournament going on, or whatever the hell the NBA calls it. Talk about a grift. Whatever, FanDuel's got profit bonuses on it if you want to bet it. All kinds of things. Boost, bonuses. Just check the account, see what the hell they got in there for you. It's FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel.com/ticket. You can grab your reward before the clock expires. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions do apply, including bonus and token expiration. Leg requirements and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, 5 o'clock. We'll turn our attention to the Lions. I know it's a strange week. No Michigan or Michigan State, thank God. And then the Lions, it's kind of a dead opponent. And no, I don't do the disco crap. Yes, I believed you were going to beat the Bucs, but that was situational, and I thought you beat them bad. But this is a weird game. There's no Jaden Daniels. There's no Terry McLaurin. There's just an empty husk of a football team that Seattle went to their place and dropped a bomb on them. Dan Campbell doesn't lose back-to-back games. I would assume the Lions are pretty pissed, and they're going to try to drop a bomb on this team. But here's my question, something different, Rico. Dan Campbell was pretty confident in saying, look, there's a couple of tweaks you can make, and they'll be all good. Here's my question to you, my question to Lion fans. Where does that little tweak come from? What is it? What is that thing that you in your mind say, hey, do this or play this person? What is it?
I think the little tweak comes from the offensive side of the ball. I think the little tweak comes from better protection from the O-line and maybe even a combo plate of coming up with some better play calls and not being so predictable. But I think that's where your tweak comes from, because kind of like last year, your defense is what it is, and you're missing a lot of bodies, and you just got to you don't have the depth. So you know how you combated that last year? You scored a lot of points. Well, Ben Johnson's not there, and you're going to have to go out there and you're going to have to put up at least 27 or so points. Now, you get fortunate because you're going up against Marcus Mariota and an injured Commanders team. But I think it's the offensive line. You caught a break that both your tackles are able to play, but you got to find a way to get your running game established, because we've said this all season. This is a very run-oriented offense. And if you cannot run the ball, you can't move the ball. You're not scoring because your play action becomes null and void. Your running backs now have to stay in and block to help keep Goff upright. When they're able to get Gibbs at 100 yards, when you're able to bring in Montgomery and he could pick up another 50 or 60 yards, then your jet sweeps works. Then your play action works.
Jet sweeps, what's that?
Well, that's when you send Amon-Ra in motion, you catch him.
Dude, I'm telling you, your offense is in Chicago. This is what we talked about. And John Morton, look, separate this over now 8 games. All right, you dropped a bomb on the Bears. You dropped a bomb on the Browns. You dropped a bomb on the Bengals. And you dropped a bomb on the Ravens. Now, I'll give you credit for the Ravens one, but let's face it, none of those teams have a good defense at all. When you faced decent defenses, good defenses, Green Bay, no bueno. Vikings, no sir. Kansas City, nope. And even the Bucs game, let's be fair, you won 24-9. You could have scored 50 if your offense was operating. Rico, I think you've hit on something. And look, tweaks, small things in the offense, but TJ sat here, I don't know, 2 hours ago now. There's just nothing there. Pre-snap, there's okay, we're going to nerd out. Hold my hand and
it's
nerd
Friday.
out.
It's Friday, and it's still Michigan State. Let's
Go
nerd
back to last week when Seattle played the Commanders. All the different ways they were moving around JSN and utilizing him in the formation, right? Guy had 7 catches in the first half. Did Amon-Ra play last week? These are the moments where I go, okay, I'm not trying to compare John Morton to Ben Johnson. Mm-hmm. What I'm trying to do is, can John Morton, doing things his way, be 75-80% of what Ben Johnson produced? The problem is when you watched your game and you watched the Bears game, and I understand the Bengals suck. It's stylistically, you've lost all the creativity. And I think when we were talking to TJ, that's what hurts the running game. San Francisco for years was awesome with Shanahan's scheme of manipulating the pre-snap to open up, in air quotes, the run game. That's what you did. Mm-hmm. Now the Lions just come to the line and just do what they do. And it's just.
Let me ask this question, and maybe I'm out in left field, or maybe I'm getting ready to kick a hornet's nest. But I do wonder, if the offense last week especially got changed a little bit because of the whole apology to J-Mo, I need to get him more involved. You didn't do what you have done earlier in the year, and you didn't really try to establish that run because you were trying to pass the ball a little bit more. Hence, we didn't see Amon-Ra that much. Maybe it was plays that were designed for J-Mo. We just saw it at the end when he caught the touchdown pass, but I just thought I still think that was weird that you singled out a particular person to apologize for. It's like, dude, you're winning.
Yeah.
Don't apologize. When he gets his stuff, he gets his stuff.
The other problem is even if they look good against Washington, you go right back to the flow chart of, okay, Browns, Bengals, Washington, Bears. Next week in Philly is all that's going to matter to people. I mean, whether you win by 1 or 100 this weekend, you got to win, and I expect they will. But that Eagle game is going to tell you a lot. Now, maybe the tweak is this. I mean, TJ brought an interesting point up. I'm not expecting it, but all right, Tristan Colon was repping at center. Does it give you the ability to take a series, kick Glasgow to guard, and try someone new? Sure. Frazier, the kid you took out of LSU, who I think he allowed 2 quarterback sacks his last 2 years at LSU as a pass protector. You know, is that someone now who can come in and give you some depth? I don't have a great answer. I don't. I just know offensively, Rico, you know what? Couldn't have said it better myself. But I'd like to hear from the people. What is it? Is it more or less Gibbs? Is it stop with the J-Mo thing? Is it focus on, like, what is this tweak that Dan Campbell speaks of? Look, defensively, I don't have any problems with this team. I don't.
No. I mean, I think they're doing their job with the players. It'll be no Kirby Joseph. He's out for this game.
That one worries you, doesn't it?
It does, because I think this is going to be something lingering. I think this is something that I don't know. Maybe we see him December.
Well, it's saying
hopefully.
that his knee is not responding because after the Kansas City game, you could have just put him on the IR. You could have just bought the 4 weeks, brought someone up from the practice squad. Now he's going to be out 4 weeks. It means his knee isn't responding. And I think they even said it earlier. We thought it would have cleared up by now. And it hasn't. Doesn't mean it can't, but it's concerning, clearly. I still want to know what the hell went on in that blue tent. That guy, they wheeled him in there like Paul Pierce in the NBA Finals. And then he came out, he was dancing like Michael Flatley.
He looked like, remember in Super Tecmo Bowl when your guy went to the hospital and came running out the hospital to the field?
Yes.
That was him.
Yes. The best. Absolute best. Kenny, what is the tweak?
I'm with you in that I think it's or at least with TJ in that maybe you switch around the O-line a little bit, try some different looks. Because I'm with you. I think the Ben Johnson leaving, I think the jet sweeps are happening over there. And by the way, ticket texts are largely saying one of the most common threads, at least one of the most common trends is where are the trick plays? People are demanding more trick plays, which I think is less of a tweak and more of a complete like swerve in the other direction. And
I mean, that's a philosophy thing.
Right. And I think that's also a Ben Johnson thing.
I'm not knocking TJ in the least. I don't think it's that he didn't want to say it. I just think it's he didn't know what to say. When TJ sat here for about 6 minutes and went through the lack of adjustments, and whether it was in their zone running scheme where they couldn't get the edge because Minnesota wasn't going to allow it, and they did no counters, no pulling, whether it was the pass pro where routinely you were asking Jahmyr Gibbs to pick up freight train linebackers instead of, hey, John Morton, you like using 2 tight ends so much, put one in the A gap, we'll stone it at the line of scrimmage and fan out the line. You're basically going to have 2 centers on this play. Like, whose call is that? You know, is that Campbell? Is that Morton? Is that Fraley? Who's on the Surface Pro? And you make – look, I never want to act like those things are easy, all right? But there are certain things that when you're a professional, I don't care what your line of work is, things that are hard to people who don't do it are rather mundane to you. These are not crazy suggestions. These are not things that are, in air quotes, hard to fix. If you get beat man to man, hey, man, that's a talent thing. They were getting beat scheme-wise. And to not adjust, and you're at home. It's not like you're in this wild environment and, oh, my God, the 12th man, all the Starbucks nerds. Like, it just, Rico, that's scared. That just, it concerns me.
Is it fair to say that I want the tweaks to be the tweaks And I know that sounds like a stupid thing to say out loud as
Hold
I
on.
said it out loud.
Run that back.
Right. But I mean, like, make adjustments when things aren't working. Because it felt like in that last game when things weren't working, they were like, well, it will eventually. Let's just try the same thing.
Doesn't it feel a little bit too, guys? They're doing a lot of this kind of moving your food around the plate offense, a lot of east and west, and it's not amounting to anything. The screen game doesn't look the same. Look, this was part of the reason, and you guys got tired of hearing it, but the coordinator thing, the concern, it's a concern. Now, I think you've hit a home run with Kelvin Shepard. I do. That defense cannot be blamed for last week. Vikings had 17 points on 3 drives that all started in your territory.
But 9 was out there.
Why does he have to be so detestable? You ever think about that? Why does JJ have to? Who talks after they threw for like 12 yards?
Is that the new Mr. Unlimited?
It's something. He's a weird dude.
9.
Okay. 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls. We'll get your ticket texts as well. But what are these small tweaks that Dan Campbell speaks of that will get this back to a place where you feel good? Because the last 3 weeks, and if you want to go season total, it's highs and lows. And in the aggregate, the numbers are not good offensively to where they should be on a third down conversion rate, on the pressure rate, and on the running game. And I'd be careful with points per game because you have to start asking yourself, how are we scoring against good teams? Okay, you want to get all fat and sassy.
Yeah, when you pile up the points against the Cincinnatis of the world,
that don't mean a lot.
Empty calories.
Northville Lumber, we talk about them all the time, the largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And in fact, Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder or a do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have everything you need when you need it. So plan it, build it, and buy it. Do it right where the pros do. It's Northville Lumber. Stop by that new showroom. Take home some samples. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
All right, straight to the people. Dan Campbell says small tweaks can fix this. Well, what are those in your mind as Lions get ready to take on the Commanders? We go to Mike, 97.1. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. How you doing this afternoon?
Good, Mikey. What's on your mind?
Man, I got to tell you, I'm nervous about Sunday's game. You know, if Joe Witt was worth his salt, he watched that Detroit Lions-Minnesota Vikings game and knows the playbook. Because I don't think John Morton's going to be able to adjust. As he's shown in the past, he doesn't adjust when we start falling behind. I mean, I've got guys that are coming over here. I live in Virginia now. I've got nothing but Commanders and Eagles fans. And yes, Rico, one's a 49er fan, and God help him. God help him this year. But they're coming over here, and we're going to be watching the game and drinking some adult beverages and eating some good food that I'm making. But I'm scared to watch the game because everybody picked the Vikings last weekend, and look what happened. We got our butts kicked. I mean, you can't expect Gibbs to just sit there and take on a middle linebacker, come and get him at full force. And there was absolutely no adjustments.
No, the funny part, like Mike, we were talking earlier with TJ, for all the lack of adjustments in the run game, the one time they did adjust and pulled a few guards, it was Montgomery out the back door, and he fumbled. But it was one of their best runs of the day. Mike, look, we have to allow for human beings to error and then course correct. I'm taking these two games, this game against the Commanders and the game against the Eagles. Look, if it doesn't look great this week and you win a flat game, you'll always take the win. But I won't feel good about it. And then, that Eagle game is going to tell me a lot because by the time that game gets played, we will be through 11 weeks of NFL action. And if this team is sitting at 6-4 and they've looked like mediocrity against the good teams and good against the bad teams, we're going to have an honest conversation.
You're right, Mike. You're right. And I can't make up any excuses. I've had everybody that's a football fan that comes over here call me up and say, what did the Lions do at the trade deadline?
Nothing.
Exactly. And I can't say anything because my brother from another mother, who is a diehard Phillies fan, and my neighbor, who's a diehard Phillies fan, yeah,
you got to listen to them.
Come up to me. Oh, you have no idea.
Hey, Mike, real quick, you got us curious over here. What's on the menu? You said you're whipping up something in the kitchen. Yeah. Let's talk about what's on the menu for the boys.
Okay, well, I'm going to be making up some smash burgers, some Philly cheesesteaks. I've even got, I'm going to be making some pulled pork sandwiches.
Oh, see, this guy, you're locked and loaded. All right, Mike, I like it. No light fare either. He's just serving up belly busters. Yeah. Mike's going to have people.
You have no idea, man. With the money I spent on my outdoor kitchen, Mike, you would love to come down here for a weekend and just have me cook for you. In fact, to do a brisket, I listened to you and took your advice last year when you were telling people how to do a brisket.
How'd we do?
And people love it here.
Okay. See, I'm glad I could bring a little bit of value, Mike. You call anytime.
Look at that.
I'd go down to Virginia just to watch James Madison football. Beats MSU. Bob Chesney. Guy's a lightning bolt.
Unless he comes here. But then again, you also like Jonathan Smith before he got here.
I liked him at OSU, but what did we say they got hired? What did we say?
Fit.
This is a weird fit. He ain't going to have 5 years. This is not. Uh-oh. Now, I'll admit this. Something is wrong here. Something happened to that man. Because I know the guy I watched at Oregon State. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that he was Bam Bam Bigelow on the sidelines. But he was not this bottle of cream of tartar. Something has changed.
I do wonder if it's like, hey, we had a showboat coach. Let's showboat, okay? Can you just go out there and show up?
Exactly. We go to James, 97.1. James, what's going on, bud?
How's it going, guys?
Good, James. What's up?
Well, I think I'm going to that Mike caller's house this weekend myself. But anyway.
It's going to be an exodus to Virginia for Lions football.
I'm down for a good road trip. Anyway, so could the simple tweak, I know you were talking a few minutes ago about them trying to do so much east and west when it comes to the run games and just basic plays anyway. Could it be as simple as just getting David Montgomery involved a little bit more, maybe even starting him? I understand that Gibbs is the better back, but I feel like last year Montgomery really set the tone for what the offense was going to do that day. And it would, I think with Montgomery, it would create a little more north and south running versus the east and west.
I don't know what the answer is, James. I'm just as flummoxed as you are. I mean, James, I can't argue it. The problem is, if you're using Montgomery, you are taking away 90% of the explosiveness from the backfield, which is what Jahmyr Gibbs does. I don't have a great answer. I will tell you clearly Montgomery should be in with some pass pro because Gibbs, my God.
And I agree with with Gibbs being a little more explosive, but I feel like with Montgomery, he would wear down the defense where some of those more explosive runs could come later in the game, late third, early fourth quarter.
Your problem, listen, the last 5 weeks, here's your issue, right? If we take the first 3-4 weeks of the season, Montgomery was very good, right? Your last 5 games, Montgomery averaging 3.2 yards a carry. 55 for 162, James.
Fair enough.
I don't need to. No. You're not wrong. I'm just telling you, whatever they're doing schematically, it's not working for him. But again, the last 3 weeks, you played the Chiefs, you played the Vikings, you played the Bucks, you played good teams. See, James, this is where it continues to come back to that O-line and scheme to me. But I'm fine. You want to use Montgomery a little more? I'll take any suggestion you got. That running game is averaging about 35 yards less per game.
Yeah, it's almost like the league caught up to it and they haven't made the adjustment yet.
No, the league said, thank God Ben Johnson's gone, and let's take this vanilla.
Okay.
That, to me, is what it is.
By the way, on Ticket Text, it's basically a tug of war between use Monty more and use Gibbs more, which, I mean, the last text I got on it was, what do you guys think should be the philosophy?
You know what, Kenny, I guess a little bit of both, because when the offense is humming, you can interchange either guy and it works. Now it's like, you're right. It's just something wrong. I don't know exactly what. But yeah, let's hope that these tweaks are, maybe it's just as simple as the offensive line. They're injured. They're not opening up the holes that we need to see. They're not giving the pass protection that you want.
How about
That's
this?
why you got Gibbs out there trying to block linebackers.
You went from Glasgow, Ragnow, and Zeitler to Mahogany, Glasgow, and a rookie. And when you now look at it, Mahogany's dead. Not literally. I mean, just he's not going to be here for a good long while. And Glasgow is not a good center. Like sometimes it's, as Rico once taught me, Occam's razor.
I'm glad you listened.
The sword of Damocles.
Texas with a dollar sign?
3-248-539-9797. Let me get Joe in the mix real quick. Joe, you get the last word, buddy. What's going on?
Hey, fellas. What's going on?
Hey, Joe.
So one of the things I watch in the Bengals, they have on pass pros on like third and longs, they insert the back more at like a fullback depth. Do you think that's something that the Lions could do, or is that not to our strengths? I know we kind of lose Gibbs out of the backfield a little bit if we do that.
Yeah, there's a couple of issues. Is look, you're kind of married. You've got the 2-back rotation. You don't have like a Samaj Pirine type of back who's going to come in on third downs and be that guy.
But you know what? But I do remember Morton was saying that he was going to put both backs in at the same time.
Cool. Still waiting for it.
Yeah. The other thing is, like, I know J-Mo's skill set is over the top, but like, could we hit him on a quick game more? Quick developing routes, slants, and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, look, their screen game has not been great this year. I'm not against it. I'd love to see a little bit more of J-Mo. We were talking last week when we liked him to score a TD just because you're not going to go in the media without taking a few shots. I'd love more involvement in the red zone where you handed him the football. You know, there were a couple of those explosives over the last few years. It's been absent. But here's the thing. It's a different offense. That was the folly in people thinking that John Morton was Ben Johnson. He's got to be John Morton, but he's got to be a better version. Yeah. 97-1.
Imagine if your Wi-Fi was a lot smarter. I'm talking next level. Picture this. All we good? Okay. Picture this. All your devices, your phone, your laptop, your smart speaker, everything in your home working seamlessly together. That's the dream, and Xfinity makes that dream a reality. With Xfinity, your devices are so in sync, you'll think they're telepathic. It's a really smart Wi-Fi that knows when your device needs a boost, so you don't have to deal with lags or dropouts. It also has built-in security that will shield your kids from online threats. That's smart technology that pays off huge on game day as well. Because, look, let's face it, what you don't want to have is a total hot mess. You don't want lagging and buffering and switching between apps trying to find the game. You don't want to be that guy. So here's what you need to do. If you call yourself a football fan, you got to have Xfinity. Get all the best games all in one place. Plus, get enhanced 4K so real, feels like you're at the stadium. That's the magic of Xfinity. It's seamlessly in tuned with you. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just drop into an Xfinity store today. For more details, Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra, subject to change. All right, if you missed any of the show, we talked about where Michigan State should fit in as far as football in the Big Ten. The Athletic had a ranking. You can use that Odyssey Rewind. Also, we had TJ Lang earlier in the show as well. We were talking Detroit Lions, and now recently we're just talking about the tweaks. Where Dan Campbell says it's just about some tweaks, and this team will be right back where it should be. You know what? I don't know. But here's the thing. I'll give Sean the last word on this before we pass this on to Rieger. Sean, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
Hey, man.
Listen, help me understand this. And you guys are maybe the experts. I don't know. So we don't get a defensive end to help out Aiden. We let this trade deadline go by without making any tweaks. And I'm just sitting back like, okay, what is going on? Unless I'll do like Tomlin and say, well, maybe the GM knows more than we do. It doesn't seem like we're doing anything. It's like we need, and I don't see anything being addressed. In my humble opinion, I thought the best opportunity for us to win the Super Bowl was that when we got to the NFC Championship game against San Francisco, and then for whatever reason, we pulled an Atlanta Falcon versus the Patriots in the Super Bowl. We're up 28-6 or 9 or something, and then, like Dan Campbell said, it's hard to win. Look what happened to us the following year. We were balling out. Yeah, we went 15-2, but we were working from a skeleton crew. And then, of course, we laid an egg with our first ever home game from coming off of a bye, being seeded number 1. So I'm just trying to find out, what am I missing something?
No, Sean, I don't think you're missing anything.
Continues.
Here's what I think. I think that this team is reserved to doing this thing their way. Appreciate the phone call. They're going to do it their way. They're going to do it how they want to do it. They're not really listening to the fans because they're going to tell the fans, look, you trust us this far, trust us all the way. I got a lot of questions, Sean. You got a lot of questions. Kenny has. Everybody has questions because this doesn't look right. And you want to trust the process and you want to wait and see. But after a while, look, it's okay if you want to question this, because I think you got every right to question this because something ain't right. And the coaches are coming out saying it's not the same. And yeah, when you watch the Bears and you see what you used to be, it is a little, it leaves a lot to be desired. Let's put it like that. So,
Rico, on the ticket text, there's been basically a push and pull of 2 or 3 different things. I want you to respond to them before we end up leaving, because I think these are all important things for the Lions. One, the first one, which I think is the least important, is the Tesla debacle, right? Like, should they be using him more? Should they be targeting him more? Should he be more of a figure in this offense? That's what might be maybe the third most popular text we've gotten so far.
Here's the thing about Tesla, guys, and I said it when you drafted him. There's only one football. You got a ton of weapons. That's a good problem to have. In order for Tesla to flourish, it means somebody else is not getting balls thrown to them or handed off to them, and you got to be okay with that. And we all saw people got angry because J-Mo's not getting his passes thrown to him. Where's Amon-Ra? Oh, my God, what about Gibbs? What about Laporte? It was a luxury. Look, don't get me started. I like Tesla because I don't want people to think I don't like him. I just think that you overspent for that pick and you're not even using him. That's the problem.
And you just lend into my second one. The number 2 on the ticket text was the J-Mo thing. Do they need to start just throwing at him deep? I mean, people have been calling him. By the way, people have been calling for him to do like slant routes. And I'm like, this is not what you have this guy for, right? He's there to be, I mean, you can call him a decoy, but if he ends up open and you can lob it to him, cool.
Kenny Town has a weird love affair with J-Mo. Maybe it's because he hangs out at Coney Island at 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't know. But yeah, once you start force feeding certain people the ball, I think your offense looks like it did last week. When you just go out there and play, open guys open, we're going to throw to him. If the running game's working, we're going to run the ball. That's when this offense clicks. But when you try to force feed people, and you can't throw the ball to Amon-Ra, J-Mo, Isaac Tesla and hand it off to Gibbs on one play. I would love to see that play. That play doesn't exist.
It's hilarious that it seems like you're reading the text right now because I was just about to bring up Gibbs and Montgomery because it's basically on the text. It's like, hey, do you want more of Gibbs or do you want more of Montgomery? And it's like they're arguing with each other, but they can't see the other person's response.
Kenny, it's the advantage of being good. It's easy when you're coming up and you finally get there. It's hard to sustain being good, and that's where Lions fans is understanding. It's an art to certain teams always being on top. That's why you see teams go up and down. All right, Jeff Rieger is next from LCA. Enjoy your weekend, 97.1.